15-1. To the Weasel Empire. Satu's here. In my primary school days, I remember asking my parents and teachers what kind of plant is wayside grass from the catchwords do not eat wayside grass. I remember their troubled faces, but I don't have any memory of their answers. Laser. Sira's mid-level light magic shot through the swarm of soldier ogre ants and got repelled by the barrier of General Ogre Ant on the back. We're currently inside a huge nest of the master of a monster dominion located between Makawa Kingdom and Weasel Empire, the huge queen ant. We found the dominion was saturated to the point of verging into a stampede when we on the way to the Weasel Empire, so we went here to prune it while also leveling up my companions. Currently the late start troop is fighting on the front, while the regular members are watching on the back. It should be about time for the Weasel merchant to fulfill his promise, but the merchant hasn't come to the promised Dejima Island even now. Thus we were going to tour the remote regions of the Weasel Empire until the merchant went to Dejima Island, but due to the reason earlier, we ended up loitering in this underground nest. Air hammer. Xena-san's magic pushed back the giant ants that were approaching them. As expected, mid-class magic are resisted by higher-ranked enemies, aren't they? That seems to be the case. Xena finished her second spell while Sira began her next spell. Invoking magic at such speed, even though they're lower-class spells, is not normal. It's thanks to the chant-shortening skill Xena-san learned from Sira-san recently. The wind wall repelled the crystal arrows shot by the enemy's rear guard. Xena-san shot down the fireballs fired by the magic ogre ant with the anti-magic rifle installed on the other end of her long wand. In the meantime, Xena-san already started to chant her third spell. It seems Xena-san has established her specific position by relying on the lower magic shield. Its guard is paper-thin compared to Nana's standard physical shield and Ninja Tama's evasion shield, so looking at her makes me feel anxious. Photon laser. Sira's advanced light magic mows down the soldier ogre ant swamps, and tears the general ogre ant's barrier that was giving orders on the back. The glittering spectrum on the wall of the barrier inside the dark tunnel is quite beautiful. Now's our chance, Disuwa. Karina Dono, it's still too early. Lady Karina activated flickering movement, rushing toward the ant swarm. Rikatha tried to stop her in a hurry, but Lady Karina had already jumped before the enemies. Two knight-armored ogre ants that are protecting the general ogre ant push their shields toward Lady Karina. How impudent, Disuwa! She kicks the upper part of the shield with her beautiful leg, and then she makes a lovely jump by using the enemy that has broken their posture as a stool. Arisa, who was acting as the peanut gallery, shouted, she used the ant as a stool. Out loud, but nobody reacted since Arisa raising odd voice was just the usual. She looked a bit lonely, I'll care for her a bit later on. Air hammer. Xena-san's wind magic blew away the claymore ogre ant that was going to attack Lady Karina as she landed. Unfortunately, the heavy soldier ogre ant that was on the opposite side resisted the storm created by Xena-san. Rika-san. Acknowledged. A whirlpool of spiral light appears on Lady Karina's hand with the magic tool Rika controlling it. Karina break. While shouting out loud, Lady Karina's fist clad with light infringes upon the heavy soldier ogre ant. The magic ogre ants and archer ogre ants at the deepest part took attacking positions while making screeching noises. Karina Dono. Yes, Rika-san. Lady Karina rotates once while leaving a spinning top-like afterimage clad in light. The dance of her ringlet hair clad in light is quite beautiful to look at. Break here, Shuhuhut. Shot with the centrifugal force, the spiral bullet pierced through the heavy soldier ogre ant and crushed the magic ogre ant with a flash. Karina, it's dangerous. You'll get surrounded. Notisu. Tama and Poka, who are being carried under Liza's arms, are flailing around trying to go help Lady Karina. It's alright, you two. The two look up at Liza with blank expressions as Liza guides their line of sight toward the group who has appeared behind the enemy line. Everyone, I'm sorry for being late. Golem Shield Unit, forward. MVA. Responding to Princess Shistana's order, the golems equipped with great shields close their distance with the ants. Hikaru and Nana who were with the princess are standing behind her. The ants that were trying to encircle Lady Karina went into disarray with the appearance of the new opponents. Now's the time. Karina Dano. Yes, Rika-san. Lady Karina kicked one heavy soldier ogre ant with a roundhouse kick and jumped back here with Hasu Tobi Nak. Karina-sama, your assault was too early. Even if you have solid Rika's protection, it's by no means perfect. What would you do if you got seriously injured and left with scars? Sira scolded Lady Karina's recklessness. Ciridano, I apologize on behalf of my master. Since Rikadano is Karina-sama's supervisor, you have to restrain her well or else. Sira-sama, please leave the scolding after the battle. Her Highness is on her wits' end. Xena-san who was diverting the ants with lower class wind magic told Sira-san and started her next magic chant. I'm sorry Xena. You're not injured anywhere right Karina-sama? I am sorry. As long as you're not injured, please don't worry. It'll be bad if you're scarred before you can become Sato-san's bride right? Be bride. Lady Karina's face reddened to hear Sira. I don't have any such plan right now. Mwu, Sato. Mia who's beside me rubs her head on me. Seeing that, Arisa tried to rub her head too, but since she was aiming at a delicate place, I lightly guarded her and continued looking at the battle. What's wrong, Sato? Ah, there's a bit. Just when the mid-boss battle ended to an extent, I found some luminous points with strange movements. I ask Hikaru to take care of Lady Karina and the others as I check the details of the luminous points. The luminous points are the spy group from Makiwa Kingdom that I had found earlier before we came here. Apparently they tried to infiltrate into the Weasel Empire and failed. I invoke space magic clairvoyance to look at the spy group's state. Gaga, grotesque. It's truly as the saying goes, a beast never miss a corpse. It seems Makiwa spy group and the guard unit of Weasel Empire match each other, bodies from both parties are lying on the national border. Looks like the last two of them are facing off right now. The Weasel Empire's Black Panther rider seems to have the slight upper hand. Even though I said Black Panther, it's not a normal animal, it's a monster called Shadow Ripping Panther which has screw-like magic tool installed on its head, it's moving very shrewdly. I cancel clairvoyance since I'm not into watching people fight to death. I'm not going to interfere spies killing each other. NYU. Tama, what's wrong Notisu? Tama and Poka who were giving some drinking supplement and towel to Lady Karina during the umpteenth break time were conversing as such. Wait, is some greater demon going to appear? Tama shakes her head to deny Arisa's question which somehow coaxed with anticipation. Feel that someone is calling me. It appears Tama doesn't really understand it herself, she tilts her head and her whole body while thinking hard. I tried to listen carefully, but I couldn't hear anything even with the reinforcement from attentive ear skill. Then, why don't we go see it? Hikaru, please take care of things here. Leave it to me. I entrusted everything here to Hikaru and teleported away to the entrance of the nesting hole. Do you know what it is? NYU. Tama who's riding on my shoulder folds her arms and frowns. It shouldn't have been the ant's scream. We wait for a while as is. This way. Tama whose ears twitched suddenly jumped, pointed at somewhere and ran. She's changed her clothing to ninja costume before I knew it. Since she's moving like a ninja by jumping from branch to branch, I carry Poki on my shoulder and follow her with Sky Drive. Unlike Liza who has learned Sky Drive recently, it seems Poka who has just been able to do Sky Steps can't keep up with Tama when she's serious. Something was there just now Notisu. Poka mutters so and looks behind. I felt sensing type barrier when we passed through the Weasel Empire's border. The Makiwa spy group from earlier was probably caught in this barrier and got intercepted. I use all map exploration while following Tama. This place seems to be a territory called Weasel Empire, 6th Parish. There's one city and 2 mine towns. Among the numerous highways that connect them to the city, there's a main one that link the north and south of the territory, there are only a few villages that are situated along the road to those towns. No matter how you look at it, there's too few farm villages needed to supply food to the urban areas. Next, I look at the other group of luminous points on the map. It seems a group riding demonic wolves has departed from the nearby fort. They're quite fast. Some additional elder parakeet riders have also departed to act as scouts. I take out a small blimp for decoy from my storage and make it fly toward the territory's capital. Since it's used as a decoy and disturbance, I've filled it with hydrogen instead of helium. Tama is heading toward one of the relay villages along the road that I found earlier. The movement of the luminous point on the map looks strange. Master, there's smell of blood at the front. Notisu. When Poki is still talking, I teleport ahead of Tama to the destination. There's a black panther from earlier in the center of the village enveloped with bloody smell. It seems the one who was riding it had died together with Makiwa Kingdom's spy. There's no one that fits the rider around on the map. I quickly use magic for disguising, transforming myself into blonde-haired Makiwa Kingdom man and Poki to Tigerkin girl. Poki, you can use magic potions. Save the injured people. Yes, Nanodesu. I stitch the Black Panther, whose claws are painted red, in the air with the space magic binding entangle. To the village elder. Gather the injured at the center of the village. I shout out loud using weasel language with the help of loud voice skill. I use healing magic while walking, prioritizing the ones who are badly injured. There are a lot of villagers who are so injured they can't walk, but since the attacks were aiming at their legs, there's no casualty. It seems the Black Panther has received combat training to incapacitate its enemies. 30% of the population are Weaselkin, the other 30% are Lizardkin, the rest are all various Beastkin. I heal the frightened villagers while thinking so. Master. Tama approaches while carrying a catkin child on her back. The child's clothes are dirty with blood, her back is badly torn. It seems her injury has been healed with the magic potion Tama gave her. This child was crying. I see, you did great, Tama. I pat Tama's head as she puts the child on the ground. She shouldn't have been able to hear it judging from the distance, or so I thought. When I checked Tama's skills, her gift column had been added with insect notification. Obtaining congenital skill, gift, just how? Well, guess it's fine since it seems useful. Mayu. Mom. A catkin auntie rushed out of the villagers, hugged the child and thanked us while bowing her head. Then an elderly Weaselkin carrying a wand appeared from behind them and urged them to go back to the villagers. We wish to express our gratitude for saving our village from predicament. The elderly Weaselkin said it haughtily, or rather, with full of suspicion. You are not someone from the fort. Just who are you people? I'm just a meddlesome retired crepe merchant from Ikago. It'd be problematic if I revealed our identities since we were illegal trespassers, so I spoofed some random ones. Crepe merchant? Never heard of such products. Don't tell me you're not from the Central, are you foreigners? That's right. The elderly Weaselkin makes a sour face when I nod. Don't you know that this country has been closed off? You'd be massacred by the people of the fort if they found you, even with children along. If you need anything, no, we can't offer you everything, but for our benefactors we can at least prepare something you require. Then, tell me about this country. I asked for information instead since asking goods from a poor village would be too much. I cannot answer something so vague. This place is the 17th relay village of the 6th parish of Weasel Empire. Do you seek that kind of information? I assent the Weaselkin elder who asked for confirmation. The 9 parishes on the outer edge of the Weasel Empire, including this, are territories that have been discarded by the Emperor. To the Emperor who has abandoned his faith, we who cannot abandon ours must be useless. I can't swallow his story whole, but I'll add it on the memo pad for Weasel Empire. Are you prohibited from going outside the territory? No, we are not. It is simply impossible in practice. Impossible? Can't you just go on the highway while avoiding monster dominions to escape to other territory? The highways are only connected to other parish, the same as here. We the cast-offs have talked and come to a consent, but there is no highway that leads to any territory besides the parish. And if you fly in the sky. Explosion sound reverberated from the northwest direction of the village in the middle of the elderly weaselkin's talk. The surprised villagers crouch down and look at the direction of the sound. The blimp I released earlier probably exploded. It seems there were some people who have infiltrated. There are several small forts inside and on the border of the parish. The Imperial Army from these forts have screw-tamed flying monsters and cannon trees, they shoot down anyone flying like such. I see, this parish is like a country inside a country, or rather it's treated like a penal colony. Hey! I asked the elderly Weaselkin the way to enter the parish city and its custom without him getting suspicious. And then a panicked catkin man rushed in. Elder, it's the Imperial Army from the fort. Tomu. My radar also shows the Imperial Army soldiers coming here. You heard him, Benefactor Dono. You should escape while we buy you time. There's no need of that. And also, I do not mind if you talk about us to the soldiers. Tell them that a man in black clothes followed by a black panther came, snatched your food and water, and then he ran away. I raised my hand to signal Tama and Poki, and then they went to the black panther and threw it, toward the village's entrance. I cancelled the binding magic when it was still in the air, then it landed like a cat and ran toward the soldiers. It was not because of my coercion skill, it must be scared of Tama and Poka who were muttering, steak. And Hamburg is better notisu. Full of appetite. Leaving the surprised voices of the villagers and the black panther that started attacking the soldiers behind, we teleport back into the ant nest where our companions were waiting. The soldiers will probably get hurt, but looking at their levels, there should be no one dying. Situ. I've finally reached level 50. When we came back, Lady Karina jumped while shouting so. She's smiling with her whole face, which is rare for her. I was going to evade reflexively, but I receive her lightly and put her down. There was plenty of distance between us, yet the wonderful soft sensation still reached my chest. Demonic breasts are frightening. Congrats! Congratulations, Nanodasu! Once the chorus of the congratulations song from the girls ended, I talked about the things at the village. Parish is it? It's worrying. Then since we have some ample time, let's go investigate it. Thus, I, Sira and a guard are going to the parish city for reconnaissance. The guard was Liza, selected with the fair ladder lottery method. However, I have to prune the monsters here a bit more before that. 15-2. Parish. Situ's here. When we're talking about city, the stereotype would be concrete jungle, but recently I feel that there has been more greening in city center than the rural area. There are spots of grey and navy blue in half-baked rural areas. Teenyan holy emblem. Hey, very well, go on in. May the blessing of God be upon you, gatekeeper Sama. Yes, blessing. The unmotivated grey-clothed gatekeeper made some prayer gestures and allowed us to pass the city gate. He's still one of the better gatekeepers, the other ones are playing with dices. They were quite insincere guards, weren't they? You're right, Liza, you don't have to be that tense. While answering Sira, I warned Liza, who was looking around with coercive sharp glances. The three of us are wearing disguises masks, so no one can see through the disguises unless they have original Yamato Stone or Arisa's level of appraisal skill. There's only a few people in the city, everyone is wearing grey clothes and walking with hunched back. There are some stores here and there but not many items on the shelves, so the customers are also sparse. Judging from the transactions between the shopkeepers and the customers, it seems this city also uses notes as payment. Looking briefly at the map, there are 7 huge temples worshipping the god pantheon except the demon god and the dragon god. When I checked them with clairvoyance magic, they were all under construction. I wonder if those are altars. That's right, Liza. It seems the 7 altars are carved with each holy emblem of the gods. I moved my line of sight at the 7 altars that Sira and Liza mentioned. There's a small altar on every intersection like a Jizo statue. Instead of statues, there are holy stones carved with holy emblems on the altars. The order of the altars seem to be fixed. It starts from God Haru, on whom I'm not too familiar with, and ends with God Parian. According to the documents I read in the duchy capital's Parian temple. God Haru on the top seat of the pantheon. God Garlean of strife and victory. God Urian of trial and judgment. God Carian of wisdom. God Zakuan of passion and change. God Tenian of solace and love. God Parian of infant and righteousness. Such were written. Though it's not that the gods declared themselves, I am god of, but it came about from records of the circumstances of things in the era each god governed. Now then, leaving that aside, we heard some troubling voices coming from a small temple when we were in the middle of the way to the big temples in the city's center. I beg of you, Priest Sama. Please give your mercy on the healing garden. Didn't I tell you before? We can only pray to the gods. We have no mean to heal Epidemic. Such conversations happen often in Shiga Kingdom, but looking at the map, it seems the situation is a bit different here. The priests in this city are low-leveled in contrast to their number. Everyone is lower than level 10 except the few in the central temple. Thus they probably can't use the mid-class holy magic remove disease and advanced class holy magic purification virus. Sato-san. Please wait a moment. I stop Sira who were suggesting to help them, and check the situation on the map once again. It seems infectious disease has spread inside the city, but the statesmen appear to know the importance of isolating the carriers. Most of the patients beside very few minority are gathered in a plot of land. After investigating the book about diseases in my storage, the disease name written on the map is a lethal one, but since the incubation period is short, it should be hard for it to become a pandemic. I've confirmed it. It's a kind of epidemic that can be healed by Sira-san's holy magic. After telling that, I put Astro Suit magic on my companions to prevent infection. Well then, shall we go? Yes, Sato-san. We went to the small temple with Sira in the lead. Priestess Sama has come. The healing garden that the man who was making the appeal earlier took us to seemed to be a sanitary building. Priestess Sama, please change to purification clothes in this changing room. We've prepared new clothing to prevent the epidemic, so please don't worry. A staff member handed surgical robe-like clothes and new masks and guided us to the changing room. When I nodded at Sira and Liza who looked doubtful, the two head to the changing room with relieved looks. Unlike me, the two must have not understood the concept of sanitary clothing. The man earlier was waiting when I came out of the changing room, so I chatted with him until Sira and Liza are done. It seems he's the director of this facility. He's previously worked in the hospital in the capital of the empire. I couldn't use magic, so I worked as a nurse instead of doctor. If only this place had the medicines and equipment of the central hospitals, I wouldn't stand idly while the patients were dying. There's an organization under the direct control of the emperor called Brains in the empire's central. Apparently medical institutions in the imperial capital have been rapidly progressing thanks to the knowledges brought from that organization. What kind of equipment are they? Huh? I'm sorry, I couldn't recall the term. It's hard as you get older, isn't it? He beats his head while smiling wryly. Coming from such a convenient capital, there was a time when I was depressed to be dispatched to an antiquated parish, but in the end I couldn't leave the suffering patients alone. He couldn't abide the emperor's renunciation policy, so he was sent to this parish. I was told to abandon the irrational god and revere the emperor who has bestowed prosperity and well-being upon his subjects. But I couldn't abandon my faith to Tenyan-sama. Does the emperor want to become a god? Or perhaps he wants to weaken the gods who flourish from people's faith. Either way, I think he's picking a fight with the gods. This, paired with the scientific weapons and the rumored train, it's strange how the divine punishment hasn't befallen them yet. I'm intrigued at just how does the Weasel Empire's emperor manage to evade God's wrath. I really want to hear it once I meet him in person with the Weasel merchant's mediation. Over here, Priestess Sama. We enter the isolation ward as guided by the director. Looks like they've put dual-layer doors properly here. There seem to be some ventilation and air cleaning magic used in the sick room. The air isn't muddy. The staff here are good. I sure want to headhunt them to Shiga Kingdom. Or maybe I can send some Ikagoya personnels to train here. Let's heal the patients who can't move first. Please gather them as close as possible, since I'll be using ranged magic. Expanding the range of remove disease magic which consumes a lot of magic power is too reckless. A priest who belongs to the hospital ward expressed his surprise hearing Sira. Don't worry about it. Liza, help me carry the patients along with their beds. Understood. Master. I can't rely on magic hand magic here, so I carry the beds together with Liza. We haven't done physical labors in a while, but since I and Liza each have enough strength to carry the whole ward, it's easy. And then, Sira begins her chant with a long wand. The accessories for magic boost that Sira wears are glittering, bringing about sublime atmosphere on her. The enormous magic power that she's gathering begin to sway people's clothes and hair. I stand behind Sira, secretly fully opening the spirit light to make it easier for Sira to gather magic power. Purification virus. The moment the chant is completed, pure warm light that overflow from Sira wrap the patients. I pick forest magic stamina charge and water magic calorie charge from the magic column the moment Sira invoked her magic and invoke them to ease the patients. Ah, what a comfortable light. Feels like my body is filled with power. Our gratitude to Tinyan-sama who has led Priestess Sama to us. The patients who have been healed are muttering incoherently while shedding tears. At first we planned to cure the patients who weren't in immediate danger after this was done, but since it was troublesome, I secretly used water magic cure disease at the same time Sira healed the patients who were seriously ill. Right now they probably think of it as Sira's, or rather, a miracle caused by Goddess Tinyan's servant Sama. Sato-san, I'm sorry for poking my nose into unnecessary things. No, don't worry about it. I would have gone myself if Sira-san didn't. After the treatment, the patients almost made Sira into a saintess and the ward's priest almost became Sira's apprentice, but we were able to somehow escape from the healing garden. Next, shall we see how to use the ration coupons? It's the notes we got as thanks from earlier, right? Sira took the coupons and looked at it curiously. We originally got a bundle of coupons for the ration as thanks, but since we wouldn't have no use of it, we only took 3 pieces. I thought it was the normal currency at first, but apparently it can only be used inside the parish. There are 2 kinds of ration coupons, food coupons and necessity coupons. You can exchange them with the goods at the distribution center which gets the items transported from outside the parish. It seems there's also service coupon which you can exchange for luxury and medicines. Master. Liza unusually puts her face close to my ears and whispers. It's a flock of flying magic beasts. Please look to the east. I looked up as urged by Liza and saw around 8 rocks flying toward the city. The city's alarm bell resounds. It's the Imperial Mail. The rationed goods are coming. It's our chance to get the service coupon, hurry up. The men pull the carts and trolleys left in an open space toward the city's gate. Apparently, it's not an attack but an air transport. Let's go see it. I called the 2 and went to see the situation. That was a rough unloading, wasn't it? Yes, I wonder if the goods inside aren't broken. Sira's and Liza's surprises aren't surprising. The rockbirds dropped the baggage without even landing in an open space slightly farther away from the city's gate. There are screw-shaped magic devices on the rockbirds' heads, similar to the one on the Black Panthers from yesterday. Carry them to the central warehouse. A female Weaselkin who looks to be high-ranked appeared riding a horse from the gate and ordered the men pulling carts. Matriarch Sama. There are 40 food goods and 2 daily necessities. There's a list of goods in the daily necessity bundles. Give it to me, no luxury goods, hey. Only the reported medicines and nutritional supplements. So the Emperor wants us to die from epidemic disease. Apparently, the news about Sira curing the epidemic hasn't reached her ears. There's a lot of cloths. They're not dyed as expected. We don't have any choice but to collaborate with the black market guys to get the dye used in the ritual. Can't be helped. I resent working with a bunch who don't even a fragment of faith, but we can't disregard the color written in the holy book for the ritual magic. I thought of getting in contact with the top people of the city with some dye as a present, but I decided not to for now since we were still gathering information. It seems the staple food here is boiled sweet potato and beans that are crushed and hardened into bamboo-shaped. It smells bad but it doesn't taste awful enough to not be edible. The bundle beside it is a lump of dried meat made for long preservation. It's moderately hard. I receive the food bundle from the distribution center while Liza is explaining. The calorie is questionable and the smell of fermented plants assails my nose, it makes me hesitate to try it. It's salty on top of getting praised by Liza for being too hard, so normal people probably eat it by chipping the meat with a knife or dip it into water. Judging from the surrounding people, it seems they get one bundle for a day. Since we didn't dare to eat bad things, we rewrapped the food, and then we went to the mentioned black market after seeing the big temples that were under construction. Due to the shops and people gathering in the narrow back lane, the crowded black market looks like the one I saw in a movie about Pacific War. The people walking at quick pace in the hustle-bustle look contrasting with the languid people walking in the main street. They're open in daytime even though it's called black market. The black part doesn't mean dark at night but something that isn't formally recognized, you see. I answer Sira who's watching the surrounding restlessly. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual. Master, please look over there. There's a yakitori stall at the place. Liza's eyes are glistening at. Famu, we need to investigate it. Yes, then I shall scout ahead. I told Liza to be careful in order for me to not laugh at Liza who was devoted to her appetite. She ran toward the stall with a smile. Making use of flickering movement, Liza moves between the crowds while leaving after images. You don't have to be serious at a place like this, okay? 10 ration coupons for 1 yakitori skewer? Isn't that too excessive? Go somewhere else if you don't like it. That's the market price here. The shopkeeper blew Liza's complaint. Other customers who bought a yakitori skewer for 10 ration coupons were the proof that he wasn't ripping her off. It's not like we have to buy it, but thanks to the smell of the burning fat of the bird meat, my mouth has turned into yakitori mode. I'll negotiate with the shopkeeper in Liza's place. How much is it with normal money? Money from Central are just junk here. I was going to pay with the weasel money I got at Silga Kingdom but he refused. Then let's barter. How about this kitchen knife? It's an item that I acquired from a local noble from one of the various small kingdoms we visited. It's just made from normal iron, but it's a relatively good knife. Humph, how many yakitori do you want for this kind of high-quality good? Just give us 10. Kitchen knife should be used by a cook after all. The shopkeeper timidly receives the knife. I genuinely think that it's better for someone who can use it to have it rather than leaving it to become a fertilizer of my storage. I give the bundle of yakitori I got from the shopkeeper to Liza, and then have one for me and Sira each. It seems to be of chicken skin and thigh sprinkled with salt. The flavor from the charcoal fire tastes good. I'd like a bit more flavor from the thigh, but I won't ask for the impossible. Pal, you've just arrived at this parish, right? Do you have any liquor? A man with stubbly beard talked to me when I was wiping the fat on my hand with a handkerchief. It can be distilled liquor or ale. I'll give you this gem for 1 bottle. Isn't that spinel? You can buy a barrel of high-quality liquor with that kind of gem, you know. He rolled a beautiful red gem that can be mistaken with a ruby, the pigeon blood, on his palm, and then he let the sunlight shine through it. That's if you're in Central, right? We rarely get liquor here. Is it prohibited by law? Looking at the map, I see that liquor is really rare. They're being made locally at the wayside villages, but there's barely any inside the city. I take out a small bottle of distilled liquor from my cuff and press it on the man. It's just something cheap sold at the duchy capital, but I think this goes well with the salty dried meat as a side dish. Ooh, haven't smelt this fragrance for a long time. The man pushed the gem on me and disappeared into the back alley as if running. I was intending to give it for free, but I guess it's fine. It's a bear gem after all, he probably didn't steal it from his wife's jewel box or something. Do you have liquor? Trade with this holy emblem. You sinner! Don't deal with that sinner. Trade with the gold coin I have. No, mine. You fools, step back. The magical power of liquor is amazing. The heavy drinkers in the black market gathered in an instant and it became an uproar. Oi, you guys! What is this uproar? Since some men riding horses who looked like the guards came, I teleport back to the solitary island palace and with the two. Looks like I can get quite a few collaborators here if I offer them liquor. Welcome. Welcome back, Nanodesu. Welcome back, how was the parish? While changing clothes, I went to the living room with the children who welcomed me. After sipping the tea Lulu served, I spoke about the situation of the city. Rationed food, what's more, supply from outside the city. Hey. It sounds like an open prison. Rather than prison, it's more like a monastery for nobles who have committed a crime. Hikaru gave her opinion to Arisa's mutter, and then Sira told her impression. Still, what does the Weasel Empire's emperor intend to achieve by making such a troublesome place? Lastly, it seems Princess Tina has the same question as me. I wrote a report about Weasel Empire's parish with Kuro's handwriting, gave it to a Kaguya firm's manager, and asked her to give it to the king. Master. The costumes for undercover operation are ready, so I tell. Spy. When I returned to the solitary island palace, Nana and Mia were waiting in sexy spy-like costumes. Arisa must have implanted the wrong idea of spy into them. Those flashy clothes are bad if we're investigating the territory outside the parish. I've prepared the costumes here for you. Change into them. Master, don't you think they don't have enough charm value? So is my humble opinion. Muyu, character costumes. The two people frown at the weasel costumes. It's all right, Nana. You'll be popular with the children with this costume. That's wonderful, so I praise Master. Hearing my words, Nana took the costume in high spirit, but Mia dragged hers to the changing room. Now then, while waiting for Nana and Mia, I'll gather prior information using clairvoyance on the map I got. Using advanced space magic spell teleport, I moved to the eastern end of the 6th parish of the Weasel Empire. 15-3. An ordinary village. Satu's here. There was a time when the words assault reconnaissance became popular due to some anime or manga when I was a child. Going to an unknown nearby city with a train, and prowling the streets like a spy was also a good memory of mine. I mistook the meaning of the words cause I was a child though. Master, found a village ahead. Advising to scout ahead with an artificial spirit. Shadow. Nana and Mia who are wearing weasel costume are in unusually high tension. Sorry, but there's no need to do that. It's all right. It seems they're all just your friendly villagers. I pull the hands of Nana and Mia who look slightly disappointed to go toward the village. Even if the villagers point their blades at us, they can't possibly damage these costumes anyway. You, Traveliers. Heya, villager. We've come to sightsee the construction of the smoke car, is it close by? I talk to an old Weaselkin man who's speaking slowly at the entrance of the village. The reason why I choose this village is because, as I've said earlier, this place is the closest to the railroad construction site. There are more Ratkin and Rabbitkin people than Weaselkin in this village. The surprising thing is the fact that there's no noble or slave not only in the parishes but also in the Weasel Empire territory. However, it appears the citizens are divided into 3 classes. Whether the third-class citizens are actually treated like slaves, we will see it ourselves as we tour the country. I've infiltrated this area dressing as a typical liquor peddler to see the situation. That the sound you can hear? That one's over that heel. Thank you, villager. This is what I'm selling, have a cup. Ah, thank ya. I pour sake into a bisque cup and offer it to the kind old man. Ka, this stuff's good. That good. Lemme taste too. I sold the sake to the 2 other villagers not for free, but for blue copper coins that's generally used in the Weasel Empire. While selling the sake, I gather information by pretending to chat with the elderly. I let Nana and Mia to take care of the selling along the way. Sake seller, want to taste this? Ah, thank you. I take the dried meat the old man recommended while matching his tone. It's a salted dried meat just like the one I saw in the parish. Did the village make this? Dash him. Which village ya came from? From beyond that mountain. The elderly looked like they were in doubt when I replied. Oops, it seems I said something wrong. I invoke the foolish field usually used for interrogation to befuddle them. Can't be helped Theen. Ya can't buy cheap provisions from the military if there's no smoke car. According to the elderly, it seems the stinky fermented calorie bar from back then will become tasty if you make it into a rice gruel and put some herbs to delete the scent. It be nice since the construction done and the smoke car came. Right. The growing children can now eat their belly full cause we can sell the crops and buy the military provisions. Gracious Emperor E. Unlike in the parish, it seems the emperor is well liked in these remote agricultural villages. Further, it seems merchants who come riding the smoke car are buying their crops. What are you doing? What's with the liquor smell in the middle of the day even though the young ones are working away in the construction site of the smoke car road? Ah, village elder. Have a drink. Ho, sake hey. How much? The village elder shouted, cheap. When I told him the price, and then he bought all the sake jugs I brought with me. That's fine and all, but for some reason the villagers gather and it's become a feast. I was a bit surprised to see them spending that much even though it wasn't the time for harvest. The people enjoying the sake are wearing rural-like clothes with a lot of patches, but every one of them is smiling and looking healthy. This village sure is prosperous. I returned to my usual tone but there wasn't already any villager who minded it. Yeah, since the current emperor took the reign, the tax changed from 7:3 to 4:6 UC. So even such a remote village like this can be relatively prosperous. From the government taking 70% and villagers 30% to them taking 40% and villagers 60%. Hey? I thought the tax would be high since this was a military nation that developed the high-cost low-return scientific weapons. Apparently, that's not the case. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! With one leading, the villagers held a cup in one hand and shout together, then they laughed gahaha. Mia who was free after selling all the sake plopped down on my lap as I was sitting on the ground and then she abruptly played her lute. It's a fun melody with I hate drunkards tones sometimes mixed in. Next to Mia, there's Nana carrying some children who have come to pick up the dishes. Master, secured the young organisms so I report. The children carried under Nana's arms don't look like they dislike it as they're absorbed in gnawing rice crackers. You've a beautiful wife and a cute daughter. NN, happy marriage. I see, the daughter must be happy too. Mia looks satisfied hearing the old Elkin. She must have thought that she is the wife, but unfortunately I think she's mistaken. However, there's no need to point that out and displease Mia. While patting Mia's head as the lute's tone changed to fun feast, I mix in with the villagers' chat. So I've come here to sell my sake, but is it alright for you to take a break from the field work? Yeah, it's fine. Emperor Sama has distributed pesticides you see. Thanks to that, we got rid of the troublesome pest. Momomu, pesticides hey. I'm a bit worried as to whether they get the dose right. We also got the mowing rabbits. Mia who heard rabbit mentioned moved her line of sight at us. She must be interested in it. What kind of rabbits are they? It's a kind of rabbit that only eats weed without caring the crops. One of the elderly points at the field. It's a small rat-sized rabbit. If you don't put them in the hut during the planting and budding seasons, they'll eat them all with the weed, like what happened at Gozen's place, you see. I've failed as rep of the village. I see, it has a habit of eating the plants that have just grown. Thanks to them, farm works easier now. During the free time, the young UNS often went outside the village to make more fields. Ain't it fun, something or other, the new fields will be theirs, young UNS must pull themselves together. Are they developing new private fields in long term? Hearing that, Nana tilted her head and entered the conversation while still carrying the children. Monsters outside the village are dangerous, so I warn. It's all right. The Empire force comes and defeats monsters and bandits. YC. Not bandits, they're Tigerkin Liberation Army, right? People who are brandishing weapons and steal food from villages are bandits enough. I tried searching the map around here, and just as the villagers said, there was no monster around here. Even on the mountain foot, there were only weak monsters whose levels are in single digit. The knights come patrolling here once a month even now. They went sword hunting and took the village's swords and spears away. The peeps were mad, but we got farming tools instead. After getting something this good, we'll get punished if we complain, you see. An old man carrying a sturdy-looking farming tool made from iron is showing it off. They also made the well with clickety-click. Not clickety-click, it's water pump. Oh, ain't it fine? You're the only one who calls it water pump to look smart. Apparently, they even have a hand water pump. The government here seems to be doing quite good. I might have come to respect the emperor unconditionally if I hadn't saw the parish. What did you say? Try saying that again. The two old weaselkins who have been quarreling since earlier catch each other's collar and glare unbefitting of their ages. Good grief, weasels are easy to pick a fight. Don't say that, our blood boil fast since the time of Ancestor Sama. The old weaselkin that I met first covered for his race, hearing an old rabbitkin's grumble. As it looks like it's going to devolve into a fist fight, the village elder finally stands up, unable to remain indifferent. You fools! If you want to fight, do it in front of His Majesty the Emperor. The village elder shouted while carrying a sake bottle in one hand. He looks like he's ready to enter the fight. I feel that there was a lot of intellectual and rational ones among the weaselkins I met outside the Weasel Empire, but looking at the villagers here, I end up thinking those people must have been an exception. Still Emperor? No way, there's a teleport gate in such a remote village. Is it some kind of term? My doubt quickly clears up. Here I go, Gozen. Come, Banga. The old weaselkin men who have taken off their coats are exchanging blows with magnificent telephone punches. As the two made a clean hit at each other, they staggered and fell backward. Old Gozen stood up while wobbling, but old Banga seems to have gotten a cerebral concussion. He's not getting up. What's wrong, Banga? Stand up, Banga. His Majesty the Emperor is laughing at you. That's right, that's right. Look sharp before the Emperor. The surrounding villagers are cheering, or rather, jeering at old Bangan. The Emperor that they're referring to is a statue of weaselkin made from obsidian-like thing put in the center of the village's square. Its left eye is a red stone, its right eye is a blue stone. Suspicious light coming from the statue gets stronger every time the villagers roar. It's a statue of evil god no matter how you look at it. In fact, there's a magic square embedded in the square, though the villagers don't seem to notice it. Every time the villagers enthusiastically shout out, their magic power and stamina get drained. We resisted the drain aimed at us, but the magic power leaking from our equipment couldn't seem to, thus quite a lot of magic power got absorbed into the Emperor statue. I don't know if that's the reason, but I feel that the statue has begun to emit red aura-like light. Woohoo! Duri. Old Banga was able to stand up somehow while shouting. Old Gozen replied back with a shout too. The telephone punch earlier was bad enough, but now the two are swinging their arms around to exchange baby punches. It must be some kind of Weaselkin sense of beauty that I do not understand. The two's fists sunk onto each other's cheeks, and then they fainted, a double knockout. Geez, it's not a fight between elderly. They've been fighting for idiotic reasons since they were kids. Unlike that time, now we have His Majesty the Emperor's statue, ain't it fine? You're right, that times one of the sides would die after several matches in a fight like this. Weasels can't hit the brake once they see blood, it's scary. Hey? Perhaps the Emperor statue is for the sake of the villagers so they won't die needlessly from a fight by exhausting their strength? Nevertheless, preparing such expensive magic tools that can drain magic power in many villages should have cost them enormously. The rational and selfish Weaselkins I know can't be that generous out of only goodwill. Village Elder, the Emperor's statue is shining red. Famu, the impurity gathered fast this time. Usually it takes a year. Well, fine. Let the young ones going to the smoke car site tomorrow carry a letter to the city. Would be nice if the official sama that bring the replacement statue is Moten sama. That person would be willing to repair the bank with earth magic. Oi, you shouldn't think of first-class citizen sama as a substitute of oxes and horses. Famu, judging from their conversation, it seems that even though the first-class citizens are treated like their superiors, they don't seem to be a privileged class like noble. We bid our farewell to the village elder and went toward the smoke car construction site. Master, it's full of muscle men, so I tell. Mew, clank clank. Mia quickly gave up from the noise in the construction site. Nana lost her interest since there were no children in the site, so the members changed. The backup are Arisa and Hikaru. The smoke car is a train, all right. Yet. The smoke car road also looks like railway track complete with railroad ties. It seems the smoke car's carrying power also plays a big role in laying the new rail track. The construction site not only has beastkin and scalekin men, there's also manned normal golems and ones that look like bulldozers and excavators. The latter are not using internal combustion engines, they seem to be types of golem. Looks like the science is not that all-encompassing. I've seen it earlier, I think the Emperor statue is suspicious after all. Right, it's not often there's an item that much suspicious. Arisa, Hikaru, and I are of the same opinion in this matter. Then, next we should follow where the Emperor statue is getting transported to. Speaking of chasing, it's ninja. I should ask Tama to track the transport route of the Emperor statue from the village earlier. Now then, will an ogre or a snake come out of it? Ideally, I'd love it if it was the mountains have brought forth a mouse. I think world peace is the best after all. 15-4. An ordinary town. Satu's here. I like train in itself, but I only have bad memories of commuter trains. Having yourself jam-packed in it every day, it feels like it even wears my mind. Surely, were crowded trains ceased to exist, wouldn't office workers' stress level decrease to 30%? Revolution, Nanodasu. Ajay. Arisa is scrambling her purple hair while Poka sharply points at her in front of her. This is the cicada sound huge harvest Nanodasu. Poka, who's holding cards in one hand, takes the Chopin pose, but I don't know where to even begin to retort her mistakes. Looks like Arisa is not good at playing Deifugu card game. That should be social upheaval of the pores, so I correct. As expected of Nana Nanodasu. Poka was also going to say that it's true Nanodasuyo. Poka commends on Nana's correction. The last of her words had some hesitation in it, so it must not be the truth. Satu, are you going already? Yeah, it looks like there's some movement at the Emperor statue, I'll be going for a bit. Hikaru, who noticed me carrying a weasel costume on my arm, called out. Apparently, Hikaru and the others are playing concentration card game. Her Highness is really strong. Since this game is just about memorizing things, it's simple. Oh Tina, you cleaned the house. Yes, I might be stronger in card games, but I cannot win against Her Highness in concentration. Hikaru is calling the princess using nickname. Xena-san is muttering alone, looks like she's trying to memorize the card positions. Even Sira, who's unparalleled in poker, is weak in memorizing game-like concentration. Tama, take care, okay? Works hard for Poke's share too, notisu. Aye sir. Once the Beastkin girls finished their talk, I teleported to near the village from yesterday using unit arrangement, taking Tama along. Fumwu, so the letter was telling the truth. Gathering impurity this fast, aren't there too many hot-blooded people in this village? A Wheeze Elkin wearing official-like clothing who's watching over the exchange of the emperor statue mutters with his hand on his chin. The ones who are doing the actual work are a man and a woman wearing magician-like clothes using force magic. Haku-sama, we've finished the fixture. The miasma rate of the emperor statue is normal for the period of its installation. It seems only the magic power that has been accumulated. It's probably because of the magic power leaked from our magic tools. Those male and female magicians seem to be quite an analyst. Famu, Miyazuma paper is blue, and the mana paper is purple, the maximum high. It's just as you guys' analysis. However, we've already come out of our way here. Let's take this back. You're right. I'd hate to end this in vain, and the military bunch would call the researchers salary thieves if they don't get to work once in a while. The magicians gave a Tanzaku-sized litmus paper-like thing to the official. Apparently, that's a tool to measure magic power and miasma levels. Putting the magic power aside, I'd like to know the way to measure miasma. I'll look for some researchers they mentioned and see if any of them is selling the thing in the back channel. It looks like an expendable after all. I think I can buy it normally from a merchant if that's being produced outside the research institute. Ticket for Magayaba is 30 swen for one, 20 swen for a child. Tickets for 2 please. I purchased the smoke car tickets from the conductor of a temporary station. Swen is the currency used in Weasel Empire. 1 blue copper coin is 1 swen. Come to think of it, this might be the first country that has a name for its currency. It might be translated to like copper coins by language skill because it's called the same. I don't mind this since memorizing them would be a pain, but it does make the sense of exoticness decrease. Yes, thank you. If you're going from Magayaba City to your next destination, please buy the ticket from the ticket box or the conductor of the next train there. The Wheeze Elkin conductor told me so while giving the tickets. It seems to be a fairly placid system. I thank the conductor and then go toward the smoke car with Tama. Second-class citizens can only ride on the general car, so don't make a mistake and enter the noble car that's immediately behind the smoke car. Yeah, understood. Assenting the conductor's warning, we board the general car. Looks like this one is of unreserved seats. Villagers from the nearby villages heading to Magayaba town to peddle things are carrying huge luggages on their backs. There. Quietly. The officials carrying the emperor statue had finally arrived. We got here first since we used teleport magic. The whistle signaling departure echoed the moment they got on board. Apparently it was waiting for them. It might be more efficient to just track them, wait for them to arrive at Magayaba City and then teleport there afterward, but for the sake of later on, I confirmed whether the forged citizenship ID could be used to buy tickets here. There was not even a simple ID check at this station, so I'm planning to confirm it once we arrive at Magayaba City. Gaten Gotun. Children really are fascinated by the unique rhythm of a train and the flowing scenery on the window. Tama is rooted on the window since a while ago. We will be entering a tunnel soon. Everyone, please close your window. The conductor showed himself from the window in car ahead and shouted. The other passengers begin to close their windows. Window, is it because the vibrating sound is noisy? You folks, it's tunnel soon, close your windows. When I was racking my brain to think of the reason, the Ratkin Anta who was sitting next to us bent her body and closed our window. All the windows here are fitted with glass. Your faces would become pitch black from the soot if you don't close the window in a tunnel. Is that so? Thank you very much. It's alright, if one's open, everyone's face will become pitch black YC. The auntie's anger dissipated once she knew that I was a beginner of smoke car. Apparently, everyone does the same at first. Mountain? There's a hole on it. That's called a tunnel. Tama, who's sticking her cheeks on the closed window, says so while desperately looking at the front. Don't put too much strength into it since the glass will break, okay? I secretly put force magic enchant physical protection on the window. Pitch black. Looks like there's no illumination inside the tunnel. The car in the front probably has headlights. The wall of the tunnel isn't made of stone from earth magic's petrification, but from concrete-like thing. Did you know? This tunnel is. According to the knowledgeable auntie, the tunnel itself was made by 100 earth magicians of the empire in one go. Looks like they don't overemphasize the use of science, they do use magic when it's convenient, kind of hybrid. To capitalize on the unexpected source of information, I offered some baked sweets made by Lulu to stimulate the auntie, thus I got to hear various things about the remote regions of the Weasel Empire. We will be arriving at Magayaba City Station. We will be arriving at Magayaba City Station. We will be arriving at Platform 3 of Magayaba City Station. As Platform 2 is for train arriving from Dejima City, please be careful not to mistake the platform. The conductor who appeared from the car ahead informed the train arrival at the city with a peculiar tone. After passing through 2 unmanned stations along the way, we arrived at the city after an hour. Distribution of goods should be considerably quick with this town. It's in sight. After passing through a forest, we could see Magayaba City surrounded by a tall white wall. The smoke car sounds its steam whistle twice to announce its arrival to the city. Kyopu. Tama and the surrounding children imitated the sound of the steam whistle. Due to the noisy sound of the smoke car, there doesn't seem to be any adult who's annoyed by the children. The smoke car heads toward Magayaba City while slowly turning to the left. Thanks to that, I can see the state of the city. Looks like there's an exclusive gate for smoke cars. Gate open. The metal lattice rolls up, and then the massive door inside it opens to the side. There's a lot of beastkin children watching the smoke car from atop the gate even while getting their fur black. The smoke car is advancing slowly in the city and then it enters a traditional station. The station looks like a downscaled version of the old Tokyo station, it's more magnificent than I thought. Crowd. It's somewhat crowded, isn't it? We were met with crowds after getting through the ticket gate. The crowds reminds me of the nostalgic rush hour. We walk in the crowd while hearing voice of boys and girls selling their goods. Among them is newspaper. This week's newspaper. Someone selling newspapers. I think 5 Swen for a thin 4-page newspaper is a bit too expensive, but it doesn't seem like he's overcharging. It really uses printing. You're challenging them too much, Weasel Emperor. Good grief, just how is all this not violating the gods' taboo? The content of the newspaper is mostly about the troop deployment at Makiwa Kingdom. There's even an article of an interview with the Special Inspector Yusen of Scientific Vehicle Unit. According to the articles, Makiwa Kingdom invaded Weasel Empire's remote region without warning, so this was a retribution war against Makiwa Kingdom that had done all kinds of atrocities. These are fabricated news without a doubt. Makiwa Kingdom has no national nor military power to cross through the monster dominion overflowed with many high-level monsters. It's impossible even for the 4 lords with the special elemental wands unless they resort to terrorism. We have reduced the monsters in that dominion quite a bit, but we didn't completely wipe them out as there are those that act as deterrent on the circumference. In 1 or 2 years, they should increase enough to stop military campaigns from happening. Preparing for war should take time, and since they're aware that their army have been defeated by the Dragon Knights in one-sided battles, they will probably hesitate to march. Found it. Tama pulled my sleeve, I raise my face from the newspaper. The officials came out of the station on a state car. The state car is a convertible type with thin wheels like the one you see in a film about the dawn of car. Pursuing them by running would attract attention, so we went ahead of them by teleporting to their destination that I guessed, the government office at the center of the city. I can just move to the right place if I got it wrong. Good view. It is. The center of this city is on a slightly elevated ground, so you can see the city well from here. Searching the map for a bit, there are 7 temples in the back street, and there are only priests who can't use holy magic in the temples. There's no priest who can use holy magic in the territory, not even one. Of course, there's also no ordinary people with holy magic gift and skill. They were probably forcefully deported to the parishes. Instead, there are several hospitals in the main street. They're packed with magicians who can use healing magic from earth magic, water magic, and such. Unlike in other places where orphanages are often found besides temples, there are only public orphanages here. It seems that the emperor intends to make the citizens perceive that temples are unnecessary over time. Uniform. Tama curiously moves her sight at a street while her ears are twitching. There are children wearing school uniform-like uniforms roaming that street. According to AR reading, it appears they're students of Empire State Childhood Schools. Looking at the map, this city has more school buildings than Shiga Kingdom's capital. Since the number is still too few compared to the population, it doesn't seem to be a compulsory education, but it feels like they're increasing the foundation little by little in order to support science and technology. Here come. Tama pulls my sleeve. Looks like the car the officials ride on has arrived at the government building. Now then, let's go. Tama transforms into her pink ninja costume with a white smoke. She looks like quite a ninja. 15-5. An ordinary town, too. Satu's here. When someone is insisting that they're extremely normal, it makes me doubt that they're hiding something abnormal. Even though I know that I'm only jumping at shadows, I still end up looking for it. Fatty mouse. Wonder what's that? It looks like a capybara. In a room we found in the middle of the way as we chased the officials who went to the basement, we saw babies of capybara-like animals with plasters and people in white robes. I think they're beastkin, but since they're wearing big masks and visor-like sunglasses, I'm not really sure. When I look closer, I see that there are red crystals which look similar to fragments of magic cores on the plasters. The capybaras that have been plastered are sent to the next room through a slippery slope. Confiscated. Looks like it's a bit different. I carry Tama under my arm and peek at the next room. There's a bathtub filled with entrails and pieces of meat in the room, and the plastered capybara-like animals from earlier are greedily munching on them. Are they some kind of lab animals? Men wearing the same clothes as the men from the next room are sprinkling white powder using ladles on the entrails. They're doing it roughly, yet the capybara-like animals are not minding it as they're busy with the entrails. TCH, ran out of powder. We're out of stock too, make more of them. What a bother. A man carrying a ladle goes to one part of the room while cursing. That's the pill the man took out from a bottle are shown as reborn seeds on the AR. It's the same medicine which transformed the creatures in Shiga Kingdom's royal capital sewer into red robe monsters. Perhaps, this is the secret factory which produces the red robe monsters? Master, here too. Tama, who had slipped out of my binding before I knew it, is beckoning me in front of a room next to this. Those peculiar vines, are they hopping potatoes? Of course. Tama nods. Those are monsters that are hunted by rookie explorers and baggage carriers in the labyrinth city Selbera to raise money. They're one of the pillars supporting the low earners' food bill in the labyrinth city. Perhaps this place is supporting my guess. The next room have and dancing corns being raised. The true nature of the cheap military provisions I saw in the village, or rather, these must be the raw materials. That means the capybara-like animals earlier are the origin of the dried meat. Hey! Welcome back, Civil Official Haku. We've returned. Head Researcher Dano. We almost forgot about our purpose, but we arrived at the place right on time using ground shrink. The official from before gave the emperor statue and the litmus paper thing to a Wieselkin wearing showy clothes in the innermost room. There are also several other male and female researchers here. The miasma is less than ideal, but the magic power is slightly over capacity, is it? With this we don't need additional supply of magic power from the city even if the consul complains. By city magic power, he must mean the magic power from the source that can be gotten through the city core. Didn't you say that you were low on miasma before? Not anymore, thanks to the rookie from Hakudano Division. The one from the Imperial University. The official frowns, not understanding the researcher's explanation. He seems to be upset for getting demoted from the Imperial University to here. He's been spewing venom in many places. Entrusting that kind of guy to distribute food, I pity the slum people. The miasma collected in the emperor statue installed in the slum is 3 times the last month's amount. The researchers told the reason while laughing unpleasantly. When the official told them, correct the rookie's attitude, they laughed again. We originally take care of them by giving them food so they won't die of starvation in order to collect the miasma from their fatigue and envy anyway, isn't it fine? That's true, but they're probably using the miasma to produce the pill and raise the monsters. Still, even if it's efficient, it's terrible for the slum people who have to endure getting abused unilaterally. I can't help but sympathize. It's not like there's a rebellion or rise in crime rate, so it should be fine as is. The production amount is increasing and the Knights Sama who have come from the central in an official trip are also leveling up smoothly. All is good. Don't tell me they're power leveling by defeating the monsters they're cultivating themselves. I don't have the right to fault them since I'm doing the same thing in the labyrinths underground, but unless this city is a special case, the whole Weasel Empire must be raising high-level people systematically as such. No wonder that they're able to rear more than 100 level 50 class temple knights. Here we go, Knight Sama. I'll be trying my new sword. A cage in the inner part of the room is opened, and then 5 log rats as big as wild boars jump out of it. A Wieselkin knight produces magic edge on the great sword he's holding, waiting in the center of the room. Even though the magic power is leaking, the magic edge itself is stable. He's excellent for a level 30 knight. However, it's clearly too excessive against level 7 rats. He cuts 3 rats in one swing of the great sword. The remaining 2 rats were going to escape from the room, but the knight rushed at blinking speed and skewered them. Thanks to the magic edge device, there's not even a nick on the blade even after cutting the fat bones of the log rats. So that great sword is a magic sword equipped with a device to generate magic edge. I think there are more efficient magic circuits if you are going to put that magic device into it, but I'm not going to criticize someone else's plan. Then, should we take out the next rats? Let them come. We've seen enough, so I leave that place with Tama. There should be nothing else to be seen here. Master, scream! Tama muttered while pointing at a vent. According to the map there's another floor below and the vent is connected to there. There's a prison below. According to the map, there are numerous isolation cells with people with serious crime inside. There are also a lot of people with mental disorder and 0 HP and stamina. I have a bad feeling about this somehow. I'd like to return without seeing it if possible, but I'd hate it if I felt hazy once I did that. Private Tama, go back to the surface first and secure the route. Tama followed my order with a Chopin pose, and so I went to the cellar alone. Help me, help me, help me, help me, help me. Don't eat me, no don't. Stop it, stop it. Among the scratching and grinding sounds, screams and shouts like they're from madmen are reverberating in the cellar. It seems this dungeon has been soundproofed with magic. Rather than prison, I guess this is more like a torture chamber? I go to the room in the back where some people who seem to be the guards are. A man suspended in the air hanging from the ceiling and 2 jailers are there. There's a transparent wall between the 2 parties. There's the usual emperor statue put inside the room where the man is. Stop it already. Of course I won't, right? Did you stop when the 29 women you killed asked you to stop? You didn't, right? The jailer who cut off the criminal's appeal lowers a lever on the wall. The man who's suspended in the air hanging from the ceiling gets lowered, and then the capybara-like animals below start munching on his feet. Screams are echoing in the dungeon. The other criminals locked in their isolation cells begin to voice their resentments. Apparently, they're using this place to carry out punishments and collect miasma. Geez, this is disgusting. Don't say that. The emperor decreed to instill don't want to go into prison ever again and not worth the crimes into the prisoner's right. Even if it's a national law, disgusting thing is disgusting. I totally agree. Wish my transfer request gets accepted quickly. That's so? Executing justice on the bad guys, this is the best workplace for me though. Unlike the man who looks like he's going to get sick from the stress, the jailer who's been rhythmically operating the lever looks cheerful without a hint of stress. It feels like I'll get mentally ill if I remain here any longer, so I teleport back to the top of the spire where Tama is waiting. The way they're doing things is similar to Master if we exclude the science and humanity parts, isn't it? Once we got back to the solitary island palace, I told everyone the things we saw in the Weasel Empire's city, and then Arissa said that. Arissa, what do you think you're doing likening the weasels to Master? We're talking about weasels here, they must be plotting something. Liza, who hates weasels, openly shows her discontent. However, their rationality is very like the weasels. You'd normally hesitate to do many things even if you knew they were efficient. Hikaru seemed like she agreed with several things about the weasels even though she sounded disgusted with them. As a former king, perhaps she thinks that the way they're preventing the people from starvation is acceptable. Creating monsters by their own hands. Such an immoral act, as if they've sided with the demon god. Maybe there's a demon lord lurking in the shadow of Weasel Empire. Sira and Xena find the fact that they're creating monsters deplorable. Satu, perhaps that emperor statue can be used to control monster outbreak if we put it in a monster dominion. Master, I support the princess's suggestion, so I inform. NN, possible. Nana and Mia agreed with the princess. It's certainly possible. The problems are the way to replace the emperor statue and to purify the accumulated miasma. I'll investigate the manufacturing process of the emperor statue when I visit the imperial capital. Also, Tama and Poka, who had been quiet, were embarking in the journey to the dreamland with Lady Karina in the sunny living room. Amazing desu wa. Fast notisu. Truly really tourbillon na notisu. Of course. Behind Lady Karina and Poka, who are sticking their faces on the smoke car's window, Tama is nodding while looking slightly triumphant. The next day after the meeting, we're enjoying the train trip from Magayaba City to Majiba City. Hikaru and the princess are staying in the solitary island palace to accompany Sira, who has expressed her non-participation since she was feeling hurt from to the persecution of the temples and the matter with monster creation. Xena-san was also going to stay, but Poki and Tama pulled her hands, and she ended up coming. I'm planning to enjoy things later with the three who stayed. Further, since Liza didn't like the weasel costume, everyone is wearing Ratkin character costumes. Ensha, Ensha. Kyapapo, 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 Nanodasu. Ensha, Ensha, fast. Matching the march of smoke car music which Mia made impromptu, the youth troupe and the children riding on the smoke car are singing in a chorus happily. It seems the children like it since the song only has simple lyric that's easy to remember and match with the rhythm along with the repeating simple melody. They'd be told off, shut up, if this were in Japan, but since there are minstrels going around asking money in every train here, there's no problem. Station. It's a small station, Nanodasu. The smoke car lowers its speed and then stops at a small station in a village along the way. Something smells good. It smells like a stew, perhaps. Vendor. Lulu reacted to Liza's remark. Mia pointed at the vendors rushing from the crowd. Looks like they're selling boxed lunch. It's tasty and cheap, a set of provisional soup and stick roll, only for 5 sui-yen. How about a bento of boar meat and roasted pork? Only for 20 swin. Would you like fatty bear stew? It's 30 swin. They're quite expensive if we consider the ticket's price, but it seems the people riding on the smoke car are relatively well off, they're selling like hot cakes. The stick roll in the provisional bento is a dish similar to the stick roll I ate in Kansai. It's a dish where thin okonomiyaki made from corn instead of wheat is wrapped on a stick. Liza, purchase slightly more than for our shares. Understood. Tama, Poki, let's go. Knowledged. Understood Nanotasu. Liza, who consented with a sharp face, goes to the bento sellers followed by Tama and Poki. The bento sellers who lose to Liza's intensity look slightly timid. Boar meat. Hard to leave the fatty bear meat behind to Notasu. You too, there's no time to be indecisive. Just like the stations we came across before, we should be only stopping for a short while here. Oh no. Hurry Notasu. Looks like the Beastkin girls have quickly gotten used to the smoke car trip. We enjoyed the smoke car trip as such and arrived at Majiba City. Further, since the lunch boxes besides the cheap provisional bento were all delicious, I'm thinking of recreating them with Lulu once we get back to the solitary island palace. It's strangely crowded, isn't it? Master, it's like the marketplace in the duchy capital downtown. Arisa and Lulu are surprised with the crowd in the station building. It's understandable. The crowd is at least 3 times bigger than the one in Magayaba City when we departed. It's somehow like Haneda and Kansai airports before a superstar arrive, isn't it? Arisa expressed her impression. Shouldn't it be Narita for international airlines? The part where the crowd paid attention to the noble car and showed disappointment as they checked the last person who got off is also similar. It's not this smoke car, hey. Like I said. The one Temple Knight Sama is riding on should be coming from the direction of the imperial capital Tegaba. Judging from the conversation I heard from the crowd, it appears some temple knights will be coming from the imperial capital. They exterminated a hydra when they came before, I wonder what are they hunting this time. There's no news about strong monster recently, maybe the mayor invited them to make a triumphal return to their homeland. For the time being, all is good as long as they're not coming to fight us. Sato-san, looks like we should get off soon. Thank you, Zina-san. Since they've announced the permission to disembark, we also get down along with the other passengers. Here it comes. It's the smoke car from Tegaba City. The crowd who heard the whistle sound shook off the station attendants and rushed to the platform. Since it's dangerous, we wait a bit until the panic settles down a bit. After a while, a smoke car joined with a luxurious noble car arrived at the next platform. Welcome back. Star of Majiba. Long live Leile Sama. The crowd are cheering while waving. They somehow look similar to the people from the first half of Showa era. Thank you for welcoming us. A Wise Elkin knight carrying a great sword shouted so at the crowd and stepped aside. I am not really fond of such a welcome. Leile Sama, please understand that this is also a job for the temple knights. I heard such conversations with attentive ears skill. The one who appeared was not a Wise Elkin. It's a young Longier, Booch, kin woman with emerald eyes and straight blonde hair befitting of the expression white peach. She's a level 57 knight, and possesses flickering movement, dual wielding and similar skills. She also has wind magic skill. She's like someone's imitation, hey. Arisa muttered alone. Just like me, it seems she reminds Arisa of a heroine of a famous fantasy work where the setting is on a cursed island. It's probably due to the long ears peculiar to the Longier, Booch, kin she has and her straight blonde hair. The guards who entered the station creates a passage in the crowd, and then Lady Leile walks in it with a sharp face while leading the Weasel Knight's escort and echoing the clink-clank sounds of her armor. She might be more suited to fantasy than the forest girl. I drop a fist on Arisa who naturally dissed the female knight and wait the line to pass with the girls. Just as she passed on the passage in front of us, her equipment showed up on my AR reading. As I was reading it, my eyes met Lady Leile's. Leile Sama. Lady Leile walks toward here with her line of sight fixed at here. She's not minding her escort knight's bewilderment. You're not an ordinary person, right? Contrary to her cool voice, Lady Leile's eyes are lit with dangerous light. 15-6. Temple Knights. Satu's here. Going out of fashion is a cruel thing in the society. The end-of-century type of story that took the world by storm in my school era has become a thing of the past now. I guess the only one that I still see today is the story about a supreme ruler in the post-war end-of-century world. Are you pretending to not hear me? The lunch archon, Booch, temple knight whom we meet at the end of our smoke car trip, Lady Leile is glaring here with challenging eyes. Then, I'll say it again, you're not an ordinary person, right? While watching her face from the side, I look at the people around. The level 30 knights who are following her are prepared to cover her anytime, even while looking perplexed. The other guards and followers are dumbfounded by the sudden turn of event. Are you talking to me? Feigning ignorance is futile. You cannot elude my dragon eyes even if you slip into the crowd. Lady Leile points her finger at the bewildered Lady Karina triumphantly. An inexplicable atmosphere drift from the other girls besides Lady Karina. There's no one who can break this atmosphere since Arisa and Mia have quickly blocked Tama's and Poka's mouths. Looks like you're wearing some excellent recognition inhibition items that prevent appraisal. However, that's useless. My dragon eyes can precisely capture the sign of strong people. To explain her own skill like that, what a kind girl. I don't know on what basis that dragon eyes thingy judges someone as strong. If we're only talking about outward appearance, Liza has been looking strong ever since we came out of Siriuhu City's labyrinth, while the youth troupe, beginning with Tama and Poki, don't look strong at all since the start. Moreover, besides Poki and Arisa who are equipped with Thief God Harness, everyone is wearing the highest class of recognition inhibition magic tools, so Lady Karina and the other girls' situation are about the same. All the members who are present here have acquired magic power operation, except Lady Karina, so perhaps Lady Leile sensed it from the magic power leaking from her body? Further, I think the reason why Lady Karina hasn't been able to learn magic power operation is because Rika is just too convenient. It's only been several seconds, but it's about time for me to save her. Shouldn't Temple Knight Sama know the true identity of this person already? With the help of deception skill, I tried to befuddle Lady Leile. True identity? Leile Sama. Lady Leile only frowned in puzzlement, but it seemed one of the escort knights hid an answer as he ran up to her and whispered on her ear. The Crown Prince faction. Looks like they've interpreted my suggestive words as Crown Prince faction. They call him Crown Prince even though he's the Emperor's younger brother? Or so I thought, but the weasel merchant also referred to him as His Majesty instead of His Highness. Judging from the atmosphere, it seems there's a huge gulf between the Emperor and the Crown Prince. What are the Crown Prince faction doing in such a remote region? Don't tell me the butt of calamity is. Hey, don't murmur all these dangerous words. I've already had more than enough fill of such buds of calamity. Again. Muyu. Look now, you even made Arisa and Mia exchange tired looks. They're of rat and rabbit costumes faces though. Well now, I don't know what is this Crown Prince faction you're talking about. We were just having a fun journey using the smoke car. Being fussed over by the important people of the Empire like this is troubling. After I said that, Lady Leile scowls at me with a face that looks like it's saying Gununu. Fine then. Lady Leile catches the nape of my neck and continues speaking with her face close enough for us to kiss. Since it's across the Ratkin costume, the impregnable fortress pair, Arisa and Mia, are lenient about it. We cannot clash against the Crown Prince faction in front of the populace. However, the next time you show yourselves before us, I'll make you bathe in blood with this blue rose and red lily bestowed by His Majesty Emperor. Yes, we will bear it in mind. I boldly smiled at Lady Leile who threatened me in whisper. After a bit, Lady Leile thrusts me away. Receiving Lady Leile's anger, the stone floor of the station building is stamped by her soul prints. Looks like it'll become a new tourist attraction. While thinking like that, we teleport away after slipping into the crowd. Sato-san, are we going to continue the tour? Yes, it'll be fine if we just change our attires. The bud of calamity uttered by Lady Leile intrigued me, but I don't want to end this long-awaited vacation like this. Further, later I'm planning to give a one-to-one special lecture to Lady Karina, the impetus of that accident. Gao! It's Tiger Nanotasu. Tama and Poka, who have changed into tiger costumes that look like it'll be popular in Osaka, are taking poses with their hands up in the air. After the two were done, Zina-san went to change. Since Mia is also wearing the tiger costume, this time I'm the only one who's different with a grey-colored ratkin costume. Stripes, stripes. It looks like Mia, who likes stripped pattern, likes the costume next to the rabbit one. They say that white and green stripes are good, but since there's no tiger with such stripes even in another world, I gave up. This is the land of dream Disuwa. It's a really wonderful place, isn't it? Lady Karina and Lulu talk dreamily. We're currently going around the attractions in the amusement park of Majiba City. The line in every attraction was great, but since the park has a fast pass function similar to the land of a certain mouse, we've been going around, enjoying them at shortened time with the power of money. As a note, I had sold some diamonds and jewels for the needed money, Swen. Of course they're natural products from the labyrinth. One more. Master, free fall next would be good, so I propose. You two should go by yourselves next. I bluntly declined the appeal of Tama and Nana, who had become addicted to shriek-inducing attractions, but we can't. Master, can't we got together, so I ask. I can't possibly leave the two, who implored while looking like abandoned cats. Then, this will be the last time, okay? Let's go quickly, so I urge Master. With my hands pulled by Tama and Nana, we went toward the free fall queue. Poki and the others aren't going. Poki is already satisfied. Nanotasu. Me too, I've had enough of scary things. Disuwa. I was trying to increase my companion, but, not just Poki and Lady Karina, it seems everyone has had enough of shriek-inducing attractions. Afterward, I was finally released after accompanying them for 7 more times. Sato-san, we found something interesting. Master, it's called House of Mirrors. Zina-san and Lulu, who were resting at the bench, came inviting me. The two hold my arms with unusual assertiveness and pull me to the House of Mirrors. I somehow feels like a suspect taken by police. Please look, Tiger-san is everywhere no matter where you look at. Lulu said to me happily. If I had to say, I'd rather see Lulu's true appearance multiplied infinitely in the House of Mirrors. Sato-san, please look up. The top is reflecting too. I look up per Zina-san's words, our whole bodies are reflected on the top from sideway too. I don't know how it works. I don't think it's good to have the image of underwear shown in public like this, though I don't really care since we're in animal costumes. Arisa and Mia were waiting outside the House of Mirrors. Master, let's go to the haunted house. Horror. I went into the haunted house with the impregnable pair, whose ulterior motives were in plain sight, but it wasn't that scary. If anything, I feel that there were a lot of jack-in-the-box type of surprises. Cultural difference sure is cruel. Complicated. An attraction that requires an explanation for where is the scary part is not good. Just Arisa said, it's probably due to the cultural difference. Karina, let's spin and spin around more. Notice Wio. Yes, I won't lose. I rode on a questionable playground equipment that looked like both coffee cups and spinning attractions with Poki and Lady Karina, and then I'm riding a swan boat that goes around a pond with Liza in the end. This is quite difficult. There's no vehicle that operates by pedals in Shiga Kingdom after all. Liza pushes the pedal with serious expression on her face. And then, the water wheel behind the swan's wings begins to rotate and the boat advances forward. Liza, stop pedaling. The wind feels nice. Yes, it's very refreshing. Letting the boat advances by itself, I stretch myself on the boat's seat. Urged by me, Liza also relaxedly let her body rest on the boat's seat. Even though we've played with boats in the solitary island palace, some things feel different with a boat in a pond, don't you think? Yes, master. It somehow feels very relaxing. I think that's because I'm with the calm Liza. That healing time with Liza didn't continue for long. No. Attentive ears skill picked up mosquito-like small scream. Liza, I'm sorry but please take care of the boat. After telling that, I moved to where the scream was with short-range teleport without waiting for Liza's answer. It should be around here. It seems the opposite side of the amusement park is a slum. People wearing poor clothes are sitting on the sides of the dirty road, muttering something with vacant eyes. Simply looking at them is suffering. Don't come here. That way. I move to where the voices with ground shrink. It should be nearby. Light footsteps of a child above. Hey. A girl is falling down from an apartment-like building just when I look up. If this were a soft incorporated anime, this would have been the scene to start a 2-hour movie. I extend magic hand to catch the girl. Her bones would be broken if I caught her normally. She's around 7 to 8 year old. Roughly first or second year of primary school. She has bunny ears and a round tail. She's probably a bunnyerkin unless she's wearing a bunny ears accessory. Cross sword. I could hear a cool shout from the top of the apartment. I might have been charmed by the voice if it wasn't the command word for a technique. I block the downpouring red light slashes with I picked from the magic column. It's considerably weaker compared to Liza's magic edge cannon. The 2 slashes seem to be a rapid-fire type of technique. The after waves cut the apartments on the left and right, the slum populace scream. Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be any casualty. Killing steel brandish. The shadow who was jumping from the rooftop let out 2 light blades which tore the road. A radial crack runs on the ground, the broken asphalt are flying in the air. 2 swords are clad with red light on the other side of the dust cloud. The assailant jumped along with the scattered asphalt pieces. Judging from the speed, it must be flickering movement skill. It seems the assailant is wearing a dark brown overcoat with recognition inhibition function, although it's meaningless to me. Grass star tearing slash. The 2 swords emitting red light assault us from both sides. I repel the assailant's dual swords with the magic armor I produced on my right arm. I can't use my left arm since it's holding the child. Red sparks are scattered every time the magic armor touches the swords. I haven't taken off the rat costume. It's hard to fight unless I go for the win. I produced magic edge on the costume's claw to try destroying the assailant's swords. The assailant who sensed that took a distance away from me. Quite perceptive. The dark brown overcoat the other party was wearing fell down when they jumped. Eluding all 3 of my secret arts. The one standing on the other side of the dust cloud is the temple knight we met this afternoon, Lady Leile. You, even though the color is different, you were the ratkin who was beside the female ratkin this afternoon, weren't you? Her breath is rough. Looks like she's talking to buy the time needed to readjust her breath. As I thought, the Crown Prince faction has set their sight on the butt of Calamity too. I feel sorry for Lady Leile who looks triumphant, but I came to save her because I heard a girl scream by accident. I didn't have any intention to meddle in that kind of troublesome things. What are you going to do to this girl? Of course, I'm going to sever her life right here and now. The girl is surprised and shakes in my arm. According to AR reading, her level is only 2. And she has 3 gifts: Crisis Perception, Oracle, and Short-Range Teleport. She has no title. Summing up all the information I got in Weasel Empire so far, I think the Oracle skill is the main cause of someone getting called Bud of Calamity. Killing a young subject with my own hands is painful, but this too is for the sake of the Empire's peace. It's necessary to cut off the future anxiety here. What can this child possibly do? I've got the rough idea already, but I'd like to hear something more concrete from this seemingly loose-tongued girl. The very existence of that girl is a crime. Lament at the filthy peepers for the misfortune of having the skill carved onto you. My guess that the skill to channel God, Oracle, being the problem seems to be right after all. In a world where gods exist, is it all right for her to call them filthy peepers? I'm slightly worried while thinking that it's none of my business. For now I understand that this girl is in danger as long as she has the Oracle skill. Lady Leile fixes her posture, readying her dual swords. Her appearance makes me want to take a picture of her. Karina, AINANA. A blue meteor coming down from an apartment rooftop created a crater in front of Lady Leile. You, from that time Tigerkin. What does this mean? Blue luminous points reflected on my radar are lined up on top of an apartment. Apparently, everyone besides Lady Karina has gathered. Everyone is shining blue light and with coercion skill in full throttle. Impossible. Such masters in such a countryside. So the Crown Prince is really making use of the Hiro in Dejima labyrinth to mass-produce strong warriors. Moo. I'm bothered by making use of the Hiro. Rather than asking her the details, meeting the Hiro directly in Dejima Island seems faster. From our correspondence last time, it looks like he doesn't want Nanashi to visit them, so I probably should go as Satu. Leaving that aside, I have to close the curtain here soon. Withdraw from here. I urge Lady Leile, who's shaking in fear, to escape. Ate Temple Night does not retreat. Then, it can't be helped. I take out a magic sword clad with evil aura from my storage and execute coercion skill in full throttle. Next, I turn on the grim look preset of the animal costume, transforming into something that will appear in your nightmare if you see it once while you're in fear state. Lady Leile screamed briefly, drew back several steps, tangled her legs and fell on her back. Scary thing is scary even if you're level 57. Since the attack is worse than Wraith's and Lich's fear assaults, I guess it can't be helped. Bloodthirst projection skill acquired. Title 1 Who is Feared acquired. Title The Great King of Dread acquired. For some reason, I got some strange skill and titles. The Nostradamus Great Prophecy-like title slightly bothers me, but since it's not like anyone will see it anyway, it's all good. So this is it. Arissa, who heard Lady Leile's muttering of resignation, shouted, "If you're saying, the next line should have been kill me, don't you understand, but let's just ignore her. Well then, farewell. I'll take responsibility of this girl and take her out of the Empire." After telling that to Lady Leile, who was crying bitter tears, I moved to a safe house at a rural town in Oiagok Dukedom using unit arrangement. Of course, I went with all of my companions, not just with the girl. "You are you going to kill me?" That was the girl's first utterance once she had calmed down after I gave her a hot milk. Since I've healed her bruises and traces of abuse, and let her take a bath, she looks refreshed compared to when she was in Majiba slum. "I will not. I will give you 3 options." Option. Oops, I forgot that she's a child who doesn't understand difficult words. Choose one among 3, I mean. Once I corrected myself to make it easier to understand, it seemed the girl comprehended too. First, live in a temple as an oracle Maiko in Shiga Kingdom. Maiko. They're the people who are tasked to convey the words of gods to the populace, like this person here. I explained while showing the vision of the former head Maiko of Tinyan Temple, currently a maid apprentice, Lily, to her. Pretty. The girl stares at Lily's image with glittering eyes. The second choice, concede the power of Oracle to someone else and go back to your hometown. It's normally impossible, but if we use the unique skill of Demon Lord Shizuka, it's possible to transfer this girl's Oracle skill to someone else. Concede. I mean, giving up the Oracle power. The girl tilts her head in puzzlement with complicated look. She doesn't seem to understand well. The third choice, live in an orphanage in Shiga Kingdom, and once you've grown big enough, you either discard the oracle power and go back to your hometown, or live as an oracle Miko. I don't really understand. It's hard to explain things to a child. Geez, this is hard to watch. Leave this to Arisa-chan. Arisa, who appeared proudly with jerked chin, sits on my lap. I tried to put her down since there was plenty of space left on the sofa, but she resisted more intensely than I thought. You shouldn't fight, okay? It's not a fight. It's just a kind of endearment. Arisa replied back to the girl with a triumphant smile. Now then, continuing from before. Going back home or having lots of meals, which one you want? Meals. The girl answered without any hesitation. On the corner of my vision, I saw the Beastkin girls nodded with serious expressions on their faces. You can play with other children but you can only eat a little, or you can eat a lot of meals but you have to work, which one you want? Meals, a lot. It's an immediate answer too this time. You heard that? It seems this child wants to become an apprentice at Lily's place in Duchy capital. I felt awkward since it somehow felt like we deceived an innocent child, but we ended up entrusting the girl to Tinyan Temple in the Duchy capital. Of course, they wholeheartedly welcomed an addition to the valuable Oracle Miko. Just in case, household of Duke Mitsukuni will be her guardian. She's wearing the translation ring from the elf village, so she can talk in Shiga language without problem. She's probably going to learn Shiga language naturally during the course of her training. It's about time to rest Disuwa. You can't, Karina-sama. There's still 5 magic power potion left. When I indifferently told the complaining Lady Karina about the remaining potion, her expression became miserable and then she shifts her imploring glance at Rika that's emitting light on my forehead. Do your best, Karina-dono. Rika encouraged her with a subdued voice. Even Rika-san. Now, Karina-sama. I'll add more magic power potion if you don't continue. So cruel Disuwa. We restart the magic power operation training while Lady Karina looks like she's about to cry. It's just a simple training where she has to cut an adamantite pillar with a magic wooden sword filled with magic power. Tama and Poka, who peeked from behind a nearby tree like a totem pole, are secretly cheering for Lady Karina. Looking closer, it seems the other girls are also watching over the special training. Further, she had drank 27 more magic power potions by the time she learned magic power operation. 15-7. Dejima Island. Satu's here. When I hear the word sailing ship, it reminds me of a great game where the actual sea chart changed depending on whether you believe on the report or not. In order to prove which one was more interesting, I played the game all night with a friend who also remembered the game of the Age of Exploration. Ship. Master, there's a ship in the distance, Notisu. Hearing the report from Tama and Poka through the speaking tube, the brownie who's steering the ship lowers the control lever of the aerodynamic engine. With that, the sailing altitude of the ship got lowered and the ship landed on the water with a slight impact. It's been a while, isn't it, going with this ship? You're right. This is an unfortunate ship that hadn't got its turn after the journey from Baruinan Forest to Shiga Kingdom's trade city. Since it's installed with an aerodynamic engine even though it's of low-altitude model, I couldn't lend it to other people. I wonder if Hayato and the others are fine. Oh, they're fine. I answered Arisa, who seemed worried after glancing at the hero's status shown on the marker column of the map. There's no status abnormality nor extreme physical drop. We're heading toward Dejima Island in order to meet the hero. I was slightly worried about him after hearing from Lady Leile, the temple knight in Majiba City, that he might be being used by the Crown Prince's plot. We're riding on a sailing ship instead of an airship since this is not an official work of the Tourism Ministry. We were forbidden from going to the Weasel Empire, but to ensure the safety of the princess and the airship as a pretext, I got the permission to have a vacation and do a Hero's Symphony call personally. The wonderful thing is that Tourism Ministry personnel are still paid monthly on vacations. The fantasy world, or rather, the noble community, is quite flexible. Further, the entourage members of the tourism ministry are currently socializing at Pendragon Mansion at the royal capital in my place. Their main purpose is to popularize shared information that are not confidential and unusual things and dishes we got in our visits in the various small kingdoms. Since we can easily meet them if we go to the solitary island palace, it doesn't really feel like we're apart. Xena-san stays behind to guard the princess and Sira, but Lady Karina is going with us for the purpose of her retraining. It's shaking once we're out on the open sea. Can't be helped, it's a small ship after all. This ship's displacement is only about 100 tons. It's probably quite small for this world's seafaring ships. How long does it take until we reach Dejima Island? I guess around 3 hours. Jet, that's too long. Arisa grumbled while looking fed up. If you don't like the shaking, you should take shelter in the solitary island palace. Let me take you up on that offer. There's no problem since the brownies are steering the ship. Since all of them are wearing sailor uniforms and sailor hats, it feels like elementary schoolers are leading though. Master, is there any tuna around here? Unfortunately, it seems there's none in this sea area. We can take the ship offshore later if you are worried about the tuna stock. Yes. Thank you very much. When I promise her that, Lulu shows a shining smile that won't lose to the sunshine. Master, I found a heap of birds at the port side. Liza is staring at me with glistening eyes. She must be waiting for my permission. You can go hunt them, but be careful not to be noticed by the ships ahead. Yes, I will be flying on the surface of the sea. Liza runs on the sea surface while holding a spear. She's carrying a harpoon for throwing since she's going in a hunt. I saw Liza changed her flight course in the middle of the way and threw the harpoon at the birds. Looks like she got a lot. Since I'm planning to have our lunch on Dejima Island today, let's use those birds for dinner. Master, the water gate is opening, so I inform. Nana is pointing at a heavy-looking stone gate which protects Dejima Island's bay opening. According to the map's information, that stone gate appears to be a big golem. Something's coming. There are people riding on top of the rays Notisu. A herd of flying rays which look like flying fish appeared from the gap of the opened gate, flying on the surface of the sea. There are silver screws on their heads, the same magic tools that are used to manipulate monsters I've been seeing a lot. Sealkin and Gilman soldiers are riding on their backs. Looks like they belong to the Administration Bureau of Dejima Island. 5 of the rays go around our ship. Tama and Poka, who are sitting on top of the mast as a watch, are chasing them with their eyes, going round and round happily. One of the rays jumped onto the deck, and a strong-looking Gilman soldier landed on the deck after rotating stylishly once in the air. He's somewhat cool despite having the head of a fish. I'm Guz of Dejima Island Harbor Authority. Cannons of ships entering the harbor will have to be stamped. Who's the captain here? This ship has no cannon, but since normally a seafaring ship has several magic cannons equipped, telling him that there's 0 here will make it suspicious instead. I extend my magic hand toward the part of the deck on his blind spot and then put 2 samples of magic cannon covered with cloth from my storage. I'm the captain. The ship's magic cannons are over there, the 2 covered in cloth. Just 2. I nod at the soldier who looks suspiciously. Because more than that is unnecessary. I gave a sign at Liza with a hand gesture while saying that. Liza took the harpoon that was getting dried on the deck and lightly shot magic edge cannon at the horizon beyond. We can repulse any monster as long as she's with us. After seeing Liza's technique, the soldier's mouth and gills were opening and closing greatly, then after a while he said, it's fine then," stamped the 2 magic cannons with trembling hands, and left the deck. Come to think of it, it was a legendary technique or something. We follow the soldiers and advance the ship into the bay where a lot of boats are anchored. Trumpet! Mia muttered while tilting her head. It's true, I hear sound of a trumpet out of nowhere. The melody sounds kind of sorrowful, but it's quite good. It seems a fat ratkin wearing gaudy clothes is playing it on top of the lighthouse at the end of the bay. The small boat of the harbor staff has come. Will enter the harbor in accordance to their flags. Please. Since the harbor is crowded with big ships, I entrust it to the skillful brownie to steer the ship. Have we finally entered the harbor? Arisa, who heard that we had entered the harbor, came back and looked restlessly at the surrounding ships. Saga Empire, Holy State Parian, Garlean Alliance, there sure are a lot of ships from various countries. Master, does that paddle steamer belong to Weasel Empire? Arisa pointed at a black-colored big ship and asked. That's a Saga Empire's magic boat. The Weasel Empire's ship is that sailing ship with the oars. That's unexpected. Checking the map, it seems the oars aren't rowed by slaves but small-sized living dolls and medium-sized golems. Is that volcano a labyrinth? That's right. Arisa points at an islet inside the bay. It's raising white smoke similar to the Sakurajima in peacetime that I saw when I was touring Kyushu. It seems there's no lodging facilities on the islet. Small boats boarded by people who look like explorers are shuttling between the main Dejima island and the islet. Arrived. Landing Nanodasu. Tama and Poka, who are wearing sailor uniforms like the brownies, descend on the tramp with shut-in poses. Are we going to meet Hayato first today? The hero seems to be in the labyrinth still, so first I'll be going to meet the Crown Prince at last. Guessing from the rotation of my regular communications with the hero so far, he's probably going to come out of Dejima Labyrinth in 2 to 6 days. I already know from the map that the Crown Prince is away from Dejima Island, but if I don't at least try to do a courtesy call, they'll deem me as impolite, so I can't ignore it. The president of Noroino firm who has promised to meet me as Kuro is still at the imperial capital even now, so it seems there's still some time left. Judging from his stamina that keeps depleting, it seems he's running around everywhere to meet my demand instead of slacking off. Gi. Darii Nanodasu. Using the mast, a simple crane lowers our carriage, and I've asked Mia and Lulu to pull 2 horses down the ramp. The simple crane is operated manually by Nana and Lady Karina's human power. The current Nana should be able to lower the carriage with her magic arm, but it seemed she wanted to imitate the simple cranes of the surrounding ships, so she didn't use force art. Master, we've prepared the carriage. In front of Lulu, who's acting as the coach after a long while, the cart horses, Gi and Darii, snorted. They seem to be eager to do their long-awaited turns. It might be unexpectedly because of the fodders I made that I gave them before this hat, no way. Still, it's as lively as the trade city in Shiga Kingdom, isn't it? Eel. Now that you've said it, that means grilled eel Nanodasu. Tama and Poka said that while staring at the stalls for the port workers. There's no such stall perhaps, they wanted to say melting pot of races? Master, then we will be off. Master, wait for good news so I tell. I'm counting on you, Liza, Nana. Liza and Nana, who are wearing formal dresses, look fresh. I've asked the 2 to send a letter asking for a meeting that I wrote to the Dejima Islands administration. Liza and Nana ride on the carriage that Lulu operates. Nana is at her own pace, but Liza, who rarely rode a carriage, looks a bit tense. Then, we'll be going. Once you're done with it, meet us at the inn with red rooftop in the square in front of the Administrator Bureau building, we'll be staying there. Yes, understood. I told Lulu about the inn, which I had checked beforehand with clairvoyance. I waved my hands at the carriage that had begun to dash. Shellfish skewers, delish. The shellfish mussel is crunchy and tasty Nodasu. It'd have been tastier if you put soy sauce on it, too bad Disuwa. I've taken the youth troop and Lady Karina along to the wharf for the small boats of the explorers. I just wanted to collect some information and snack a little, but... Mwu, gear. Is that a crystal gear? Stalls selling junks gotten in the labyrinth are lined up here. There's a lot of things made of crystals which piqued Mia's interest. Since the stalls are also buying things instead of just selling, heated negotiations between explorers and shopkeepers can be seen here and there. Oi, 300 Swen, you said, that's too low for Iatsopista. The market is oversupplied since the Administration Bureau has decreased their spending. I'll buy it for 310 swen. Make it 500 swen at least. If that's no good then I'll sell to Noroino firm with the other junks. Oi, don't lump me with the rip-off shop of that weasel guy. Aren't ya Tanuki guy yourself? You're not that different. It seems the Tanuki shopkeeper is mad at the human explorer's words, he's threatening him with bared fangs. On the opposite side, a sealkin doctor and a lizardkin explorer is disputing about magic potions. Oi, doc! What the hell is this magic potion? Han? Wasn't that the muscle reinforcement medicine I sold ya a while ago? You heard it, right? Yet in its way effective. My offensive power did rise greatly once I drank the magic potion. Ain't that good? Yet it is if only blood didn't gush out of my arms and stopped me from even holding a sword after the battle was over, that is. We ran away from the labyrinth with our life on the line. The sealkin doctor smoothly evades the explorer who tried to grab his collar. His gleaming body looks elastic like it's been plastered with oil. I did wrote the instruction right? It may affect the users after battle, please be advised, there. Like I can read. A brawny tigerkin soldier who happens to pass by seems to be trying to mediate the explorer who's still trying to catch the doctor. The merchants here somehow feel like the diminutive version of the weasel merchants I happened to see in Shiga Kingdom. Hey, do you have any interesting tool? Han? You're wearing some good clothes, you a daughter of noble. Yes, that's right. When Arissa combed her hair upward in front of a gnome's stall, the other girls imitated her and took the pose of combing hair upward. The stall keeper's eyes were deprived not by the children but by the movement of the breast of Lady Karina, who took the pose too. It's not of amorous nature, his face somehow looks like he's seen some unpleasant things. Looks like they don't match the aesthetic sense of gnomes who have round barrel-like figures. Master! Look at this, look at this! Arissa pulled me to a stall with music boxes and spring-powered toys. The shopkeeper said that they're magic tools, but they're all extremely common tools. And, the thing that Arissa found was not those. Figurine. Yes. And it's even Yamato-kun from Tennis X Hero. I heard that name before, right? It's the protagonist of the shounen manga that Hikaru likes. Can I ask you where you got this? Course it's from the Phantasmal Labyrinth. Bought it from my regular customer, an adventurer. Think he said that he found it in a grey illusory town inside the labyrinth. I thought it was something sold by a teleport person of the past to raise money, that doesn't seem to be the case. Master, perhaps there's a place that connects that volcanic island and former world somewhere in Japan. Arissa told me while grasping her fist. However, if such a convenient thing does exist, the hero should have said something during our regular communication. I was going to say that to Arissa, but I lost to the homesickness in Arissa's eyes and didn't put it into words. Instead, I speak these words. It's probably going to be a while before the hero come out of the labyrinth. Do you want to enter the labyrinth for a bit? Yai. Way. Winning the case Nanodasu. NN, exploration. Following after Arissa, who was pleasantly surprised, the children jumped happily, while Lady Karina, who missed her chance, was shifting her gaze between me and the children restlessly. I grip a Weasel Empire's gold coin into the shopkeeper's hand, and ask about the information about the labyrinth explorer they recalled adventurers in Weasel Empire who sold him the figurine. The shopkeeper was hesitating at first, but once I asked the price of his goods, the figurines and music boxes, and bought them, he let it all out like an oiled cog. The adventurer in question can't be found with the map search. He's probably currently exploring in another map, the Phantasmal Labyrinth. Some unfamiliar voices called out to me while I was writing the information I got into the exchange column's memo pad. Hey! Sato. And there's Honey-chan too. I turn around and see people who shouldn't have been in this place. 15-8. Dejima Island, 2. Sato's here. Talking with a friend you haven't met for a long time until you lose sense of time. When both of you laugh it off since neither remember who's the other one after talking for a long time, I wonder if that's also a form of beauty. Tiger ears. It's the wolf ear person Nanodesu. The ones behind us are the hero's followers, Rusus and Fifi. Since I barely got in contact with them in the duchy capital, it would have been bad if I didn't have the information from AR reading. Why are these girls who should have been in the labyrinth with Hayato here? Oh wah, that's some terrible injuries. Arisa becomes speechless after seeing the two's bodies. Rusus has lost her knee to below and her right arm, while Fifi's right leg has disappeared to near the pelvic. Her right eye patch doesn't seem to be a fashion but something to protect the eye that has lost its eyeball. We made a slight blunder in our fight with the demon lord you see. We're hanging around here since we're useless in battle until the artificial arms and legs arrive from Saga Empire. Rusus and Fifi ridiculed themselves with light tones. Limb loss is not something that rare in Labyrinth City Selbra, but as vanguards of the hero party, measures should have been taken by all means to recover them. Did something happen to Lori-sama? I uttered the name of the holy magic quiet type big-breasted beauty in the hero party. She should be capable to recover limb loss, but if she had died, then perhaps they're low on elixirs. That girl is still with Hayato. With Rin and Mary too. I'm bothered that they didn't mention Miss Wiyurai the long-earkin archer. You two, this is not something to talk about in this traffic. There was a girl with short stature behind them, I didn't see her before since she was hidden by the two's heights. According to AR reading, she's also one of the hero's followers, Nono the secretary. I often talked with her in our telecommunications, but she feels different than during the calls. She's unexpectedly short, her height is about between Arisa and Lulu. Her face matches her age and her body line is undulated enough, so she's probably never mistaken for a child. Viscount Pendragon, please forgive our rudeness. Nono, who's more expressionless than Nana, bows her head and apologizes to me. It seems there's a custom to bow one's head when you apologize in Saga Empire. In order to continue the talk, or rather, to hear the present situation of Hayato and the others, we went with them to the inn they're staying. Gi. There's dairy too, Nodesu. NN, correct. The children are looking at a carriage with the Pendragon House crest. I can't see Lulu anywhere, but according to the map, it seems she's in the rest area where the coachmen gather. You're right. Maybe that building is the administration office. I nod to Arisa's question. Can you tell Lulu that we're in this inn? NN, understood. I was asking Tama, but the one answered was Mia, who beat her flat chest full of confidence. I let Mia be the messenger and asked Tama and Poka to go with her just in case. Demon Lord's curse. Yes, we were unable to lift the curse even with the wish ring. When I asked the reason why they couldn't recover Rusus's and Fifi's limb loss, the hero's secretary Nono told me that it was because of the Demon Lord's curse. There's no curse status on the girl's AR reading. I'll get embarrassed if you stare that much, Naya. Want to rub them? Rusus is embarrassed, Fifi lifts her breasts from below. Looks like they misunderstood me staring at their chests. Fifi seems to like to tease people younger than her. Why you can't? That's right, you can't Desuwa. Arisa and Lady Karina catch my arms from right and left. Leaving Arisa's side aside, I can feel blissful sensation from the arm Lady Karina caught. It's a misunderstanding. I'm merely intrigued by this curse. Demon Lord's curse is not something that can be seen. Although, the dragon eyes of a true dragon might be able to see through the curse. By dragon eyes, it's the thing Leile the temple knight has. I tried if I could see the miasma by using the same trick I used to obtain the spirit seer skill. I wasn't expecting anything, but I can see something black wriggling at the edge of my view. Miasma seer skill acquired. I immediately activated the skill and saw chains of black mist-like things binding Rusus and Fifi. That's probably the miasma demon lord's curse. I feel that I can get rid of them if I touch them directly, but since hex-like things are located directly on top of their hearts, it's hard to do it without telling them the reasons. I'll consult with Arisa and the others later for the best timing. Once they're released from the curse, Loria should be able to restore their limbs with holy magic. The Demon Lord has joined hands with the Dungeon Master. Yes, we're convinced of that after the last battle with the Demon Lord. Before that, we thought that the Demon Lord himself was the Dungeon Master. Secretary Nono told us about the present situation of Hayato and the others. The Rat Demon Lord escaped with teleportation in our first 2 encounters, and then we planned to seal teleportation for the 3rd encounter and crush it to death. We used the magic-eating binding chain, an artifact from the Age of Gods, to seal his magic power, and then we just needed to defeat him but... Rusus and Fifi talked about their 3rd battle with the Demon Lord. Still, the Demon Lord here isn't a weasel but a rat. I was convinced that it was a weasel somehow. When the Demon Lord emitted purple light, he took out weapons from Hiro's country called Mason Gun and Claymore and went on a rampage. Really, we never thought he had such hidden tricks besides the transformation. I thought I'd die. At that time, we and WI were seriously injured. We'd have died if Hayato wasn't there. According to the 2, while the magic-eating binding chain was active, any magic, be it support magic or magic defense, were all nulled. It seems only Heroes and Demon Lords' unique skills that could be activated during that time. It appears this magic-eating binding chain is far more powerful than the magic eater the Weaselkin used in the war with Makiwa Kingdom. The magic eater is probably an inferior version recreated in present time. Nevertheless, Hayato managed to corner it to the limit, but then monsters suddenly flooded into the room from the exit and the Demon Lord escaped during that chance. Hey, from that story, it wouldn't be strange for the Demon Lord to be the Dunmas, right? Arisa asked Rusus, who looked frustrated. The Demon Lord didn't touch the dungeon core, you see. Your Highness Arisa, a dungeon master has to touch the dungeon core in order to manipulate the labyrinth. The Secretary Nono added Rusus's explanation. They got the information from someone who was once a dungeon master. Nono was being vague, but from the nuance, it seemed that either some past hero or their follower was a dungeon master. Shouldn't you just need to destroy the core first then? That's impossible, Honey-chan. Right, we'd have done it if we could. Rusus and Fifi denied Arisa's question while smiling wryly. You can't interfere the dungeon core as long as the dungeon master isn't defeated. Famu, I've touched a fake core in the Ivy Mansion in the Labyrinth City Selbra, but it appears the real dungeon core is something like a shadow. In other words, from now on you need to defeat both the Demon Lord and the Dungeon Master, right? Yes, it's impossible with our current force, but we've requested reinforcements from Saga Empire. According to Secretary Nono, Dejima Island's phantasmal labyrinth greatly branches in the middle layer on top of having its layout change every time, thus finding the Demon Lord and the dungeon monster that are located in the lowest layer requires a lot of manpower. Arisa, who's sitting beside me, is pulling my sleeve. When I turn to her, Arisa's large eyes are glittering. I nod at her. We will cooperate too. Our power might not be enough to defeat the Demon Lord, but it might be what's needed to curb the Dungeon Master of the Phantasmal Labyrinth. If the reinforcements from Saga Empire prove to be useful, we can just change with them then. Even without them, Hayato should be able to easily defeat the Demon Lord as long as there's no obstacle. After all, it looks possible for Hayato to defeat the Demon Lord if the Dungeon Master doesn't interfere. Then let us perform that plan if Hayato-sama approves of it once he's back. Yes, we wish to express our gratitude for Viscount Pendragon's cooperation. Secretary Nono worked on the details as to how we're cooperating to search for the Dungeon Master, but left the final decision to Hayato. Satu and Honey-chan, what are you going to do until then? In order to grasp the Phantasmal Labyrinth's atmosphere, we're planning to enter it lightly on a day trip. The maze in that labyrinth changes frequently, so be careful, okay? Rusus exchanged such talks with Arisa. If this were a game, it'd have been the 100-floor dungeon to enjoy, but when you're actually thrust to capture it in real life, it's most troublesome. It seems Hayato also had a hard time searching in the middle layer and beyond until the magic item, offered by the Weaselkin, that could point at the direction of the demon lord came. Rusu's and Fifi's ears are twitching. At the same time, my attentive ears skill picked up the noise outside the inn. What's happening? It sure is noisy outside. Fifi nimbly gets up and goes to the window with a wand in hand. Airships of Weasel Empire? And the three of them are of the high-speed destroyer type. Fifi mutters while looking up at the sky. Secretary Nono, who hears it, stands up in surprise. The Crown Prince seems to be visiting the imperial capital after all. Maybe some political disturbance has happened in the Weasel Empire's capital? Opening the map, I see that there's a person with marker riding on that airship. Why is she at this place? Political disturbance might be really happening in the central. I heard noisy sounds of someone running up the stairs, and then a big-breasted woman wearing Saga Empire's civil official clothes rushed into the room without knocking. She's never introduced her name, but it seems she's one of Saga Empire's officials who are stationed in Dejima Island working to support Secretary Nono. Oh no, Nono-sama. Big-breasted Aide-san hardened slightly. She probably remembered that there were guests when she saw us. What is it? Why yes. Actually. Urged by Nono, big-breasted Aide-san recovered from her freeze and opened her mouth to report, but an intruder showed up faster than she could. Please wait. You're in the way, move aside. Someone wearing Saga Empire clothing outside the door resisted till the end, but a woman in armor forcibly pushed him away. Are you Saga Empire's hero? Pleased to meet you, I am one of the temple knights under direct control of His Majesty the Emperor, Leile. The one introducing herself while staring at me is the level 57 temple knight we met in Weasel Empire's Majiba City. Leaving aside her incomprehensible pose, it appears she has wrongly guessed me as Hiro Hayato after seeing my black hair. "K, it's the Kukro-san," Arisa muttered. Even though Lady Leile never uttered Koros, kill me, even when she was cornered, it seems Arisa's mind has made up to give her Kukro-san nickname. She didn't figure it out right. All is fine, Karina Dono. You're heavily guarding it. Since Lady Karina asked Rika nervously in whisper, I stand up from the chair, and walk a step forward to hide her from Lady Leile's line of sight. Nice to meet you, Leile-sama. I'm Viscount Satobe Pendragon of Shiga Kingdom. At Shiga Kingdom. I lightly cleared her misunderstanding and introduced myself. Lady Leile, who had become aware of her misunderstanding, froze in surprise. Rusus and Fifi are openly showing their wariness as they grab the handles of largish knives behind the cushions. Nono stands beside me with a firm manner. Temple Knight Dono, Hiro Hayato-sama is currently inside the phantasmal labyrinth to defeat the demon lord. Temple Knight Dono wouldn't have wasted her time in vain if you had just informed us beforehand. She was saying it politely, but she clearly reproved Lady Leile's visit without an appointment. Is that so? Then it can't be helped. Lady Leile muttered without even being aware that she was getting reproved. Her glare, which was pointed at the air, turned to me. Hey, you! Have we met somewhere? There is no way that I would forget an encounter with such a beauty as you. Just where have we met, I wonder? While putting both my hands on Lady Leile's hand, I befuddled the matter with a line from some smooth talker. I could have said, we've never met before, since I was in Ratkin costume when I met her, but since the deception and crisis perception skills told me that telling a lie would be dangerous, I decided to take the question-dodging route. Let go, how filthy! Lady Leile brushed my hand away and glared at me like looking at a dirt. Apparently, she's a clean freak. Arisa is wiping my hand with a handkerchief while saying, it really is. Please stop provoking her. My dragon eyes tell me. I've absolutely met you guys somewhere before. Perhaps it was in Shiga Kingdom's royal capital? Sorry, but we've just arrived here at Dejima Island, so we've yet to attend any ball or banquet here. Lady Leile said so with eyes full of conviction. Normally you'd have resigned here, but since her eyes are relatively bad, I'll just deceive her. Lady Karina, whose sweating waterfall behind me is a reason for anxiety, but Arisa and Mia should be doing something about her. And then, a male temple knight I saw in the Weasel Empire before rushed in. It's the escort knight of Lady Leile. Leile-sama. Oh? You're late. Contrary to the desperate escort knight, Lady Leile replied normally while still not letting her eyes away from me. It looks like the hero is not here. Rather than that, have you ever seen this black-haired kid? No, I haven't. Is that so? That's strange. Losing her vigor after hearing the escort knight, Lady Leile was dragged away by the other knights who came later. Everyone, you might have taken offense from Leile-sama's impoliteness, but we beg your forgiveness. The leader-kun of the escort knights apologized for their master, and left after saying that they would formally apologize later. Somehow it seems like they'll barge into the battle with the Demon Lord too. Isn't that fine? There'll be additional forces then. Well, yet. Let them get stylishly beaten by the Demon Lord and become heroes and our stepping stones. Secretary Nono showed a dark smile and said that would be nice to reply Arisa's dark remark, and then both of them are laughing ho 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 together. The two's eyes aren't laughing. Lady Karina and even Rusus and Fifi look scared. Delish! Amazing! Rusus and Fifi highly praised the carriage Lulu made. After the disturbance with Lady Leile, my companions and the house-sitting group of the hero party met up, and then we had a party in a reserved room of the high-class inn. Of course, Lulu's dishes are amazingly amazing. Notisu. Tama and Poka, who saw Rusus and Fifi praising the dishes, asserted vigorously, stepping forward on top of the table. It's really good. This red sour fruit is especially nice. Which one do you want next? Then, please get the rod-shaped vegetable with meat wrapped around it. Miss Wiyarai, the long-earkin archer, enjoyed the tomato dish. The reason Secretary Nono is diligently looking after her is because she's lost her limbs in the fight with the Demon Lord. There are other aides here, but it seems Nono personally takes care of her. The two seem to be close. Asparagus meat roll is tasty, so I tell. Muyu, Sukiyaki. Nana nodded with Miss Wiyarai's choice. Mia raised an objection, telling that the sukiyaki is better. Looks like Mia still dislikes dishes with a lot of oil even though she's able to eat meat now. Here comes the main. Yay! Nanodesu. Arisa and the others who saw the main dish that appeared on the door raised their voices in joy. Thank you for waiting. The main dish is a whole roast cow. Liza and Lulu put the huge plate on the middle of table. Even though I know that they have mighty strength due to their levels, seeing young girls carrying whole roast of a 1-ton class cow, that's impossible even for men with good builds to carry, is quite an unrealistic scene. The reason why we're serving meat even though we're in a port town is because it was the request of the hero's staff who had gotten bored of fish. Well, my companions like meat more than fish too. Master, here you go. Thank you, Liza. Liza put a plate with the spoil from the scramble for the whole roast front of me. Yup, it's good. Liza too, eat it too before it's gone. Yes, then I'll kindly accept. Liza jumps into the scramble, battlefield, with eyes of a warrior. The whole roast's shape changed in an instant into bones so clean it probably wouldn't be sufficient to even make soup stock. Now then, now that I'm full, I'll finish the thing I have to do before going into the labyrinth. 15-9. Phantasmal Labyrinth. Satu's here. I think I first learned yobai from a manga about nobles of Heian era. The figures of the main character of a shoujo manga who shouted molester and kicked the head of a noble, and the dumbfounded expression of the kicked noble left an impression on me. Good evening, thieves here. Stop saying unnecessary things. After whacking the head of Arisa, who's dressed up like a thief, I walk to the bedside where Miss Wiyarai is sleeping. This somehow feels indecent, like I'm a man doing yobai. I'm not intruding a woman's room in the middle of the night to do lewd things. It's to restore the limbs of Hiro's companions. Advanced mind magic is amazing, isn't it? You can prank them all you want. Arisa says some impolite thing while poking the long ear of Miss Wee who's in a deep sleep. Miss Wee isn't the only one sleeping, everybody in the inn including the Hiro's party has all fallen asleep. Still, you wouldn't need to make them sleep if you just used geese to keep it a secret, you know. It's less troublesome this way, right? Moreover, my purpose is restoring their limbs, I don't intend to make them indebted to me. Let's begin. While rejecting the idea, I put Miss Wee onto a transparent bed made from magic mold and ask Arisa to take off her clothes. Of course I've asked her to cover her with a cloth since we're not going to do anything perverted. First, I'll cleanse the miasma. I activate miasma seer and look at Miss Wee's stumps. I can see ominous black mist coming from the stumps binding Miss Wee's body. I've taken off her cloth in order to see her whole body, but during the activation of the miasma seer, my view becomes like a negative film on top of being monochrome, so there's nothing lewd to it at all. I tear off the miasma, aka the demon lord's curse, like untying entangled thread. It was quite firm and complexly intertwined, but I succeeded in about 10 minutes. Collecting samples. I reproduce Miss Wee's limbs from the blood collected from her. With advanced force magic, cloning is not a problem even without the pluripotent cell as long as it's from the person themselves, though people who know the particulars from modern science will probably look at it scrutinizingly. As expected of fantasy. Reopening the wound. Using magic edge extended from my finger, I cut the stump and reopen the wound. It'll be dangerous if she bleed too much, so I press the wound with a transparent cover made from force magic mold. Lost limb, rejoining. Once I press the limb I made earlier on the stump and sprinkle an elixir on it, it's stickied properly. Using the advanced soul magic perfect possession, I posses Miss Wee and check the connected arm. Success. Oh wow, I thought she woke up. I inadvertently talked with Miss Wee's mouth since I was too delighted for the success. I go back to my original body and apologize to Arisa. Sorry, I forgot to come back. Let's continue, Arisa. Okay. I connected Miss Wee's remaining limbs and then went around to restore Rusu's and Fifi's lost limbs. Of course, I had also restored Fifi's eye. Next, let's just leave a letter. I put a letter with Hiro Nanashi's signature regarding the limb loss restoration and the way to rehabilitate for them afterward on Secretary Nono's bedside. Once we got back to our room, I released the magic, called the girls who had evacuated to the solitary island palace back here, and then we slept in the bed. Satu. It's serious. Get up. This is serious. Early in the morning, Rusu's and Fifi rushed into my room half naked. They're only wearing low-rise pants and short shirts with exposed navels. The lively dynamic movement is peculiar to no bra. Good morning. Rusu-san, Fifi-san, you too, what happened to those arms and legs? While pretending to be surprised, I get up from the bed and walk toward the two. Nana and the children in the bed raised their heads while rubbing their eyes. In addition, Liza, who has already woken up, is swinging her spear in the courtyard, while Lulu seems to be doing morning exercise beside her. They were already restored when we got up this morning. We thought you did something. The two who are in high tension caught my arms and swung them up and down. I'm troubled where to see due to the masses that are swinging together with the arms. You two are fast. Miss Wee showed up from behind them. She looks unsteady, it seems her limbs are still weak. As she stagger, I extend my hands to support her. Thank you, Satu. Even the calm Miss Wee seems to be happy with her restored limbs. She's overflowing with smiles. By the way, did Satu cause this miracle? After saying that, Miss Wee hugs me without even waiting for my reply. She's the least sexy member of the Hiro party, but it appears she's simply the type who looks slender in clothing. Wait. What are you doing to Master? Muyu, guilty. The impregnable fortress pair tried to crawl out of the bed, but it seems they're still sleepy. They can't move well. What are you doing this early in the morning? Secretary Nono scolded the three with a sharp expression. Despite being early in the morning, she's properly wearing her uniform, huh? Nono, skirt. You forgot it, you know. Famu, so Nono has reached the age where she wants to seduce youngsters. Nono couldn't understand what the three were talking about and had a face that seemed like there was a question mark above her head, but her face turned red when she looked below. I am sorry, I'll go fix it right away. Nono screamed and rushed out. Apparently, she has airhead element too. Nono, who came back after a while, told the three girls that it was Hiro Nanashi who restored their limbs, and the morning uproar came to an end. It's such a shame. Are you still going on about that? I mean, it's a chance to increase Master's sympathizers. Arisa grumbled when we were on the ferry boat going to the islet where the labyrinth is. What am I going to do with having sympathizers in the first place? Only the members of Team Pendragon, including Lady Karina, are going to the labyrinth. Rusus and the others are doing rehabilitation in the training school at the verge of the town. They said that they would return to form before the hero came back. Arisa, leave it at that. Rivals unnecessary. Liza reproved Arisa. Mia nodded at her. The ferry boat arrived at the labyrinth islet when we were talking as such. Fish. There's a lot of small fish, Nanotasu. From the wharf you can see a school of sardine-like fish swimming in the sea. Feels like you can get a lot just by casting a net. Oi, you guys over there, new faces, right? A rugged middle-aged man who looked like a fisherman came over to us. You're being rude to Master. Liza points her magic spear at the man. Whoops, what a scary Annie-chan. Lower your spear, I ain't here to pick a fight. The middle-aged man took a surrendering pose at the threatening Liza and stepped back one step. The labyrinth entrance is over there, but first-timer must go to that Adventurer Guild's assembly hall following the procedure. After pointing at the volcano in the center of the labyrinth islet, the man jerked his chin at a grey building at the end of the harbor. There's a lot of adventurer applicants making trouble at the simple reception desk in front of the labyrinth, so I'm telling this to first-timers. I see, both are quite far apart. I can see many people complaining. I thank the man, and make him grasp 1 silver coin worth of swen as thanks and apology for Liza's hastiness. Whoa, Nii-chan knows his stuff. Talk with the raccoonkin wearing ogre overcoat in the middle of that hill. He's a former adventurer and know a lot about monsters, you know. After saying that, the man charges at a nearby bar while swinging the swen paper money gleefully. That really was the template, wasn't it? Arisa reminisces the things at the Adventurer Guild assembling hall while holding a guild license satisfyingly. Adventurer rank that goes from F to A, the long line for the beautiful receptionist, the old man receptionist who turned out to be the guild master, and the many requests on the bulletin board. Everything that should be in an adventurer guild. The other girls are looking warmly at Arisa, who's chattering like singing. Lady Karina is the only one who's in high spirit besides Arisa. It seems to imitate Saga Empire's Adventurer Guild Disu Wayne. Is that so? Yes, it was written in father's literary work. Lady Karina and Arisa had that conversation as we were climbing the mountain path to the labyrinth. Lady Karina's father, Earl Muno, is a guru of hero research, so one of his research subjects was probably about the Adventurer Guild created by the first-generation hero. There's a raccoonkin wearing ogre overcoat in the middle of the hill road to the labyrinth. The raccoonkin taught us about the main monsters of the labyrinth when I told him that were referred by a man in the harbor. Well, that's mostly it. First, approach with wait and see attitude. Don't forget to bring return stick and disturb ball with you. Don't rely on maps. I paid the information with Swen notes and left the place after thanking him for the kind advice. Besides magic cores, it seems there's only a few things that can be exchanged for money in the upper layer, and the enemies are mostly of living dolls and iron golems from beginning to the end of the upper layer. Potatoes. Grilled salted fish, Nanotasu. It seems there aren't any meat even though we're in front of the labyrinth, are there? The Beastkin girls are peering at the food stalls lined up in front of the labyrinth. Noble-sama over there. How about a map? 20 maps for 1000 Swen, only for today. A peddling man came to sell a bundle of paper. The path structure of Dejima Island Phantasmal Labyrinth changes every time, so there's a lot of people who try to rip off beginners by selling maps. Guess I'll buy it if it's nicely made. Hehe, our maps are awesome, you know. The map he's showing full of confidence is filled to the brim. You wouldn't have thought it was a fake. There's not only the pathways, even room locations, danger zones, watering holes and many kind of information are written. Doing this far, it's amazing even though it's a fraud. The girls are looking at me with questions in their eyes, so I tell them that I have an idea with eye contacts. Arisa replied with an awkward wink, but I continued without retorting her specifically. That is because they're made by a B-rank adventurer who's working as a mapper in Saga Empire. Looks good, I'll buy it. Thank you for your business. I put the map into the storage through the storage bag. Why did you buy it even though you knew that it was a fraud? Besides the passage ones, the information might be useful. Even if it was a fraud, I only lost 1000 Swen of money that can't be used anywhere but in Weasel Empire. Buy a disturb ball. They're a bargain cause they're made of volcanic ash. Do you have monster wards ready? You can't take a break if you don't have them. Phantasmal Labyrinth beginners absolutely have to bring a return stick. Or else you won't be able to go back. We're the branch shop of Bosu Magic Store. Magic potion is currently 300 Swen. Merchants are flooding to me with their goods, perhaps due to me buying the maps. I might as well buy various local products. They were overcharging the goods, so Arisa and Lulu quickly haggled it down. Further, it seems return stick isn't a teleportation item that returns you back to the labyrinth entrance often appearing in games, but an item that lights up at the direction of the exit. Aren't they the same things as the ones in the labyrinth city Selbera besides this return stick? They probably are. I affirm Arisa's question. These are souvenirs for Ikagoya firm's craftsmen. Perhaps there are hints of unexploited technology in them. How is it? The hero seems to be fine. None of his companions have serious injury either. After registering at the entrance, we went through the gate advancing through a downward slope. Checking with all map exploration, it seemed the hero party was in the middle of the way to the supply base in the middle layer from the lowest layer. It's confusing because this phantasmal labyrinth structure resembles that of tree branches. It's similar to the Siriuhu City Demon Labyrinth where I made an escape with the Beastkin girls. The difference with tree branches is the existence of rhizome-like big empty holes here and there in the branches that extend to the middle layer. The majority of the enemies are golems and undeads. They were clogging the passages in places of walls that have been broken down even while I was observing them. I thought it would be like the Trezewiya maze after hearing that the passages changed at fixed intervals, but unlike the maze that somehow felt mechanical, the structure change feels like labyrinths in stories with dungeon masters. The demon lord who's become this labyrinth's dungeon master might be someone who loves stories with dungeon masters. If he acquired the figurines we saw the other day by using Dungeon Point, I'd like to ask if he is able to get the latest issue of Dradram magazines. I sure want to read the continuation of the currently serialized The Golden Legend of Army Only and Sitaru Kanajo no Trinity. Whoops, my thought wandered off. I tried to search the map but I couldn't find the Dungeon Master. I've expected this since I also couldn't find it in Siriuhu City's Demon Labyrinth and Selbera's Labyrinth. The Dungeon Master must be hiding in a different map. And, the Demon Lord in question is still surviving even with wounds all over his body. He's in a different lowest layer where the hero party were. His level is 64, slightly low, and just like Arisa, his skills are hidden, shown as skill, unknown. In addition to the Orthodox Demon Lord title, he also has hidden titles, Chaste One, Oppressed One, Small Rebel, and Artist. Did this guy become a Demon Lord due to oppression? I'm slightly intrigued by the Demon Lord's origin. It sure is crowded. It's the same as Selbera, right? Several adventurer parties are fighting against monsters in the hall. We arrived at the end of a narrow downward passage. Varieties of mad golem called ash mud golems and silent ash golems seem to be the starting enemies here. There's a constant color-changing fog in this labyrinth, so the view is bad even in the hall. Moreover, there are infinite varieties of projected phantoms inside the thick fog, ranging from realistic images to dim silhouettes, so even adventurers who are used to phantasmal labyrinth can get surprised by the projections. Sometimes silent ash golems slip in the fog and attack with no footstep, so it's quite a repulsive labyrinth. I have radar, so I know where the enemies are coming from, but it must be hard for common adventurers. Fear. Lots of magicians na notisu. Tama and Poke point at the firing line beyond the fog. It seems there are magicians among the adventurers. Red flames sometimes illuminate the dim cave. Most of those flame users must be using fire wands since there's only a few who have fire magic in their skill compositions. This seems ideal for friendly fires to happen. NN, dangerous. Ah, the shield user was shot with a small fireball from behind. There's a lot of people who are used to it, maybe because we're near the entrance. Hi so. They're fleeing here notisu. Unable to watch the fleeing party, Liza turns toward me. Master, may I intervene? Okay. When I nod back, Liza throws a stone below into the air upward with her tail, and then Poke strikes the stone with her sword still in the sheath. The stone defeats the ash mud golem in one strike, and the stone that pierced it is caught by Tama, who has circled around before anyone knew it. Tama announced, "Strike, but if I have to say, I think it's a dead ball." Master. Tama came back with a small magic core and an ochre-colored stone. Oh wah, it's a golem soul. So something like that can pop up in this shallow place. Alright, let's get one too. The adventurers who saw the stone Tama was carrying became noisy, and then the attack against the ash mud golems became more furious. Since the adventurer party that we saved had already left the room, there was no one who disputed the ownership of the mysterious golem soul item. Thank you very much, Elf-sama. NN. The female bearkin whose back was burned by the friendly fire thanked Mia for giving her healing magic. It seems she's been abandoned by the party earlier. I took a pity on her a bit, so I presented her half a year worth of diluted healing magic potion as a charm. They were something I hoarded in my storage since I had no use of them, but with her level, one of them should be enough to recover her from a dying state. Footsteps. Doka doka sounds notisu. Looks like some enemies are chasing after adventurers. K, bringing train here, what bad manners. The radar shows monsters of varying sizes chasing after two adventurer parties. As we advance while defeating some ash mud golems, an agile-looking male scout shows up running in the corridor in front of us. You guys, run! Iron Golem is coming. Middle-aged adventurers carrying swords and wands who seem to be his companions run past us. Not good, it's catching up. The second party seems to be adventurers with heavy knight-like armors. Since their movement was slow due to their heavy equipment, the Iron Golem almost caught up to them. The Iron Golem is big enough to have to bend over in this 3-meter-high passage. Pale red driving light leak out from its inside. Damn it, I'll get one hit at least. Fool! Don't stop! Tisk, that idiot! The heavy armor party whose companion was trampled under the golem's foot stopped and turned back at the golem. They tried to challenge it with a huge axe and a fire wand, but they got trampled under the feet just like their comrade earlier. It seems they're still alive, so we can't desert them. Liza. Understood. The magic edge cannon shot by Liza pierces through the iron golem's head before it could trample the last heavy armor adventurer. The golem producer here doesn't seem to know the true joke material, as the golems aren't so easy as to be defeated just by erasing a letter. Of course, Liza's magic edge cannon would destroy it in one hit no matter where it hit, but... Karina AINANA. Clad in blue light, Lady Karina sunk her sure death kick at the chest of the iron golem. The red driving light inside the golem disappears. Good job. Karina, you're great notisu. It was actually an overkill, but Tama and Poke praised Lady Karina without minding it. Lady Karina turned around while looking like it was not all that bad. May I ask about the technique earlier? Lady Karina's smile froze at the owner of the voice who appeared from behind the iron golem. Well now, how to get through this? I refreshingly smile back at Lady Leile's party who show fearless smiles. 15 to 10. Phantasmal Labyrinth, 2. Satu's here. It's said that there are 3 people who have the same face in the world, but looking at the likelihood of those people meeting with each other, I think accidental resemblance is more common. This is, Lady Karina is flustered to see Lady Leile who appeared from the opposite side of the iron golem. However, there's something else that has caught my attention. Hey, Master, what should we do? Nothing. I lightly cut off Arisa's worry, pats her shoulder and points at Leile. You understand? Why yes. Shall I do it instead? No, I'm happy with just the thought. I don't really want to do it, but it'd be a mistake to let the children too. This is something that I must do. Satu. It's all right. After nodding at Lady Karina who looks uneasy, I step forward in front of her. You. A groan came from the golem's wreckage. Oops, I've got to deal with that one first. I chantlessly healed the trampled adventurers who were dying and then I made them sleep with mind magic chantlessly too. After I'm done with the emergency task, I head to Leile. Oh? Perhaps you'd be the one explaining. Without waiting until the end, I kick Leile's stomach, flinging it away at the line of the escort who are standing still behind. As an insurance, I also use Earth Magic's toss drill stone to skewer it and the escort together. Master. Satu. Seeing my brutality, Liza and Lady Karina are shaken. The other girls are also shaken with different reactions. Oh wah, gross. Don't worry, be happy. Only Arisa and Tama are reacting differently. However, besides the twos, the voices tapered off. Oh yeah, so that's what doppelganger like. Napper abu. It dissolves like slush notisu. Master, requesting provision of information. I explained to the girls while glancing at the log. The brief words from Arisa already explained it all though. The monster earlier is called doppelganger, a monster that can steal a part of someone's memory and assume the appearance of a person. Arisa was deceived at first, but she realized immediately once she appraised her. In the first place, there's no way that I won't notice Lady Leile, who has been marked, once she enters the radar's range. You can't let your guard down with people you meet in the labyrinth even if you know them, okay? The girls cheerfully replied me positively. The reason why I'm telling the girls that is because judging from the fact that there was no one we met who warned us about the monster and that there is no other doppelganger inside the labyrinth, that means it was probably prepared by the dungeon master who got flustered since some high-level adventurers entered the labyrinth. There's a room fully loaded with water and paralyzed traps at the end of one of the long passages from the large room where the doppelgangers and the iron golem appeared. The doppelgangers earlier were probably going to lead us there. Further, there might have been a gentler way to defeat them, but I did what I did since I wanted to defeat them before my companions did. I don't want to see the girls killing beings that look like people after all. Putting your name in your technique's name is really not a good idea. Why? It's cool notice Wio. Lady Karina faltered with Arisa's frank advice. Tama and Poke covered for her. Even after you hide your figure, if you shout a technique name like that out loud, you can end up in trouble like just now, right? Oh ops. Nanotisu. Tama and Poke who heard the explanation were surprised. Don't tell me, they only noticed it just now? Recommending to change the name so I advise. That's right. Nana spoke calmly. Liza hesitated. As for me, I don't intend to force Lady Karina to correct it since her clumsiness is within my tolerance, but it appears the other girls don't think so. Satu won't tell me to change it too, right? Yes, it's fine. Lady Karina looks relieved when I affirm her. As long as you stay behind when we're on missions where we need to disguise ourselves, that is. Even though I followed up with a smile, Lady Karina's face looks like she's having a monologue. I've been betrayed. Incomprehensible. Then, since Karina-sama agrees too, Arisa begins to take ideas for the new technique name beside the dispirited Lady Karina. The first me tying Karina kick new technique naming convention. She's using some strange intonation, it must be some kind of reference. The safe one would be up high kick, I guess. Arisa, take this seriously. How about jump kick? Inajima fall is nice, so I suggest. Mwoohoo, swooping kick strike. Liza reproved Arisa for her joking remark. Nana and Mia suggested some acceptable names. An meat attack. Hamburg steak sounds stronger. Nanotisu. Hamburg steak kick is good. Notisu. Triggered by Tama and Poki, the suggestion for the technique names all became of dish's name, so the naming convention came to a close prematurely. This is the place where the figurines were found. Arisa tilted her head at a shrine-like place inside the labyrinth. She probably feels the gap between the anime figurine and the place. Nope, there's a hidden passage inside that shrine, and that place seems to be at the end of that passage. The inside of the shrine is decorated with many stone statues. Owa, the star Oni girl Lovely Momo, and there's even Mecha girl version of the Space Warrior Random. The guy who created these must be quite an enthusiast. Arisa voiced her admiration, but I don't know the sources for half of the statues. I pulled the excited Arisa's hand and we entered the hidden door. The fog is thick. Tama, Poki, be on the lookout. Aye sir. Roger. Nanotisu. Tama puts her hands on her ears, strengthening her hearing. Poki closes her eyes and sniffs the surrounding smell. Before long, we see the shadow of buildings beyond the fog. This place seems to be a phantom town block filled with grey rocks. This looks like a grey rock street, doesn't it? Yeah, it's like a petrified Akiba. This place is not that large, yet there are several multi-floor buildings and asphalt-like road carved from grey rocks. A familiar townscape with unfamiliar signboards. The one who created this real-sized models of the street is probably a reincarnated or a transported person from Japan that resembles mine. This upright cabinet is empty inside too. That seems to be the case. Apparently there's nothing of worth here. Master, a discovery, so I inform. When I turned toward Lulu and Nana, I saw half-petrified manga books on the ground. Many badly made figurines are piled up beside them. It looks like they're transformed into stone from material build-up. Master, that. Arisa pointed at a scribble-like brush writing. I want to go home. Hey. The scribble is hard to read, but that's certainly what's written in katakana. We didn't find a gate that connects to our world, but it's certain that a reincarnated or perhaps a teleported person had come here. Perhaps, the demon lord in this labyrinth created weapons using the same mean. That reminds me, is the real Kukro-san in the labyrinth? Yes, it seems they're exploring in the middle layer. They were already there when we entered the labyrinth. They must have gone into the labyrinth not long after their intrusion incident yesterday. Lady Leile's stamina gauge has decreased more than half, it seems they're forcing themselves. Hey! What's wrong? Lady Leile's state on the map has changed to panic. When I peer the room where she is with space magic remote view they are in serious trouble somehow. The scene and sound projected by remote view magic in mind is just like pandemonium from a disaster film. Yuawa, there's something inside the slime. Ma Magician Dono? Where are you, Magician Dono? There's snakes inside the slime. Leile-sama, please escape alone. I will not abandon you guys. Lady Leile and her party are sinking into a sea of slime inside a room that's similar to the room we were going to be entrapped earlier. Furthermore, there are tentacle-shaped monsters called slime leech that are in symbiosis with the slimes, they appear to coil around their enemies and pull them into the symbiotic slime to suffocate them to death. Defeating the slimes is easy by using ranged attack, but unlike in the game, their bodies won't disappear even after they've died, so it won't really help the situation. It's as it were flooding by slimes. In addition, the slimes are called lake slimes, they seem to be of a different species than the common slime. This level of slimes, I'll just burn them down. Fool! We're in underground here. Suffocating to death would be better than getting eaten like this. This is bad. The desperate magician has begun to chant an advanced fire magic spell. If she used that in such a closed room, every one of them wouldn't come out of it with just major burn. Don't give up. We are not warriors that will fall behind this degree of enemies. Lady Leile's clear voice remonstrates her companions who are consumed by despair. Lady Leile fills her two-handed magic sword with magic power, the red light shines on her companions. True temple knights are. And then, the slime leeches twine on her legs while her expression is still serious and pulls her into the lake slime in an instant. I don't know how to react since it was too embarrassing. Revenge for Leile-sama. The magician fires the advanced magic and shouts while crying bitter tears. No, she's not dead yet. Oh wah, erotic. I put Lady Leile and her companions I pulled here using space magic on the floor. This is one of the room at the end of a passage from the place where we defeated the doppelgangers earlier. It's not the trap room one, of course. Just as Arissa said, on top of their disheveled armor and clothing, they're covered in slimy liquid, so they look like inhabitants of the 18+ world. The slimy liquid is the remain of the slime which had undergone change after getting burned by the fire magic. I entrust Lulu and the others to care for Lady Leile and the female magician, while I recover the burly men with healing magic and life magic in a pack. Half of them were charred by the advanced fire spell, but they all barely made it thanks to their levels, resistances, equipment, and support magic. I recovered the people who were drowned in the slime with my original magic life-saving, respiration. I also have a magic to shock the heart life-saving, AED, though there's no opportunity to use it now. This place is. Have you awaken? Lady Leile, who woke up first, muttered with hoarse voice. Lulu and the others have fixed up their clothing as much as possible. They'll get undone if they move too much, so I probably have to warn the careless Lady Leile. Did I survive? Lady Leile stares at the finger in front of her face, gets half of her body up painfully and looks around. Her body seems weak, so I support her back. Good, everyone is all right. After putting her companions into her view, she breathed a sigh of relief. I offer Lady Leile, whose voice is hoarse, a cup of water. Ah, thank you. Our eyes meet as Lady Leile inclines the cup. Her relaxed expression changed in an instant, her eyes opening wide. Yuri, Sato. While gushing water out of her mouth, Lady Leile stepped back vigorously enough to use flickering movement. As promised, her armor and clothes, which were only fixed as needed, couldn't endure the inertia and scattered away. Hi. She covered her thin breasts in a hurry. I hand over a cloth I took from the storage bag to Tama, who was watching on the sideline. I'll leave it to you. Tama used flickering movement while crouching, moving next to Lady Leile. Is she mimicking Lady Leile's movement earlier? Use it. My gratitude. After I've made sure that she's finished wearing the cloth, I step forward while being careful not to alert her. It was really surprising. Just when we're taking a break in this room, Leile-sama and her companions appeared out of thin air. Appeared out of thin air. Hearing my fabricated story supported by deception skill, Lady Leile's raised her eyebrows as if she couldn't believe it. Yes, you must have an excellent space magician. And no, none of my subordinates can use space magic. Then it was a Weasel Empire's magic device for emergency escape, wasn't it? Giving such an important item like that, His Majesty the Emperor must really cherish the temple knights. Why, yes, that's right. I forcefully steered the talk to a good story type. We're in the upper layer, so normally one wouldn't think that we saved them who were in the middle layer. Then please excuse us. The exit is nearby, but please be careful. Ah, you too be careful. There's something different about this labyrinth. Lady Leile leads her companions who have woken up toward the exit. Sato, if you're interested in Temple Knights, no, you're an authority of Shiga Kingdom, aren't you? Our gratitude for the support and treatment earlier. We will properly thank you later. Lady Leile tried to invite me, but she changed her mind and stopped in the way. Her gaze feels like they've softened up somewhat. Is it just my imagination, I wonder? Wait now, stop raising flags here and there please. Affable. You're right, I'll be careful. I lightly waved off Arisa and Mia's complaint, and we went back to the labyrinth exploration. Our destination today is the Hiro's relay base. While watching the girls' peerlessness, I think hard about what kind of Japanese sweets should I serve to commemorate our reunion with the Hiro. 15-11. Phantasmal Labyrinth, 3. Sato's here. Dungeons that appear in games are generally made clearable. No matter which nightmarish difficulty you choose, someone from the development staff will always make sure to adjust it so that you can finish it until the end. However, the real-life dungeon doesn't seem to be like so. Isn't it getting hotter? I can use air conditioner magic if you want. Don't. Noticing Labyrinth's abnormality would be harder, so don't notice. I replied Arisa's grumble like so, but Tama and Poki raised such objections. Their remarks are proofs that they're more experienced in exploring labyrinths than me. While feeling a bit proud, I pat the two heads, saying you're right. Nahihi. It's been a while since Master patted Poki notice. Was that so? Master, I also wish for magic power refill later, so I tell. Sure thing. When I made a promise to Nana without thinking, Arisa's eyes shined. Sexual harassment type of requests are forbidden. No way. Getting shot down by me prematurely, Arisa pretends to break down crying. Master, we arrived at an open space, so I report. It looks like a cylinder, isn't it? I wonder if the red thing on the floor of this large room is lava. Lulu and Liza followed up after Nana. There's a large cylindrical room with diameter of around 100 meters at the end of the passage, and there's a narrow passage along the wall that goes spiraling below. Just as Liza said, the floor at the bottom is filled with bubbling lava and noxious gas. There are several tunnels along the passage. It seems they connect to the labyrinth's middle layer. The tunnel closest to the lava is connected to the Hiro's relay base, the goods depot. Ah, he fell. About at the same time Arisa muttered, Liza threw a steel spear. One of adventurers had lost his footing and fell headlong toward the lava, or rather, he was going to. He's dangling on the wall, stitched on the spear thrown by Liza. Of course, the spear didn't pierce through his body but his sturdy fireproof mantle. The companions of the adventurers shouted from afar at us to thank you. After seeing off the adventurers who went into a tunnel, we continue on the passage. Before long we found ourselves before an impasse. Stepping stones are floating in mid-air, you'll need to jump over them like in an action game. Stop! Tama uses this kind of tone when she finds a trap. Tama, who opens her eyes wide, is staring at the floating stones seriously. Illusion. She points at one of them with her usual tone. Looks like she found an illusion among the stepping stones. That looks to be the case. And this one will rotate and drop you down below if you step on it. Another stone with a different kind of trap is located right beside it. The dungeon master of this place seems to be a nasty one. How long till the relay base? I open the map to answer Arisa's question. This is. Let's hurry. Everyone prepare to teleport. Understood. I waited only a breath after Liza's answer before teleporting us away. There's a clearly different kind of red flowing on the slanting passage with lava. Over there. Faster than Tama pointing her finger, I moved with ground shrink to the place where there were sounds of weapons clashing. Damn, why isn't the mithril sword working? Kakikike, although it'll be different with the lowly Bloodstalker, such attacks won't work on true vampires, the followers of darkness. I cut the vampire who's saying some stupid thing in two with the mithril-made fairy sword. Vampire is a troublesome race that can immediately revive even after they're turned into ashes, but that's the more reason I can attack them without reservation. I ignore the blood bead and magic core's drop item on the ground and prioritize healing the man. Oi, are you still alive? Drink this magic potion. Stop, it's already too late. My blood has been sucked by the vampire earlier. I'm already losing myself and wanting blood. The man spun words while gasping. According to the AR reading beside him, his statement is true. Dash item box, open. A black square appeared beside him. There's supply for Hiro-sama inside, take out as much as possible and deliver them to Hiro-sama. I'm moving my hands while hearing him. No, they seem to be the transport troops tasked to carry goods to the hero's relay base. They're not only composed of Saga Empire's people, it seems there are also adventurers from Dejima Island. Everyone else in the hero transport troops has died. The items inside item box will disappear when I die. While I'm resisting the power of darkness, quickly. It's all right, leave it to me. I powerfully assure him. The man endures the pain while gritting his teeth. Soon enough, I dispelled all the miasma, and the man's state changed to normal person after I used the highest ranked magic to recover status abnormality. For me, who is able to dispel Demon Lord's curse, there's no way that I cannot cancel infection from a mere vampire who isn't even a true ancestor. The member of transport troops who has been healed falls unconscious. He probably has lost too much blood from getting sucked by the vampire. I'll give him blood-forming medicine once he wakes up. Owa, there's blood all over the place. Yeah, it seems a vampire appeared here. The girls who have caught up frown at the disastrous scene. Tama and Poki, gather the ashes on the ground and put it inside this jar. Dustpan. Time to display Poki's exquisite skill with broom notisu. Rustle rustle, the two gather the ashes that was originally a vampire into the jar. The magic core among the ashes is needed for the vampire to revive, so I'll put it in a different location than the other magic cores. I'm going to leave the punishment of this vampire to the true ancestor Ban in the labyrinth's lower layer. He will no doubt give the appropriate punishment to a vampire. I start the next high priority work. Situ. Just look. After telling Mia, who looked puzzled, I concentrate on the opposite side of the space. I thrust my hand at the slightly wavering space. There's a reaction. I forcefully expanded it just like that, and then the goods that were inside it fell down. Wait, don't tell me. I affirm the surprised Arisa. I interfered with the item boxes whose users had died from outside and took out the contents. Geez, you're absurd like always. Arisa sighed, looking astounded. Arisa can do it too, right? It may be possible if I have several bottles of high-ranked magic recovery potion, and a mid-level space magician assistant for measuring the position of the space. So it's not like she can't do it. In my case, it's just that I don't need the prior preparation is all. Now then, next we'll be heading toward the relay base, but... annihilated. I affirm Liza. Yes, they were caught in a surprise attack by some strong monsters and annihilated. I found the survivor earlier after seeing that the relay base was annihilated and searched the circumference for any survivor. 2 monsters are lurking at the place where the relay base was, a mimic salamander that has mimic race-specific skill, and an illusion golem whose race-specific ability is optical camouflage. Both of them are level 50, it seems they hide their bodies when there's no enemies. Worse, a level 60 lava golem is lurking on the floor above the relay base. Since the ceiling is thin, it's probably going to drop down when the hero is fighting against the 2 monsters. Now then, what should we do? I'd like to hand over the revenge battle to the hero, but it's probably going to be tough for them who have been exhausted from the battle with the Demon Lord to fight the 3 monsters. I don't think the hero himself would lose, but his followers and fellow travelers won't get out of it without any victim. I evacuate the sole survivor to the subspace that's been copied from the phantasmal labyrinth and head to the destroyed relay base. Over there and there, monsters. Not yet, wait a bit, okay. Tama was going to dispose of them quickly, but even though the two level 50 monsters are weaker than her, their HPs are too high, so I refrained her. I think Tama can win against them alone, but it would take time and destroy the relay base further. First, let's bring them to a place that's easy to fight in. I execute the second another world today, and create a subspace for battle. It's like the mysterious magic space that often appears in Tokusatsu, isn't it? Without minding Arisa's remark, which had various meaning mixed in, we pull the three monsters into the subspace I've created. Buwaratwiri wa MVA. The mimic salamander that was mimicking as a huge rock and the illusion golem that was being transparent showed themselves up. Guess I'll call the one above too. It'll be troubling if it enters the battle later, so I destroy the ceiling with the short stun magic. Muwaguyumva. While roaring incomprehensibly, the level 60 lava golem fell down with the ceiling splinters. It's scattering sparks around, so it looks quite showy. Master, your order please. Liza, who's concealing quiet fighting spirit, asks. The other girls are also waiting for my reply. Defeat them, you can go at full power. Understood. We're in the center of the subspace created by another world, so there should be no problem even if the girls go at full power. Probably. Mia, create the appropriate artificial spirit. NN, Water Dragon, Leviathan, ... Per Liza's instruction, Mia spoke the artificial spirit's name and began to chant. Nana, take care of the enemy in the middle. Keep them at bay until the other vanguards join. In agreement with Liza's instruction, so I inform. Equipment installation. When Nana muttered so, the artificial magic equipment, Rika clone, in the form of a choker, opened an entrance to subspace behind her with space magic garage. Transparent magic hands that extend from it strip off Nana's equipment and install the new golden armor. The transformation scene looks similar to the ones in various media, but the transformation time is too long compared to ones in fiction. I won't ask for it to be 1 millisecond long, I just want it to be 1 second at least. Nana, who's been equipped with the golden armor, activates the castle mode and takes up defensive position with the great shield ready. The girls who saw Nana's equipment change begin to change theirs similarly. The enemies are coming to attack, of course, but they're trapped in Arisa's space magic labyrinth and can't get close. Lulu, remain on standby and prepare to shoot anytime. Arisa, please command the support and rear guard appropriately. Yes, I understand. Okay, leave it to me. Behind Lulu and Arisa, Tama and Poki are waiting Liza's instruction with impatient faces. Liza probably leaves them for the last, since no doubt these girls are going to jump out the moment they've been given the order. Poki, overrun the enemy on the right. Tama, assist Poki. Roger, Nanodesu. Aye sir. The two who took shut-in pose just for having their turns took Liza's instruction. Physical reinforcement. Magic circulation and accelerated thought to Nanodesu. Tama and Poki activate their own support skills. Arisa and Nana put buff-type skills on all the vanguards. Right on mark. Poki wants Master's reinforcement magic to Nodesu. Sure, Divine Light Blade and Divine Light Shield. Losing to Poki's cute request, I used the advanced force magic I learned from Hikaru on her. The names sound like they're of light magic, it's confusing. Overflowing with power. Fully ready now, Nanodesu. Then I'll release the labyrinth, okay? Yes, Nanodesu. The girls replied back, Arisa powerfully. Rika-san, we're going to. I'll be supporting to the best of my ability. I grabbed the nape of Lady Karina, who was going to rush out with Liza and the others. You can't, Karina-sama. Let's watch them here with me. It's dangerous for Lady Karina to be near Liza and the others when they're serious. I think it should be fine with Rika's protection, but I can't guarantee her safety in case she's hit by Liza's dragon spear or Poke's holy sword. I also want to fight together Disuwa. It's fine. I'm thinking of letting her have enough battles to let the new name of her technique instilled in her heart. We have to think the new name for the technique before that though. I'll let you fight all you want later. When I tell her that with a smile, for some reason Lady Karina's face becomes blue and she begins to tremble violently. Perhaps it's because I made her work a bit too much during the training to learn magic power operation back then. Labyrinth, release. There's no lost child, so I coerce. Tou, Nanodesu. The moment Arisa released her magic, Nana said some questionable provocative words. Poke rushed out using flickering movement while drawing her sword. The illusion golem intercepts Poke by swinging its fist at her. Shadow bind. Tama threw Kunao at the illusion golem's shadow, stopping its movement with ninjutsu. Blue Fang arc moon slash, Nanodesu. Poke's holy swords draws an arc, cutting the illusion golem from below to above. Boom! Poke kicked the ground at the same time her sword touched the golem, and the golem got thrown up with enough force like it's going to be cut in two. The holy sword drawing blue light sharply cuts the golem's body. Boom boom! With the second jump, Poke jumped up 10 meter high, and the holy sword came out of the golem's shoulder. The golem's enormous HP has been decreased to 40%. Poke, nice. Not yet, Nanodesu. Poke holds her knee and spins a bit. Blue Fang rupturing strike. Bang! Kicking the air, Poke pierced the golem like a cannonball. The golem's HP decreased even further to 30%. I'm going to overlook the fact that Poke's body has been buried in the ground due to her overenthusiasm. The golem's splinters and dust are greatly scattered at the surrounding. Arisa and Mia, who are hiding behind Lulu, complain. Even my attentive ears couldn't hear them since it was covered by the roaring sound though. The golem raises its stout arm at Poke, who stopped moving for revenge. The shadow binding seems to have been removed by Poke's attack earlier. Don't worry, be happy. Tama, who's cloned herself before I knew it, surrounds the golem with magic swords shining red. Crimson Fang Furious 100 slash, Neon. More than 100 slashes mercilessly assault the golem. The golem's HP decreases slightly every time a red light flashes. Her offensive power is lower compared to Poke's, but the torrent of slashes that slip through the golem's defense break its hand, gouge its stomach, and drill its knee. Mvae. Voice tinged with fear greater than when it was facing off against Poke echoed. In the end, the golem became a mountain of crumbling wreckage. You did well, you two. The next enemy is of equal strength. Give it your all. Liza asked the two who had finished their battle for the last battle. The mimic lizard that was fighting with Liza was quickly defeated by 16 stabs of Liza's dragon spear during Poke's first attack earlier. Please use your finisher at least. I watched over the girl's peerlessness while thinking like that, and then we went back to the original labyrinth. Because Hiro Hayato is arriving at the relay base. 15 to 12. Hiro in the labyrinth. Satu's here. In games, there is a technique to throw off the rhythm of players who have grown accustomed to the same enemies appearing. By revealing an unexpected enemy, the super popular Zombie Hazard game uses it effectively. Then I'll be going ahead. Say hello to Hayato for me, okay? I bring only Lady Karina with me into the labyrinth outside of the subspace. Arisa and the others are going to join us once they've fixed up their equipment. They're probably going to rest a bit since there's a light bath set and some light meals on the table. Oops, enemies. During our absence, a large amount of doppelgangers have occupied the relay base. Thoroughly enough, they're acting as fallen friends with serious injury in order to lure the hero to approach them defenselessly. Enemies desu no? Rika-san. Karina Dono, pay attention to the surroundings in alert. Unfortunately, my enemy search function cannot find any sign of the enemy. However, if Satudano has said so, then there must be enemies nearby. Rika advised Lady Karina, who was shaken. It'll be troublesome if we meet the hero in battle, so I exterminate them all at once with remote arrows. I rain down the remote arrows on the doppelgangers pretending to be corpses in front of us, turning them into milk-white liquid. Kia. The surprised Lady Karina hugs my arm. Seeing people and their clothes melting probably feels bad even though she's seen it before. It's all right, Karina-sama. The enemies have all been disposed of just now. Lady Karina looks relieved, but now her eyes are spinning after noticing the fact that she's hugging me. The impregnable fortress pair, Arisa and Mia, aren't here, so I decide to enjoy the situation for a while. Hiro-sama. The relay base has suffered great damage. Look for survivors. There might be monsters lurking, so always have someone with magic probe equipment with you. I could hear the hero's voice on the other side of the hall. They can't see us due to an obstruction. I pull Lady Karina by hand toward the hero and his party. There are pillars of stones and burnt wreckages in the center of the hall, so the view here is bad. Hiro-sama. There are people on top of the cliff. That's Sato. A knight wearing black armor pointed at us and shouted. A woman wearing silver armor muttered my name quizzically. The girl with the silver straight hair is Lady Ringround, the sky-tearing witch, one of the hero's follower. She's the big sister of Sira the Oracle Maiko, who's in my solitary island palace, the daughter of the Duke and also a bit of a siskin. I waved my hands at her and jumped down the cliff. Lady Karina followed while holding down her fluttering skirt. Why is Sato in this place? Wariness floated in Lady Ringrounda's eyes. She puts her dominant hand on her sword's grip. When we've come close enough to have a conversation, I open my mouth to greet them. Good day, Ringrounda-sama, for this occasion. Hiro-sama, over here. While I was saying my condolence, a black knight appeared, together with Hiro Hayato. Sato. His macho handsome face looks exhausted due to the long-term labyrinth exploration and his battles with the demon lord. His blue armor is also dented and dirted. The brilliance of Hiro that I saw back then has lost its luster. It's Hiro Hayato-sama in flesh Disuwa. Karina Dano, I do not mind if you are delighted, but do not let your guard down. Lady Karina reacts like a fangirl when she sees the hero. It's probably because the education she's gotten from Earl Muno, the hero researcher, since childhood. While feeling heartwarming looking at her, I turn back to the hero. Hayato-sama, please excuse me for my long silence. My eyes met the hero's while saying that with a smile. His eyes somehow remind me of the time when I was in a development death march. They remind me too much of eyes which resent everything in the world, wanting sleep, peace, and liberation from work. I should have come to help him sooner. I repent the fact that I had left the hero alone in my mind. It's you this time, Hui. The laugh which doesn't suit him at all bothers me. Hayato-sama, what's the matter? Take this, Sato. The hero drew the holy sword erendite and swung it. The hero's technique, which I haven't seen for a long time, is faster than before. I evade the blue light extending from the blade. Kaiei, Disuwa. Gununu, as expected of hero's technique. Lady Karina and Rika, who seemed to have taken the afterwave of the attack, screamed. Lady Karina seems suspiciously happy about it. It's hard to understand, but as a hero fan, is she glad for taking the attack with her body? Still, the technique's focus is worse than I expected. The afterwave of the technique he showed me back then would have not gone toward Lady Karina. Shining Strike Rush. With the help of flickering movement, Hiro Hayato appeared before me. The holy sword erendite in his hand releases striking blue light. Oops, that's dangerous. He wasn't aiming at my heart or other vital parts, but the sword strikes were going to pierce my lung and shoulders, so I inadvertently evaded. Humph, evading my blow like that, you damn imposter. It's the real one, you know. No imposter would admit being one. Well, that's true. They were probably attacked by doppelgangers many times before reaching here. I keep the hero company to release his stress for a while, and when he had begun to run out of breath, I hurled him away. The hero fixed his posture mid-air and landed on the ground. You can see that I'm the real one if you just appraise me, you know. Guess I have to. I'm intrigued as to why he didn't appraise me from the beginning, but doing that should prove my innocence now at least. Rin, be on guard with drawn sword. Why yes. Lady ring round and the Black Knights are encircling with drawn swords, and then the other hero's followers showed up behind while being supported by the Black Knights. The 2-1th Princess of Saga Empire with luxurious blonde hair, merriest Saga the Witch and the big-breasted heartwarming type, Miss Loria, a priestess of Parian Temple. The last one, Sena the hero's scout, is in the back with serious injury. It seems Sena is guarded by the Black Knights of Saga Empire and red-armored knights dispatched by the Weasel Crown Prince. The scout-type adventurers whom they seem to have recruited in Dejima Island are continuing their search in the hall and the surroundings. There's no one who looks like the engineer dispatched by Weasel Empire. They probably only showed up in the beginning and then left the rest to the Red Knights, never actually entering the labyrinth. He's unmistakably the real Satug Pendragon. The hero declared so after staring at me for around 30 seconds. I'm sorry, Satu. I stopped the hero who was going to apologize with Dogza and asked why he suddenly attacked without appraising first. We were attacked by doppelgangers who took forms of Rusus and the others before getting here. After we dealt with them, we saw bodies of the relay base members in the passage, and when we checked them, some directional anti-personnel mines, claymores, exploded, seriously injuring Sena and the others. After that, the doppelgangers persistently attacked us many times by posing as our acquaintances. I see, so Hiro's suspicion was nurtured in order to set up me and Hiro to crush each other. Furthermore, I need at least 10 seconds to see through the doppelganger's identity. It picks up fake information if I only glance lightly. I see, so there's such a trap too. My AR reading showed both human and doppelganger, so it didn't trouble me. But if that's the case with him, then I can understand. But then, he can just appraise for 10 seconds, right? That question was answered by what the hero says next. Moreover, a guy who shouldn't have been here was accompanied by a woman while not even holding a sword nor a wand. That was way too suspicious. I forgot that I've stored the fairy sword that's usually on my waist in my storage since it was dirted when I dealt with the vampire. Magic and magic edge are enough to take care of common monsters after all. I'm sorry. I honestly apologize to the hero. I came here with my companions, so I had left all the battles for them to take care of. Next, I asked Lady Karina to demonstrate her rock-crushing fist and Rika's protection. Both of you are level 50 hey. You really worked hard. I felt slightly guilty to hear the hero said that, but Lady Karina behind me was overwhelmed and turned red. Master. Poka can smell Master's smell over there, Notisu. I could hear Tama and Poka's voices, so I call them aloud. I use the magic hand to receive the girls who waved and jumped down the top of cliff. The vanguards landed on their own just fine. My honey. Hayato-sama, excuse me for my unsightly appearance. Arisa coped with the hero's gleeful smile with formal graceful tone and behavior. Tama and Poka put their hands on Arisa's forehead in panic, going, fever, oh no Nanotasu. Liza, who's read the atmosphere, picks up the two away. Bringing children to this place. They must be disposable slaves. I heard such conversations from the Black Knights. Satu. Hiro nonchalantly glanced at Liza and Tama, and then opened his eyes wide. Don't tell me, you used fiend drug. No. What's this suddenly? Rather, your face is too close. Then why are some of these girls level at 62? The hero vigorously swung his arm and asked passionately. It seems that Arisa has put the thief god harness which she always wears on Liza. Although, in this situation, I don't think he would react differently even if he saw Poka's and Liza's titles. Trained. Poka worked really hard, Notisu. It's all thanks to Master's wonderful equipment and support. The Beastkin girls answered in my behalf. We were just continuously battling monsters almost to the point of making them go extinct in Celebratory labyrinth and destroyed a monster domain. I didn't say anything about the blue territory since Saga Empire's Black Knights and Weasel Empire's Red Knights are here. After pondering for a while, the hero stares at me with an earnest look. Sato, I have a favor to ask. Yes, if it's within my power. Thus, us Team Pendragon undertakes the duty to subjugate the Demon Lord together with Hiro Hayato's party. Of course, I'm fully planning to do things behind the scenes. 15 Intermission, Hero's break. And no way. It's curry ricey. The moment the hero saw the curry set lined up on the table, he stood up and shouted out loud. He vigorously turned around toward me, so I nodded and told him, it's the real thing. We're in the annex of the inn reserved for the hero, so there's no problem, but I wish he turns down the voice a bit. Let's eat. The hero put the spoon with curry rice into his mouth while choking full with tears of gratitude. He's too overenthusiastic. I was afraid that he'd scatter the curry rice everywhere, but it appears to be an imaginary fear. So good. The hero shouted once and then he gulped down the curry rice sloppily. Curry really is a drink. No, that's wrong. I objected Arisa's remark, and offered the dishes to the hero's followers. The stew has some peculiar smell, doesn't it? It's spicy, but tasty, you know. I'm not good with spicy things. Era? Even though it's this good. Miss Wiyurai the lunge arkin, Booch, Archer and Rusus the tiger earkin were happily eating the curry, but Fifi the wolf earkin sniffed the scent and backed away from the plate. Loria the priestess is elegantly eating the curry while combing her hair upward. Give it to me if you're not eating them. The hero moved Fifi aside and quickly snatched her plate. Wait now, stop that, you can have seconds all you want. Ah, so this is the legendary curry. It's the phantom dish of which the founder hero sought all his life. Sira's big sister, Lady Ringround the Sky-Tearing Witch and Princess Marius the Witch are trembling from being deeply moved. They don't seem to be able to put the curry on the spoon. Come to think of it, Hikaru and Lady Karina also reacted similarly when I served them curry. Fifi-san, please try this one if you don't like spicy food. Oh, that smells nice. When I offered her a normal omelette rice, Fifi's wolf ears twitch and then she peeks at the plate. An egg dish? It looks like the omelette in Saga Empire. Omelette. Is this red sauce carrot? Sana the scout and Nono the secretary who were eating the curry behind the hero came and peered at Fifi's plate from both sides with great speed. This is mine. Fifi, worried about the two's enthusiasm, hides the omelette rice like she's hugging it. Fifi, let me have a bite. I want to eat it too. Nono and Sana pestered Fifi. I can't trust you're a bite. How rude. Unlike Sana, my mouth full is cute. Hey, mine is cute too. Thank you for waiting. Additional dishes Nanotasu. I wanted to see the threes bargaining a bit more, but since Tama and Poka showed bringing additional dishes, I decided to put an end to the dispute. It seems more omelette rice have come, would you two like to taste it? Yay! Sir Pendragon is a bully. Sana immediately got into the omelette rice. Nono put the omelette rice into his mouth while glaring at me. It's not carrot. What sauce is this? Tomato. Ketchup Nanotasu. Tomato ketchup sauce is it? Nono combined Tama's strangely good pronunciation and Poka's Japanese pronunciation together. The sauce is ketchup made from tomato. It's a product from Ringround-sama's hometown, Oiyagok Dukedom. Lady Ringround reacted to my explanation. Sato? I've never seen that sauce though. Sato. Master developed it, so I refer. He, as one would expect from the miracle chef. Explained by Mia and Nana, Lady Ringround called me with a nostalgic title. Then, Lulu and Liza come into the room pushing a trolley with a big sukiyaki pot on it. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is my beef sukiyaki. Sukiyaki. The hero who had asked for his fifth helping turned toward Lulu while having his yellowed mouth wiped by Priestess Loria. Yes, it's a dish from Hiro-sama's country. Lulu doesn't act differently even though the other party is the hero. She probably thinks people who eat her dishes with relish are the same as our girls. Would you like to have raw eggs? Oh I do. On the contrary, Liza, who's acting unusually tense, handed a plate with raw eggs. I'm praying that her trembling hands aren't because of Warrior's excitement. Meet Nanodesu. But Poki has to wait since right now it's wait Nodesu. Tama and Poki are staring at the beef inside Sukiyaki while drooling. Hey? I never ordered them as such though? I thought of letting Hayato and the others to eat first. You did, hey? However, there's no need to worry, I've prepared enough for us all. It seems Arisa is the culprit. This time, I obtained the meat by imitating Weasel Empire way to increase meat production. Since I harvested the transformation of my cow when it reached level 50, I was able to get more than 100-ton beef. It doesn't taste as good as the highest grade of my beef, but it should not taste that different for the part used in Sukiyaki. I've also asked Lulu to make another dish, it should be here soon I think. As if matching Arisa's words, brownie maids open the door and carry Hamburg steaks and carriage inside. Hamburgu. It is the time for the Hamburg steak sensei to appear. Nanodesu. Tama and Poki turn their, can I eat it, faces at me, so I nod to give them the permission. Way. Poki's battle has just begun. Nanodesu. Not only Tama and Poki, the other girls also begin to eat. Is that good? Of course. Gimme one too. Of course. Nanodesu. Hamburg sensei is big-hearted. Nodesuyo. Fifi and Rusus, who had finished eating omelette rice and curry, joined the subjugation quest for the mountain of Hamburg steaks. It seems the Yakitori battlefield which Liza is challenging are joined by Miss Wiyari and Miss Loria, who has secured a bottle of Dragon Spring liquor. While watching the peaceful exchange of the girls and Hiro's followers, I accept a wine cup that Lady Ringround offered. It seems there's Saga Empire whiskey inside. Sato, thank you. I didn't think that Hayato would be able to laugh that cheerfully until we defeated the Demon Lord. Yes, the atmosphere of torment around him has disappeared neatly. You're the best reinforcement we can ever hope. I replied. Lady Ringround and Mariest, who were awfully flattering with, it's an honor, toasted and drank the whiskey. Oops. I immediately regret once I drank it. I should have tasted it more. This is a nice whiskey. Yes, it's a special whiskey bestowed with the name Saga that can only be drunk by the imperial family. Is it all right to give such a precious whiskey to me? Yes, it's nothing compared to the Dragon Spring liquor which Loria monopolizes. It's true that you can't get a hold of Dragon Spring liquor no matter how much money you throw. I also have various others. Saying that, I took out 3 small bottles with different kinds of Dragon Spring liquor inside. In addition to the Ancient Dragons and the Black Dragons liquor, there's also one created with my dragon language magic. I smelled some delicious liquor. Soft mass and sexy drunk voice descend upon my back. When I turn around, there's Miss Loria with flushed face at close proximity. Her arms are reaching the liquor bottles over my shoulders, so my back feels really blissful. Loria, calm down a bit. Look, Sato is troubled. Princess Mariest reproved. Lady Ringround pulled my hand to save me from Miss Loria's assault. Era. Kaie. Perhaps it's a blessing from Lucky Lude God, I ended up diving into Lady Ringround's lap together with Miss Loria. Of course it was possible for me to evade it with all my might, but this time I decided to respect the god's will and enjoyed the softness. The impregnable fortress pair is busy treating the hero after all. Now then, right at this time the hero is. So many lowly maids. Is this heaven? Staring at the brownie maids with the best smile he's ever had, choke full of tears of gratitude. I think his reaction is even greater than the time with the curry, but pointing that out would be boorish of me. Hiro-sama. Princess Arisa, this is a misunderstanding. The hero was shaken by Arisa's word. After this, as to what he would do after knowing that the lowly maids are legal lowly, there is no way of knowing that, for I am not a god. I'm certain that his soul is surely the embodiment of yes. Lolita, no. Touch. Thus the night grows late, and the party transitions to drinking time. I let the girls to go back to their room and switch to adult social time. Sato, you think we can win? I have no doubt that Hayato-sama will win. Tomorrow is going to be the end of the Demon Lord, so I'll make him win no matter what. Moreover, judging from the Demon Lord's level, he should have been able to win easily if there was no intervention from the Dungeon Master. That's so. I feel like I will certainly win when you said so. Yes, that's what it means to be the hero of Saga Empire. Yeah, damn right. The hero's cheerful laughter echoes in the party hall. His friends who see him like that seem to have relaxed too. Subjugating the Demon Lord should be easy now. 15-13. Hiro in the Labyrinth, 2. Sato's here. There was a movie where the characters became small and had an adventure inside someone's body. I found it absurd even with my child's mind, but nevertheless, I still remember intently watching it until the end. I've forgotten the title, but I will surely watch it if they remake the movie. Sato, this artifact Demon Lord's pointer is really awesome. The hero who checked the effect of the magic tool I gave him was surprised. Apparently the magic prober that the Weasel Empire loaned is merely an item that detects distribution of miasma, not an item that can directly point to the Demon Lord. Yes, I found it inside a certain ruin and thought that it would be useful for Hayato-sama, so I brought it here. The Demon Lord compass that the hero is holding looks like a three-dimensional compass. It's a diamond sphere with hollowed inside and an orichalcum needle in the center. Of course, it goes without saying that the thing is my creation, so the story behind it is so random. I made this item before we arrived at Dejima Island. It can receive information from my map and points at the passages that go to the Demon Lord. The item receives the transmission wave from neighboring subspace connected to it, so common magic neutralizer and magic power restriction type of traps should not be able to hinder it. Are these small children really stronger than us? Doesn't look like it. Rusus and Fifi, who have made a comeback at the hero party, look like they don't approve of it. Tama strong. Poki is also very strong. Notisu. You two don't be conceited. NN, modesty. Liza and Mia rebuked Tama and Poki, who have been excited since yesterday. Is that a magic gun? Is it true that it's better than a bow? Miss Wei is intriguingly looking at the rifle-shaped magic gun that Lulu is holding. Today Lulu is equipped with the lovely floating shields extend version and a magic gun. I've told them that these floating shields are something provided by Ikagoya firm, and the support members of Hiro Hayato, the Black Knights, have also been equipped with them. Since the Black Knights usually suffer the greatest loss every time, Loria and other priests who are parts of recovery team thanked me together with the Black Knights. Further, the Red Knights are not participating this time since they received the order left behind by the Crown Prince to stand by. Yes, probably. Probably. I think the Bowmaster shoots is even stronger than this. Famu, so it's like that. Putting aside the golden armor's options, the floating forts and the accelerated cannon, the rifle-type magic gun that Lulu holds is only 2 to 3 times stronger than a fire wand. It's only about half as strong as the military-use magic cannon. Sato, is it really alright to give us this many magic bags? Not only that, you also gave us mid and high magic potions, and even precious elixirs and blood beads. Yes, I've brought them for Hayato-sama's sake after all. Lady Ringround and Princess Mariest thanked me for the items. Both of them look like they'd die when I reunited with them back then, but they look quite healthy now after having enough rest. Ain't it fine? It's a tribute from Rin's brother-in-law, no need to hesitate. I haven't acknowledged the marriage with Sira, okay? Lady Ringround reacted to the scout Sena's words. I am living with Sira, but we're not in such a relationship. Really? Yes, it's just a misunderstanding, my relationship with your little sister Sirasama is right, I guess the most applicable term would be intimate friends. When I replied so, Sana put her hand on her chin and began to think about something. Then we have to thank you for the elixirs. I belong to Hiro, so I can't give myself to you, but you can snatch peerage and money from Saga Empire. I'm intrigued by the snatching thing, but I myself am more interested in touring the hero summoning magic circle than materialistic things, so I tell them as such. I need not either. If I may ask the impossible, I'd be glad to be given the permission to see the hero summoning magic circle together with Earl Muno. They'd be suspicious of me what for, if I went by myself, but there's no doubt that they'll think of me as a young noble who likes his master if I bring up Earl Muno, who's famous for liking Hiro, into this. Earl Muno must be happy with it too. I can ask that much from His Majesty the Emperor. Are you sure, Mary? Yes, having been blessed by Parian-sama, Hiro summoning magic circle cannot be destroyed by any normal mean. Is it like indestructible object that often appear in games? Now that the princess has made her promise, visiting Saga Empire first might be a good idea if I can't meet the Weasel Empire's emperor after this fight is over. Sato, don't die. Yes, I'll be praying for Hayato-sama's victory as well. Protect Princess Arisa by all cost. Yes, I promise. After arriving at the place where the relay base was located Hiro and I are going separate ways. We're not in dispute, the Hiro party is going to where the Demon Lord is while we're going to the lowest layer to subjugate the mid-boss like Guardian. In one of the Hiro's past battles, the moment they entered the room where the dungeon core was located, the Demon Lord was replaced by the Guardian and the dungeon core was also changed into fake core. It's quite an enigmatic feature, but according to Arisa, it seems to be an extremely common thing a dungeon master has in the web novel world. We're in charge of destroying the fake core since it doesn't seem like they can be replaced if we destroy them all. Princess Arisa, once this fight is over. You can't, Hiro-sama. Arisa stopped the hero who was going to raise a death flag by putting her hand on his mouth. He seemed like he still had something to say, but it looked like he thought it'd be bad to do that, so he didn't say anything more. Then, see. Yes, please be careful. Hayato-sama, may the fortune be with you. After saying that, Arisa kissed the hero's cheek and then the hero's followers poked fun on the hero who was unusually confused. They're probably jealous. Further, Lady Karina's anxiety was in full display, she couldn't say anything to encourage the hero no matter how hard I tried to push her. Would have been nice if this was the driving force for her to heal her stranger's anxiety. Well then, shall we be going too? We start to move to the lowest layer where the Guardians are once the hero and his party disappeared from our view. They seemed to be under the impression that there were only one fake core, but according to the map, there are 7 fake cores and Guardians. Destroying them one by one will be troublesome, but it should be over fast if I just use teleport gate magic. Hey, let's quickly defeat the Guardians and finish it. Arisa talked while we were walking. Can we go and help defeat the Demon Lord? Of course, that's what I'm planning to do. I'm going to deal with the mysterious dungeon master who collaborated with the Demon Lord. Moreover, if the Demon Lord can be reasoned with, I'll implant the God's fragment to a different monster and let the hero defeat that impromptu Demon Lord to make him become the true hero. I don't think it'll go that conveniently well though. So there is not only one Guardian. Master, there are 9 bodies, so I report. Hey, are they the real ones? Yes, they are. That's why, don't make a move, okay? I instruct the girls to stay back, and head to where the Guardians are alone. Good evening, Leile-sama, what a coincidence for us to meet in such a place. Sato, defeat me with all your might. I'll resist the control with all my power to return the last debt. AR reading, State ruled, Dungeon Master is shown beside her who's sweating a lot from her forehead. The 9 people behind her are probably her attendants. The attendants are under ruled state like her. I want to know how they got under the control of the Dungeon Master, so I swiftly leap to under their busts and make them fall unconsciousness with light attacks. What should I say, that's a really blunt attack. Really? I lightly answered Arisa's muttering and released them from the control with magic break. It's easy compared to the Demon Lord's curse that isn't displayed on AR reading. Now then, I'll check out what has happened. Not by interrogation, which is unreliable, I'm going to check the memory by using the forbidden spell of soul magic, Soul Intrude. I can also use the forbidden spell of mind magic, Psycho Dive, but this one has a high probability of crippling the recipient, so I'm going with the former. The former is a dangerous magic that can induce impairment if the user tries to read deep memory, but there should be no danger of that here since I'm just going to see the recent battles. I can just cut the connection if it looks dangerous. Famu, it doesn't feel that different from the advanced soul magic perfect possession. Hey! What a surprising magic, like always. Arisa was surprised when I talked with Lady Leile's mouth. I also feel odd talking with a high-pitched voice. Liza, restrain Arisa from playing with my body while I'm investigating. Yes, I understood. After making sure that Liza is holding Arisa, who was going to stealthily stretch her hands toward my body tight, I dive into Lady Leile's consciousness. Lady Leile, although we have enough water and food, if we don't go back soon we'll run out of magic potion and support magic tools. It cannot be helped. Let's go back once we explore the next room. I'm hauling Lady Leile's memory with an overlooking point of view. Apparently, Lady Leile and her party have gone to the lowest layer. There was a scout adventurer whom I saw in Hiro's party among her followers. They were probably able to smoothly explore thanks to his guidance. Or perhaps, they were led here by someone or something. Is that the thing called guardian? Seeing something cowering in the corner of the room, Lady Leile muttered so. It seemed her mind knew that it was something different even while muttering. I thought she had bad eyes, but apparently her dragon eyes has a power to see through the enemy's rank to an extent. Is that a turtlekin with purple shell? No, that's not it. The adventurer negated with shaken voice. That's the Demon Lord. Hearing the adventurer's remark, Lady Leile was convinced, just as I thought. The Demon Lord. That's not a mere monster. Looks like it's sleeping, let's escape while we can. It seems she thinks that it's the right thing to do even while feeling disappointed with her followers' shaken and timid remarks. All members, retreat quietly. I forbid you to whisper hereafter. After whispering that, there was a cliched sound of crack under Lady Leile's foot. She stepped on and broke fragile pebbles, not a twig. The thing reflected on the eyes of Lady Leile, who turned her head timidly, is a purple shell that's standing up, and two purple embers-like things peering from its inside. Everyone, run with all your might. Whipping her body that's been withered by fear, Lady Leile runs. Fortunately, the Demon Lord hasn't stood up yet. There's an invisible wall on the exit. Get away! Steel cutting flash! Lady Leile shouted her technique name out loud, but that transparent barrier warded it off like bamboo against wind. Strange. It lets my sword pass but not my body. I don't know any magic like that, so it's probably either the Dungeon Master's ability or the Demon Lord's unique skill. Zwuyuyun. The Demon Lord's roar echoed in the room. Everyone besides Lady Leile is blinded by fear state. This much fear. Compared to the true fear, it's nothing special. At this time, the thing that appeared in her mind was me in ratkin disguise. That time I was just using coercion skill a bit right. Lightning magic, hey, that's troublesome. Countless lightning balls that appeared beside the Demon Lord assault Lady Leile and her party. Block them. To his shield. Lady Leile casted the magic tool she took out of her pouch, and then paper sheet-like thin films piled up, producing a defensive wall. The wall blocked the Demon Lord's lightning balls, thunderous roar that could inflict pain on your ears, and static electricity that could make your hair's end stand scattered in the surroundings. The defensive wall was crumbling down, but it was able to block the last lightning balls somehow. According to her memory, it seemed to be a disposable item given by the Weasel Empire's tactician. To his key, open the door. She used a disposable item in the shape of a key, and then a black hole appeared on the mysterious barrier. This is like the 3 pieces of charms folklore. Next, she sprinkled mad warrior breath given by brains on her companions to forcefully release them from their fear state. Quite rough, but I think it's an effective countermeasure. Go! Warriors, to the battlefield beyond this black hole! Lady Leile shouted out loud, her companions replied with a war cry, and then they jumped into the hole on the barrier. She was going to follow after the last one, but at the next moment, her view completely changed, like there was a frame drop. It's draw, evil snap. It seems Lady Leile cannot grasp what's happening, but this is a type of space magic that was also used by the red body demon in my fight with the golden wild boar king. The demon lord who got up on all 4 is glaring at the Lady Leile. Its face and limbs were not of turtle, but rat. Gariri, Dwini. Demon Lord's technique. Hey. While venting her frustration, Lady Leile took an acceleration magic potion from her pouch and drank it. It's a forbidden reinforcement medicine that the hero Hayato used in his fight with the yellow body demon. Wan, nay gahuhuhum. Wanna go home? Roar with a meaning reached the ears of her accelerated self. To his chain. Let me exceed the limit. Along with her words, illusionary sounds of chain could be heard. Lady Leile executes flickering movement while dodging the demon lord's attacks. Resistance, like running inside water, assaults her body, the little skin that's exposed is cut by the wind. Her twin swords are clad in red light. Steel cutting, grass splitting flash. Slashing attack that's far faster than the one I received in the Weasel Empire assails the demon lord. Its bare rat limbs are torn, purple body hair and blood splash. The afterglow draws hexagram-like traces, the demon lord falls down in its pool of blood. I did it! The future might have changed if only she attacked more. However, there is no what if in a battle. Zwoohoo! Purple light shines in the pool of blood. What grotesque! Lady Leile took some distance away while muttering, and drank mid-magic power potion from her pouch. She blocks the lumps of silver shot by the demon lord with the swords in her hands. Rocket punch? Wire-like things pull back the punches, they attach back to the arms of the mecha-like reinforced suit that the demon lord is wearing. It somehow looks like a hero I watched in my childhood. It's my turn now. Lady Leile, whose magic power has recovered, shouts out loud, but then she collapses as if she's lost her strength. Time out already, hey! The sluggishness similar to when I collapsed from overworking in my company in the past assails Lady Leile. Her hands lost their strength, the sounds of the swords falling to the ground reached my ears while having no sense of touch. Hiya, these natives sure are capable. Unlike her hazy view that can't even distinguish the surrounding, her ears can still properly pick up the sounds from the surroundings. You all right? Who, hungry I? Okay. Mikudo hamburger and Jokuro ramen, eat all you want. Mushimushi hagyuitan. Sounds of the demon lord's roar, gouged ground and small rocks hitting her armor reached my ears. Ueee, how gross, that'd appear in Michan's dream. I smelt something putrid, sounds of something devouring greedily could be vaguely heard. Hey now, I'll put out proper food here, so don't eat those things. The accuracy of information that Lady Leile is getting is decreasing. Looks like she's about to faint. Fun, a beauty that I-chan like, but I-chan am not into bestiality. For some reason, only his voice can be clearly heard. Bestiality? Besides her slightly longish ear, Lady Leile, who's a lunge-arkan, booch, looks exactly like a normal human. The term doesn't fit. The recollection still continues while I'm thinking. It appears there's no stop. It's a shame, but guess I-chan LL use her to keep that abnormal guy away. I relieve the experience of having Lady Leile's soul binded by something. It feels quite disgusting. The worst, I want to hit the dungeon master right here and now. Don't think she can win at all, but buy enough time for me-chan to run K. After saying that, the dungeon master left. Fut, that was tiring. After severing my connection with Lady Leile, I catch the black mist flowing into my head and tear it off. Apparently, Lady Leile was also used as a booby trap. He probably tried to see if I could be ruled through Lady Leile. Good work. Now Liza-san. Release me already. Arisa, who's taken her shoes off and desperately stretching her toes toward me, appeals to Liza in a hurry. She probably wanted to join the girls who are snuggling on me like cats in the cat's pot. Lady Karina was also resting her head on my lap together with Tama and Poki, but she quickly took some distance at lightning speed the moment our eyes met. Master, may I? Yes, you can release her. I nod to Liza. The released Arisa was making a jump like a certain third-generation thief, but I catch her with magic hand, and tell Arisa, who's fuming in the air, the information I got. Arisa, it seems the dungeon master here is either a reincarnated or a transported person. 15-14. Hiro vs Demon Lord. Hiro-sama, Sanadano has returned. The small Sana who went ahead during our short break runs up to me. The excessive fat on her breasts seems obstructive. It's a shame, she has a childish face and all. I think childish face looks better with super smooth flat line like of those little girl maids. He's there, he wasn't wearing the thin turtle shell like before, it's silver metal armor now. He transformed again. I recalled how the Demon Lord was like the first time we met him. The Demon Lord at that time looked like a ratkin person with purple fur you can see anywhere but with persecution complex. The moment he saw us, he screamed, made a strange pose, wore an insect animal suit and transformed with a purple muffler on his neck. His level was only 55 when we first met, but it rose every time we fought him and his level the last time we fought was 62. It should have been far lower than my 71, but his transformed self was surprisingly strong. We probably wouldn't have the advantage if he didn't have the limitation of quickly running out of gas and stopped moving. We lost our companions due to that carelessness though. I don't want to feel like that ever again. But, is it alright to leave it to Satoshi? Shouldn't I go instead? It's alright, Satoshi should be able to do something about the dungeon master. I told Sana with confidence that has no basis. That guy will be absolutely fine, he's a mysterious guy who oozes such atmosphere. It's frustrating, but I can entrust Honey to that guy. I think Satoshi can do it somehow. It's rare for WI to be that believing. Really? The other girls don't seem to have any objection either. It was only Rin who said some siskin remark, but, I still won't hand over Sira. I've advised her that minding it too much would produce the opposite result, but it seems she loves her little sister too much she can't control herself. We'll defeat the Demon Lord this time. Declaring so to my companions, I head toward the hall where the Demon Lord is waiting. There's only 2 Demon Lords left. Nanashi reported that the Demon Lord on a different continent was destroyed by the ancient dragon's breath. The only 2 left are the Demon Lord ahead and the Demon Lord in the Ratkin country. I'm sorry for Nanashi, but I'll let him to handle the Demon Lord in the Ratkin country that hasn't showed any sign at all. Once I'm done with this fight and win against the Demon Lord, I'll go back to Japan. Japan, where my little sister and my childhood friend are waiting. Zwuyuyun. The Demon Lord roared the moment we entered the hall, purple waves are running on top of his silver armor. Hayato. Yeah, I know. I nod at Mary who looks anxious. He's transforming. Let's stall for time until the effect expires. His appearance remains the same even after the effect expires, but he won't be in the overwhelming reinforced state anymore. We're aiming for the time when the purple aura disappears. It looks weak somehow. Doesn't that unicorn-like horn look dangerous? And he's hunching a bit, he probably attacks mainly by charging and stabbing with that horn. The girls are looking at the Demon Lord who's wearing, Takyuzatsu, hero-like costume, analyzing him. I'm familiar with that appearance. Rin, WI, attack him with the fire bird wand and arrows. The two quickly attack as per my instruction. Have you forgotten Hayato? Attacks won't work on him during the transformation. Yeah, I know. While assenting merry, I watch over the outcome of the attacks. Ah, it was blocked. Is that the flexible shield of force magic? The shape looks strange. Just as I thought. It's the worst kind among something with a unicorn-shaped horn that I know. That's an absolute defense. I'll be the vanguard and restrain him. Do only attacks with knockback until its effect expires. I'm going to. It'll be dangerous with only Hayato. Rusus and Fifi grinned and volunteered to help restrain the demon lord. It's dangerous, but I'm honestly saved if the two are with me. Let's see which stronger, my great divine power, unique skills, or your transform. I activate my strongest lance, nothing cannot be penetrated, and invincible shield, nothing can penetrate, and close in the demon lord with flickering movement. The assault rifle that the demon lord produced out of nowhere spouts fire. Tisk, explosive bullets. Hey! My invincible shield blocked the small explosions, but the shock still hit my body. He must know the way to fight against someone with absolute defense too. Here. Zwoon. Provoked by Rusus, the demon lord averts his attention away from me. The demon lord's stout arm grazed Rusus. Ouch! Even though it only grazed her, Rusus's arm guard was blown off, fresh blood scattered in the air. The demon lord shot Rusus to finish her, but she dodged the attack by using the terrain. Rusus, get back! I'll leave it to you, Fifi. In Rusus's place, who's fallen back to recover, this time it's Fifi's turn to restrain the demon lord while waiting for me. Kept you waiting, Fifi. I still can go on. I smile back at Fifi's fearless words and fling words filled with provocation skill at the demon lord. Let's test who's stronger between you and the great me. My holy sword erendite clad in blue light stabs at his octagonal shield. Metallic and heavy sounds echo, blue and purple light are intensely scattering in the surroundings. The light splinters that went around the back of my shield burn my back, but I can't use the limitless recovery here yet. Believing in Loria and the others' healing magic, I concentrate at the demon lord in front of me. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Zwoo-yoo-yoo-oon. Not losing to my yell filled with fighting spirit, the demon lord roared deafeningly. Responding to our shouts, intense light of blue and purple dyed the surroundings. The magic power and afterwaves that fill the place is warping the surrounding air and floors. With a boom sound, my body fell down about 10 centimeters. The ground below us probably sunk. Without getting distracted by unnecessary things, I devote myself to strike the demon lord with all my power. Adrahui. Our strength-on-strength competition was never settled as I endured the 180 seconds until the timeout. The purple aura covering the demon lord's body has disappeared. Judging from the terrible sights of the floors and the walls, my companions seem to have prepared various support attacks to stop the demon lord from fleeing. But, now's our great turn. I declared as such to the unmoving demon lord. Zwoo! The demon lord roared lightly. Dunno what you're trying to pull, but don't think it'll let you do that easily. The slashing attack of the holy sword erendite swings down on the demon lord. Without being able to guard with his arms or weapons, the demon lord received the holy sword with his purple costume. I can feel the sensation of magic defense destruction from the holy sword. However, the costume that's not protected by unique skill can't possibly defend against the holy sword clad with the effect of strongest lance, nothing cannot be penetrated. Zwoo-yoon. The demon lord's costume split open, purple blood scatter, the demon lord falls down behind. The blood spilled on the ground cause white smoke. The acid blood is dangerous enough to break through mid-level defensive magic, but my invincible shield, nothing can penetrate, and Loria's advanced defensive magic block it all. I stop thinking needless things and ready the next technique. The blue light draws a perfect circle, matching the holy sword's movement. Dash! Blue light assaults the demon lord crawling on the ground. Zvuyuyun. The demon lord roared while emitting purple right before my finisher hit it. He might be going to use the directional anti-personnel mine like before. I jump back while still maintaining the stance of the technique. There's no change in equipment, only his appearance that's changed a bit. Purple light seemed to be leaking from his joints somehow. Don't tell me. I appraise him, his state's changed to berserker. He's way too faithful to the original. I can feel your love, you know. Zvuyuyun. Together with the roar, the demon lord jumps up into the air. With a whoosh, dark purple wings of light appear on the demon lord's back. Convenient. A bit later, after Wi's muttering, Mary and the others who have finished their chanting releases the forbidden spell. The blinding pillar of light appears in the center of the hall, swallowing the demon lord. Zvuyuyun. We did it. Yet, with such a powerful magic, even a demon lord shouldn't get out of it unscathed. I could hear the Black Knight's cheers. Zvuyuyun. And, as if ridiculing them, the demon lord roared to signify his well-being. Impossible. How could one who belongs to evil be unhurt inside the forbidden spell of light magic? Oh, God Parian, please bestow upon us your protection. The Black Knights and Parian priests who have just been added to this party have begun to panic hearing the demon lord's roar. Zvuyuyun. His hands pierce through the light pillar, and then he shows up behind the hands that bend the light. He's truly unhurt. Even the yellow demon whose level was higher than this demon lord shouldn't be fine after receiving such a forbidden spell. Just why? It's like the time when the demon lord was about to transform. That's it. I understand after hearing Rin's muttering. That berserker state was a second transformation. Hey! I've made a huge mistake. Purple light is flickering in the demon lord's mouth. Loria, block it! I shot toward the demon lord's mouth at the same time I gave the order. I couldn't even afford to shout out the technique's name. Oh divine talisman! Protection! The talisman that Loria holds high up produces blue light that protects my companions. We shouldn't abuse it considering the compensation, but any other method would not make it in time. The defensive wall created by the talisman and the dark purple breath are scattering intense sparks and light on the surrounding. The shocking thunderous sound is really making my stomach queasy. My ears have been buzzing for a while, I can't hear well. Zvuyuyun. After he had done emitting the breath, the demon lord roared at the ceiling. Responding to that, oozing shadows beside the demon lord are arrived as ordered. Brown third, obtruding here. The same, brown first, obtruding. Two greater demons gushed out of the space. Both of them are level 60. Greater demons that we had never encountered so far, appearing at such timing. Humph! Greater demons are no match for me no matter how many they are. Even while feeling the absurdity, I rouse up my fighting spirit by feeding on that indignation. However, the bad news continue. Hiro-sama, there's a big crowd of monsters behind. Please look above. So many slimes they're touching the ceiling. The Black Knights reported. Hayato, leave the greater demons to us. Yeah, that's right. Having no moment to show up feels lonely. Rusus and Fifi glare at the greater demons with their beloved swords in their hands. And I will support Rusus and Fifi. Sena, please help the Black Knights to deal with the small fries and the slimes. Rin and Loria, fight the demon lord with Hayato. Mary gave orders to our companions without hesitation. I feel we're at a bit of disadvantage, but we should be able to manage somehow. In short, we can turn things around if the great me just defeat the demon lord. Hayato. Dodge. Crisis perception skill reacted at the same time as Rin's warning. I evaded the black sword right before it touched me, but I still got a shallow wound. Famu, good reaction. Brown 0, pleased to make you an acquaintance. A brown greater demon whose upper body appeared from the shadow sinks back into it. My counterattack didn't reach it, as the shadow I hit was merely a shadow. You shouldn't look away, Hiro. Brown 7th obtruding. Hoo, where are you looking at, Hiro? Brown 6th obtruding. I couldn't even crack jokes while fighting against the despair of the appearing greater demons. Compared to the school of the great monstrous fish Tofgzira the yellow demon summoned back then, there's still a hope to turn this situation around. Zvuyuyun. The demon lord's roar echoed, its wings increased to 6 with the third transformation. The halo on his back makes him look like a transcendental being here. However, that's merely a look. He's still way off from being transcendent. Ya can't be one if you're not at least as senseless as Nanashi. Qoaaaaaaaaaaaa. The monsters spurted out. While hearing the Black Knights and Sanas screamed behind, my mind has made up to defeat the Demon Lord even if we both end up dying. It's sad that I won't be able to meet my little sister and my childhood friend in the former world anymore, but my honey who's in the same labyrinth will be in danger if I don't defeat him here. Sing erudite, play tunas. I recited the scriptures of the Holy Sword and the Holy Armor that had lost its effect once again, activated my trump card, the Limitless Recovery, and drank the Acceleration Magic Potion last resort. Let's do this, Demon Lord. I'll put some intense get-well gifts in your face. Hiro's life ain't that cheap, you know. 15-15. Hiro vs Demon Lord, 2. Satu's here. I like protagonists who appears when the going gets tough, but I end up distrusting them if they always appear at the most ideal time. It must be just because they're loved by the goddess of fortune, right? Phew, this is the last one. Still, for it to be only breakable by the dragon spear or master's fist, a shield created by these fake cores would be quite strong, don't you think? Arisa spoke of her impression as we destroyed the last fake core. Brittle. Poka can easily break it with her fingers, notice Wio. Tama and Poka picked the fake core's fragments on the ground and showed Arisa its brittleness. Master, we've collected several golem souls and a golem heart from the guardians earlier. Thank you, Liza. Liza collected softball-sized magic cores and an item specific to this labyrinth. I put the loot into the storage. There were some movements on the map I had put on display at the smallest size. Looks like the hero party has arrived at the Demon Lord's room. Master, this is bad. Teleport and clairvoyance have been blocked. You rewrite. It seems the labyrinth's wall is preventing it since teleporting by sight is still possible. Item box, open. Looks like this one is usable. It appears we can't get out using teleport. Looking at the menu, moving with unit movement is still possible. Monsters were gathering in the room where the hero is fighting the Demon Lord while I was checking things. I'm worried about Hiro and the others. Let's quickly aid them. After telling that, I head back to the relay base with the girls. In order to increase our speed, Arisa and Mia, who can't use flickering movement, are being carried by Liza and Nana, and Lulu, whose flickering movement skill level is low, is being carried by me. Thanks to using flickering movement and ground shrink alternatively, we arrived at the column-shaped magma room next to the relay base in only several minutes. Lady Karina was slightly late, but she caught up somehow. I recover the girls' magic power using magic power transfer while they're having some drinks and light meals. Masfhu, master. Her words were hard to understand since there was a beef jerky in her mouth. That looks like an enemy. The space where Tama was pointing at warped, and a brown greater demon appeared blocking the narrow passage. As decreed by my master, Brown 5th. Liza. Understood. Without listening to the end, Liza's dragon spear pierced through the greater demon's magic core. The greater demon tried to bear hug Liza as its last useless struggle, but that never came to fruition. Aku Sokuzan. Judgment, Nanotasu. Tama and Poka swallowed their beef jerkies and delivered the finishing blow to the greater demon. Eii. Lulu's new accelerated cannon shot out, and blew off the upper half of a greater demon that was appearing on the wall beyond the passage. Cleaning up the rest. Arisa's space magic turned the rest of the demon's body into dust along with the surrounding wall. Muyu. Our turn will come, so I tell Mia. Everyone is too strong Disuwa. Mia, Nana, and Lady Karina who didn't have any turn complained. During that relaxed atmosphere, suddenly there's sounds of dropping stones and something falling into water. This time they're destroying our footholds. Hey! The footholds around us have begun to fall, the room becomes a room where magic and skills that use magic power can't be used. Don't worry, be happy. Good grief, if it weren't us, we'd have been wiped out long time ago. The vanguard group sink their toes into the wall and forcibly hang onto it. I secure the powerless rearguard girls by the same combination of movements I used earlier. We forcefully enter the tunnel and resume moving. We advance through the bewildering changing passages with the optimum route, heading to the boss room where the hero party is. The incorrigible dungeon master kept trying to hinder us, but we easily cleared them all, continuing to advance the passages. It feels like I'm hearing the dungeon master grinding his teeth, but I must be just imagining things. Nana, who acts as the vanguard, gives her report the moment we entered the last passage before the boss room. Master, there's a crowd of monsters to the front, so I tell. Liza, Poki, take care of the front. Tama, support them. Understood. Yes, Nanodasu. Aye sir. I received Arisa from Liza and gave them the instructions to eliminate the monsters. It's a crowd of monsters with levels ranging from 30 to 50. Every monster has troublesome abilities like paralysis and petrification, but as long as the girls are protected by my support magic, there is no problem even if their opponent is a greater demon. I can't say that it's perfect though, since there's a lot of abnormal demon lords. Breakthrough. Nanodasu. Tama and Poka shouted from beyond the howling monsters and bloody smell. Looks like they've arrived at the boss room. Good, Hiro and the others are safe. I grasped the situation while feeling relieved. We're at the entrance of the hall where the hero and the others are fighting. It's an elevated ground where Princess Mariest, Priestess Loria, critically injured Black Knights and several members of the entourage who have fallen unconscious are located. The Black Knights are fighting the monsters, piling up the bodies even while being mortally wounded. Monster corpses and critically injured Black Knights are all over the slope to the hall too. It's probably thanks to Priestess Loria's magic that they haven't died. Those girls are collapsed on the ground due to the unusual overdose state from overusing magic recovery potion. Apparently, they're already at their limit just as we arrived. In the back of the undulated hall, the hero and the demon lord is fighting. The hero is supported by Lady Ringround the Sky-Tearing Witch and Miss Wiyurai the Archer, while the demon lord is helped by two greater demons. The children, like lesser demons split from the greater demons, are hindering them. And Rusus and Fifi are being chased by three greater demons on a do-or-die marathon in the center of the hall. I never thought that I would see a real-life spectacle of an MMO raid war. There are flying monsters up in the air of the hall, attacking when they find a chance. After confirming the situation in 0.1 second, I gave the green light to the girls. Demons! Jump in like insects if you do not fear your ruin, so I announce. With Nana's ranged provocation, which somehow felt Chiyunibu-ish, 5 greater demons turned their attentions toward Nana and came attacking in. Together with the flying monster and the children like lesser demons. Like moths to flames. 3 consecutive blue inferno, for all. The blue flames released by Arisa burned down the demons and the flying monsters in the room. The roaring sounds are slightly painful on the ears. Arisa didn't have enough magic power to consecutively shoot 3 blue inferno magic, so she drank a high magic recovery potion after every shot. Her magic power should be replenished during the magic's casting time. Rusus and Fifi are screaming behind a rock, but they're fine since they're protected by my space magic there. The cloud of dust from the explosion is coming to this high ground, so I blow it away with blow magic. Monopoly. No fair Notisu. Poki also wants to have a part Notisu. You two, don't let your guard down. After Liza reproved them, greater demons who used their friends as shield showed up beyond the white cloud. The one they used as shield lost all its health point and disappeared into dust. Only 2 have survived. NN, Tempest. The gold-colored artificial spirit Garuda who's floating behind me is shot out golden feathers clad in lightning. The barrage of golden feathers blow the 2 greater demons to the ceiling, making a violent whirlpool that looks like cloud of blood, cutting up the greater demons. Poki, Tama, let's back up with magic edge cannon. Roger Nanodesu. Liza is using magic spear Doma, while Tama and Poki are using their true silver magic swords to shoot a barrage of magic edge cannon. It doesn't look like they're serious, the power seems a bit weak. Lulu is cleaning up the small fries who escaped Teresa's attack with a submachine gun type magic gun. I walk to Priestess Loria and Princess Mariest while watching over the girls. I'm glad that you 2 are safe. Sato-san, thank you for your help. Did that little Princess Arisa just use the magic that only exists in legend? Yes, she did. She got a bit of help from an artifact however. I'm sorry for Arisa, but since Princess Mariest's reaction was a bit extreme, I made up some story a bit. More importantly, please use this. It's a recovery item I got from the Queen of the Fairy. Sir Pendragon, right now we can tea. Please don't worry. I stopped Princess Mariest who was about to say their overdose states, let her grasp a crystal pendant and pushed its tip. Of course, since it's merely an accessory, I use magic power transfer right at that timing to recover her magic power. I do the same with Priestess Loria and the preparation here is complete. I head to Hiro Hayato to help him. After rescuing Lady Ringround from an emerald golem that appeared out of nowhere, I stand beside the hero who's fighting the demon lord. I've kept you waiting, Hayato-sama. Is that you Sato? Thanks for coming. The hero has wounds all over his body, so I sprinkle mid-magic potion to heal his external wounds. I used recovery magic at the same time since the effect would be too weak otherwise. Allow me to help. After telling so, I draw the fairy sword and stand beside him. My level is public alive 50 so there should be no problem in joining this fight. Moreover, there is something that I must do on the front line. I won't let Sato to steal all the spotlight. Lady Ringround takes up her lightning greatsword and stands on the opposite side. Miss Wei is standing by behind. Looks like she's focused to be the support. Don't die. Yes, of course. Like a willow, I parry all the attacks of the demon lord who came attacking on all fours like a mad beast, and prepare the backhands when the hero attacks. The demon lord's movement is agile and tricky, so it's quite difficult not to overdo it. Sato. Don't steep in too far ahead. The demon lord attack can scoop your meat even if it misses you know. Yes, Hayato-sama. I kept close to the demon lord since there was a little something I needed to do, but since the hero warned, I took some distance away. I should make it in time from here if I'm just ready with ground shrink. Fast. Leaving Hayato and the demon lord aside, I can't believe Sato can also move as fast. Since Lady Ringround was very surprised, I move as if I evade the demon lord's attacks by accident while consciously keeping my speed at the level of an ordinary person. It seemed difficult at a glance, but it's actually quite easy thanks to foresight, and to personnel battle skill. Of course Lady Ringround isn't only watching without doing anything. She hindered the demon lord's movement using quickly chanted explosions at good timings. Thank you for waiting. Don't forget about me too. Rusus and Fifi also participate to cut up the demon lord. Unlike Lady Ringround, the two who are pure warriors seem to be able to catch up to the demon lord's agile movement. Hook, line, and sinker. Chop chop nanodesu. Starting with the Beastkin girls, the girls gleefully exterminate the monsters who rushed inside the hall at the entrance. It seems the dungeon master has ran out of bullets, there's no strong monster to be found anywhere. Sato, behind you. Thank you, Wei-san. I cut up the dust golem that appeared behind me using the fairy sword reinforced with magic edge. The magic core that fell from the crumbling golem revives into an ash mud golem. It's probably a harassment from the dungeon master. Tisk, don't get in my way. The hero seems to be piling up stresses from this harassment. Let's curtail it at the source. Tama, please collect the magic core. Nin nin. When I muttered in whisper, a pink ninja that appeared from the shadow made a hand signal for Roger, and disappeared into the shadow. Further, a Tama doll takes Tama's place fighting the monsters. Done. I heard Tama's small voice from the shadow. Thanks, that really helps. Hehe. I said my thanks at the shadow, and then Tama's presence vanished after leaving a bashful voice. The real body changed place with the doll and resumed the battle with the other girls. Looks like the small fry has stopped appearing. Even Dungeon Master's assistance is probably not inexhaustible. I replied Lady Ringranda's muttering while dodging the Demon Lord's claw. Alright. The transformation ended. Rin, Sato, let's press on him. Checking the hero's words, I see that the purple light that had been emitting from the Demon Lord since a while ago has disappeared. Zwuyuyun. I wanted to persuade the Demon Lord if he could talk, but it seems he has lost his ego already. Lady Ringround erases the lightning balls that appeared around the Demon Lord with break magic. She's pretty great considering the Demon Lord's level is higher. Then, please excuse me for this magic edge rush, Vorpal Lance. Imitating Poka's finisher, I perform a charging stabbing attack. The fairy sword would break if I did it seriously, so I curb the power to be at the same as level 50 Poke. Zwuyuyun. I break the thick magic barrier that the Demon Lord created, stopping just before I hit the main body. Twin sword dance. Great sword cut. Rusus and Fifi who showed up by slipping in hit the Demon Lord with two contrasting techniques. The finishers cut up the Demon Lord's body that's been stripped off its magic defense. Zwuyuyun. The nimble Rusus was able to dodge the Demon Lord's counterattack, but Fifi who stiffened after using the technique got hit and fell to the ground. Her health point decreased greatly, but it was still just a normal serious injury. This is the end, Demon Lord. Hero's holy sword, Erendite bursts out with intense blue light. The hero's finisher on the Demon Lord. Phew, that was way too close, I thought I-chan would die. A Weaselkin with purple body hair said with a jest while looking over the small ratkin Demon Lord on the ground. His voice is trembling contrary to his tone. This place is located in a different map than the one I was in just now. Yet, I was worried that you wouldn't come to help. The Weaselkin turned around in shock to hear my voice. Hello, nice to meet you, Dungeon Master Dono, or perhaps. He saved the Demon Lord at the last minute, it was worth it waiting on the front line. I should call you Weaselkin Demon Lord. Toward the last Demon Lord prophesied in the Oracle, I asked. 15 to 16. Hero vs Demon Lord, 3. Satu's here. I sometimes see the argument, is human right necessary for villains made in various media? I think there are mixed views about this particular topic, but I believe a lesson that incites doing crimes is not worth it thought is needed at least. Aka this is it hey. The Weaselkin Demon Lord's expression stiffened for an instant, but then he went back to his usual jestful behavior. I put a marker on the Weasel Demon Lord during this chance. Rat fatty, looks like this is the end for us Chanet. Zwoo. The Ratkin Demon Lord in the corner of the room weakly replied the Weasel Demon Lord. He's pining his nose, it doesn't look like he's going to make a move. His health point is running out too, he looks like he'll die if left alone. Sorry but, make it as painless as possible K. The Weasel Demon Lord claps his own neck and turn a miserable face at me. Strange. He's acting quite gallant. I see the other hand of the Weasel Demon Lord who's in front of the dungeon core moving restlessly on the opposite side. Yup, that's that hey. I forbid the use of dungeon core. Weasel Demon Lord's fingers on the control board of the dungeon core stop moving. Oh no. Purple light flow on the Weasel Demon Lord's body. I forbid the use of unique skills. Bit too late, see. A missile-like thing appeared between me and the Weasel Demon Lord. The crisis perception made an intense reaction. I used ground shrink and touched the missile, putting it away into my storage. Its AR reading, USA-made ICBM, was shown for an instant before it disappeared. The modern weapon summon the Rat Demon Lord used was this guy's power Hui. Rat Fatty. Zvuyuyun. The Rat Demon Lord who should have been half dead roared. The Rat Demon Lord who's wearing a hero costume that looks like a creature with a medal on its forehead tears his own chest from both sides. What? Rat Demon Lord. I forbid the use of unique skills. I used geese on the Rat Demon Lord while putting up flexible shields in front of me. At the next moment, a cone-shaped radial heat ray burns down the. It's about as strong as the forbidden spell of fire magic that Arisa uses, or perhaps even more. After shooting that, the Rat Demon Lord fell down and began to convulse. Apparently, he used the last of his power for that attack. As expected of Rat Fatty. Even that abnormal shouldn't be unscathed after getting that kind of attack. There's no corpse. I forbid you to act. I bound the Weasel Demon Lord from acting before his question was answered. Just how? No need for you to know. I also bound the Rat Demon Lord and heal him enough to not die. What are you going to do? I can overlook your life at least if you quit being a Demon Lord and Dungeon Master. I'll let him live as a normal person and atone for his sins. You serious? The Weasel Demon Lord looks surprised to hear my answer. Yeah, I promise. After I said that, Weasel Demon Lord began to laugh out loud. After laughing for a while, his face suddenly turned serious. Aren't you so sweet at? I-chan feel like vomiting. So he spat out. By any chance, did you hear our Chan circumstances from the Emperor? Circumstances? Hey? The things about us being bound by the Emperor's geese, forced to become demon lords, and put to the depth of the labyrinth to become decoys for the hero, see? I see, the mastermind is the Weasel Emperor Hey. Don't tell me, you were saying you wanted to help us without knowing that. I nod at the Weasel Demon Lord. Oh wah, way too soft, I can't understand. His face warped as if saying, he's beyond help, his dark eyes look down on me. Just saying, I-chan is a scoundrel at. I know that. I even like being a dun moss. Dun moss is nice you know. Toying with people's life brutally and cruelly, snatching people's dignity in cold blood erotically, and playing around crushing people's sense. Pictures that match the Weasel Demon Lord's words are floating around him. There are many acts of barbarity so bad I want to look away. A rare feeling of anger to punish the Weasel Demon Lord wells up within me. You want to save the life of someone who's done atrocities that would have been left in history if we were in the former world? Or are you someone who's against death penalty? However, my mind which was blinded by anger notified me of something wrong. You should kill villains when you get the chance at? I mean. That's it. The pictures. He shouldn't have been able to display them if he couldn't use the dungeon core. My geese isn't working on him, or perhaps it's been cancelled along the way. Time out. I was thrown into the air of the lava room at the same time the Demon Lord spoke. The room is still under the effect of, so I can't use magic or skill that uses magic power. Pulled by the gravity, I'm falling headlong toward the magma. Bye bye bye. The Weasel Demon Lord's laughter echo in the dungeon. Unfortunately for him, only this much can't be considered an adverse situation. I kicked and sent a big rock I took out from my storage flying and pierced it with my hand in mid-air. Whoa! Ignoring the shocked dungeon master, I invade the dungeon master again. He had left behind a trail for me to re-invade due to him uselessly laughing. Oi, what the heck? What the hell are you? The demon lord who operated the dungeon core turned his head at me in surprise. Are you god or something? Nope. Since I don't know how the Weasel Demon Lord cancelled my geese, I open the entrance to the subspace labyrinth and throw him there. For now, my priority is separating him away from the dungeon core. The rat demon lord's geese doesn't seem to have been cancelled, so I leave him behind and enter the subspace labyrinth. Die, et. Lines of modern weapons open fire at me all at once. The bullets scooped out the walls and broke the stalagmites, the cannonballs made holes on the ground while scattering dust and roaring sounds. Numerous warhead missiles created blooming explosions, huge ballistic missiles blew away the labyrinth's floor and walls. Still, alive et. The weasel demon lord is in a dangerous state. He's becoming gigantic while his body is burbling. I forbid the use of unique skills. Useless, useless, et. Unaffected by my geese, the weasel demon lord brought up anti-aircraft cannons and main tanks around him, and let out rain of bullets and shells at me. I mow down the modern weapons with a shot of laser. Ohio. Looks like he used too much unique skills. The weasel demon lord lost all its sense and went completely mad. At the same time, his skills, titles, and unique skills are now displayed on the AR readings. Apparently, the concealment is gone when he went mad. Weasel demon lord's unique skills are good summoning, freewheeling, and power that brings misdeeds. That second skill probably neutralized my geese. I wanted to remove the god's fragment with the power of Demon Lord Shizuka, who's under my protection, and let him live the rest of his life as a criminal, but that doesn't seem to be possible. Since he's unaffected by my geese, I can't guarantee the safety of Demon Lord Shizuka. I don't want to do a hypocrisy that would endanger my friends. Yuahai. Combat helicopters and VTOL fighters appear on the spacious floor that has lost its walls and ceiling. Yuahai. He even brought up an Aegis warship and an aircraft carrier. Although, there's no way the Weasel Demon Lord would be fine after using that much unique skills power. The Demon Lord's body is split, and then dark purple light leak out of the fissure. I ignore all those military forces and jump near the Weasel Demon Lord's foot with ground shrink. Tremendous offensive attacked me, but everything happened behind. To victory. The blade of the holy sword Excalibur shined dazzlingly after I recited the scripture. With just a slight swing, the Demon Lord split in two, and the blue light overflowing from the holy sword evaporated the Demon Lord. That was cheating et. How terrible! Poor I-chan. I swing the divine sword at the god's fragments that appeared on the place where the Demon Lord was, eliminating them all at once. The dark purple particles are absorbed into the divine sword. Still, considering the Weasel Demon Lord was unaffected by my geese, I should take his story about getting bound by the Weasel Emperor's geese with a grain of salt. Earthquake. The labyrinth was shaking when I got back from the subspace labyrinth. I checked the control board of the nearby dungeon core. Title Dungeon Master acquired. Okay, you'd become a dungeon master just by touching it. I can't acknowledge it, but I have to investigate things first right now. It's set to do stampede. On top of having the recurrence speed of monsters inside the labyrinth set to maximum, it's set to do stampede that will go toward the surface once the monsters reach a certain number. Furthermore, looking at the log, all of the magic power has been concentrated to make the volcano erupt. If this keeps up, the monster stampede and the eruption won't only swallow the labyrinth island, many people in Dejima Island will also fall victim. Tisk, it's locked. What's the point of having a password lock? 15 seconds until the monster stampede, 20 seconds until the eruption. Hikaru. Give me a hand. Okay. I asked help from Hikaru, who was standing by in the solitary island palace. Kept you waiting. There's no time. I'll say it briefly. Stop the volcano eruption for a bit. 30 seconds is fine. I actually wanted Arisa to help instead, but she must be exhausted from the fight with Demon Lord earlier, so I didn't want to strain her. I moved the monsters that were going to stampede into the subspace labyrinth. As a dungeon master, this place is my home ground, and the labyrinth monsters are my units. Therefore, there is no problem in moving the monsters with unit arrangement. There were just a bit too many, it was bothersome. Thanks for waiting, Hikaru. Fast. I clapped the shoulder of Hikaru, who's blocking the volcano's mouth with force magic. It was just a few seconds, but there would have been victims in the labyrinth island if Hikaru didn't come. Keep blocking it for a little longer. Wait. I jumped into the magma, and spread mesh-shaped magic hand and put all the lava it touched into my storage. It was a bit hot, but the heat only burned my clothes. You're being rash again. Arisa would scold you if she heard it, you know. I'll let myself be scolded if that happens. And, at the solitary island palace. Sato-san, I've finished moving the unique skills. Thank you, Shizuka. Hikaru, take care of the rest. I got it. I entrusted the former rat demon lord to Hikaru, and transplanted the god's fragments he had to the armored rat and glutton weasel monsters I created with the power of Dungeon Master. Naturally, the monsters couldn't hold the god's fragment and turned into demon lords. The rat demon lord had 4 god's fragments, so I pushed 2 on each one by force. Of course, I made the demon lords' levels to be higher than the levels they had when we fought them. I put both in a guardian room inside the labyrinth and then send them one by one to the room where the hero party are. Of course, I've already told Arisa about it beforehand using telephone. Hayato. Now. I saw Rusu's and Fifi cutting the armored rat demon lord's legs, snatching away its mobility. Apparently, the hero party is fighting the armored rat demon lord while Liza and the others are up against the glutton weasel demon lord. The armored rat demon lord's body is wrapped in dark purple light. I won't let you. Miss Yarai hit the demon lord with her arrow, creating a large explosion. It looks like someone shared the equipment from Mia to her. Multiplied with the effect of the unique skill, strongest lance, nothing cannot be penetrated, the blow pierced through the demon lord's purple defensive wall, sinking deep into its body. Tunas. Erendite. The hero's holy armor flashed blue light, and the holy sword explosively shined inside the demon lord's body. Break, demon lord! With a spirited cry, the hero cuts the demon lord using his whole body to spring up. The holy sword that comes out above is then swung down, creating a pentagram on its track. The hero who landed with his back facing the demon lord swung his holy sword to clean the blood and put it back into its sheath. Here they come! Princess Mariest points at 2 floating purple light that appeared from the demon lord's body. Divine Gift Talisman. Seal the evils. The hero's followers pushed out the Divine Gift Talisman at the demon lord and shouted. The purple lights are wrapped in blue crystals and then absorbed into the big talisman that Princess Mariest has. I see, so every generation of hero handled the fragments with that. Hey! Mary! I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go help Sato's companions. The hero jammed his words when he turned around. Big win! Victory Nanotasu! It was easier than I expected. It was probably because he saw me taking photo of the girls, who took victory poses on top of the glutton weasel demon lord's body, with a Japanese-style cell phone camera. Of course the god's fragments were disposed of by my divine sword. Without yielding to the awkward silence, I stepped toward the hero after coughing once. Hayato-sama, congratulations for your success on subjugating the demon lord. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry for Hayato, who seemed unsatisfied, but for now, let's celebrate the victory together. 15-17. Celebration. Sato's here. Parting with close friends is hard, that is something of the past. Now it doesn't feel like we're apart since we can communicate anytime with SNS, social networking service. But in a parallel world where there's a few ways to communicate. Hayato. Lady Ringranda's desperate scream is echoing in the boss room. Light falling from heaven is wrapping the hero. The hero, who seems exhausted, is looking at the source of the light and saying something. I couldn't grasp it well due to the glittering light around him, but the term Parian was certainly in his words. The light disappears before long, silence rules the room. It was from God Parian. They'll pick me tomorrow morning. YC. Looks like the hero is going back to his original world. The one who breaks the funeral-like mood is Arisa. Let's have a celebration. After all the hard works defeating the demon lords, we have to have a super special feast. Alright, it's a party. Let me take care of eating the food. Rusus and Fifi joined Arisa's suggestion the foremost. Let's cook the saga cow meat roll and fried rice that Hayato likes. Let's bring out the special brandy too. Miss Wiyari and Priestess Loria continued with cheerful voices too. Lady Ringround and Princess Mariest seemed to brood over it, but they don't seem to object the celebration itself. Dungeon Master cannot leave the labyrinth. When we were leaving the labyrinth, I was pulled back to the along with that message. Master. Did something happen? It's nothing. I'm returning soon, so you can go back to the inn ahead. Okay. If there's anything troubling you, call Arisa-chan anytime. I told Arisa that through world phone. Dungeon Master is forbidden from leaving the labyrinth. The owner of that voice seems to be the Dungeon Core. What should I do to hand over the position of Dungeon Master? That's impossible. Only death will vacate the position of Dungeon Master. I see, very inflexible. However. What's wrong, Sato? Nothing, only stopping by for a bit. Hikaru and Shizuka were surprised to see me suddenly returning to the solitary island palace. Looks like I can go out without problem with unit arrangement. The Dungeon Core probably has the power to call me back only inside the labyrinth. Oh right, Tifa-chan from Ikagoya called for you. Thanks, I'll go see her for a bit. I enter the permanent gate and show up at Ikagoya firm. Of course I didn't forget to change my appearance into Kuro. Kuro-sama, welcome back. I'm back. Tifaliza, who was doing paperwork, stood and welcomed me. She hit the bell that connects to the manager room, and then the manager rushed into the room accompanied with sounds of footsteps that weren't fit for a lady. Welcome back. I'm back, manager. Your hair is disheveled, you know. I fix her slightly disheveled hair with my fingers. Kuro-sama, I have a report for you. Tifaliza, whose voice was subtly mixed with thorns, called out. After letting the manager, who seemed feverish, to sit on a chair, I listened to Tifaliza's report. I believe you already know, but we've got a report from Lily-sama in Duchy capital that 2 demon lords have been defeated in the Weasel Empire. Yes, the Ratkin demon lord was defeated by the Hero party, and the Weaselkin demon lord was done in by our girls. Tifaliza froze for an instant after hearing my reply. It was not by Kuro-sama. Yeah, that's right. Tifaliza seems to think about something. That's a spectacular feat. Since the dawn of history, there has never been a case where a demon lord is not defeated by Hiro-sama or the dragons. Manager entered the conversation in her place. Were they defeated by the dragons before the era of Saga Empire? There is a few records about the appearances of demon lords before that, but according to Earl Munoz research, many of them fought against the Apostle of Gods who descended. Fought? The apostles didn't defeat them. Sealing the demon lords was the limit of what can be done at the time. Less than 20% written in the ancient documents pertain the demon lord's defeat. It seems apostles aren't that strong. Perhaps, the gods besides the dragon god and the demon god are weak. Come to think of it, you're quite well versed in the topic. Yes, many documents from Earl Muno had arrived at the duchy house, so I read them with the permission of Mito-sama. Manager told me so enthusiastically that if she were to have a tail, it would be buzzing around lively. She looked like she really wanted to be praised, so I teased her a bit by saying, very diligent, and clapped her shoulder. I almost patted her head like with the girls, but it would be rude to do that to a woman of blooming age. For some reason, Manager looked a bit regretful. Kuro-sama, did your companions acquire the title of hero? Hearing a problematic remark from Tifaliza, I reflexively turned to her and urged her to continue. Even after subjugating a demon lord, none of the girls besides Poka gets the hero title. It seems that the Miko of Parian Temple has received an oracle about the appearance of a new hero. It's probably not about us. Poka got her hero title a while back, and that title had changed to true hero now. I asked Faliza to notify me if she has new information, and then I go to the inn in Dejima Island through the solitary island palace. I was a bit wary, but I didn't get pulled back to the labyrinth in Dejima Island. Well then, cheers for the demon lord's subjugation. Cheers. Seals of various famous liquors are opened. I put remembrance dishes of this world that the hero's followers told me. There's a lot of meat dishes, probably because the hero likes them. I've banned the girls from drinking alcohol, so they're mainly eating the dishes. Lulu and I helped prepare the feast at first, but after the banquet was underway, the brownies dispatched from the solitary island palace, and gorgeous sexy maids from Saga Empire took over the cooking and the preparation. Satu. You drink too? Yes, of course. The hero who appeared with a sake bottle in one hand pour it in my cup. I also pour the dragon spring liquor on my table to his cup. This great me wouldn't have won against the demon lord if you, Princess Arissa, and the others weren't there. My gratitude for your help. Please, we just helped a little. Hiro-sama splendidly defeated the demon lord himself. In fact, the manufactured demon lords was stronger than the original rat demon lord. The rat demon lord's personality didn't seem to be suited for combat after all. No, none of us could have imagined that there were two demon lords lurking in that labyrinth. If Princess Arissa didn't shout in a thundering voice when Satu disappeared, I might have lost my composure shamefully. I'm sorry for making you worry. I had told Arissa and Liza beforehand that I was going to invade the dungeon master room, so they didn't panic and continued eliminating small fries in the boss room. For some reason, Hiro's face is close. Aside from liking young girls, his sexual orientation should be normal. Thank you, Satu. No, Hiro Nanashi. Hiro whispered on my ear. Hey? There shouldn't be any factor that could expose me though? What are you talking about? Don't worry. I won't tell anyone since it seems you're hiding it. To begin with, from such a hopeless situation with having two demon lords and one being a dungeon master, I can't think of any other guy who could drive the demon lord away from the boss room and deprive the right of dungeon master. Looks like he didn't think that the demon lord left voluntarily. Moreover, you're unscathed until the end. Come to think of it. Satu, I'm leaving my friends in your care after I've gone back to Japan. What do you mean? I know that he's going back to Japan and all, but what's that got to do with me taking care of his followers, I wonder? The followers who participated in the Demon Lord subjugation will be famous in Saga Empire and their country, right? According to Nono, the center of Saga Empire is getting suspicious lately. Are they going to cause war? Yet, radical opinions like destroy the Weasel Empire have begun to appear even from moderate noble factions lately. Perhaps Saga Empire also knew about the Weasel Empire's science? Take them under your protection if they're getting recruited into conflicts between people. Yes, please leave it to me. I'll shelter them in a safe place that can't be interfered by the people above ground. Aside from Tama, it's impossible for anyone to stealthily invade the solitary island palace, and even Tama can't do it without me noticing. It's damn reassuring when you're the one saying that. Once the load on his shoulders got off, he drank the sake cup while looking relieved. If you have something this great me need to do, say it. I can give you erendite if you want. He stares at me after saying that. I'll take advantage of this opportunity since I do have something to ask of him. Then, could you mail these once you're back at your original world? Letters. Yes, it may not be the same world as mine, but I'd like to inform my family about my well-being. I hand over a bundle of letters addressed to my family, friends, and my co-workers, including Mr. Overweight. There are also letters from Hikaru and Arissa inside. Yeah, I've got it. This great me will deliver it personally. Be at peace. I'm counting on you. I feel relieved since the hero accepted my request and hit his chest. There's a high chance that Arisa's letter is mischievous, but Hiro should be able to properly send it. Hayato, can I have a minute? Rin. Lady Ringround, who looked somehow coquettish, appeared with a wine cup in one hand. The green silk dress she's wearing has an extremely adult-like cut, and she's scattering pheromones everywhere. The black knights who are in casual wears have been stealing glances at her since a while ago. Satu, I'm borrowing Hayato. Yes, please take your time. I saw Hiro and Lady Ringround off while feeling like a guardian. Isn't this the NTR flag? What are you going on about? I lightly whack Arisa's head. It's extremely normal to wish for the last memory when you're parting forever with your loved one. I pray in my heart for Lady Ringround's desire to be fulfilled. Looks like it's time. The hero, who's in a suit that wouldn't look strange in Earth, mutters. His trusted sword, Erendite, is being hugged by Lady Ringround. Mary, thank you for always supporting me ever since I was summoned in Saga Empire. Hayato, my hero-sama. After hugging Hayato, Princess Mariest kisses him on the cheek. Come to think of it, the hero's first-person pronoun has changed from or-sama to or. Sana, it's all thanks to you that I was able to stand up again after the complete destruction by that yellow bastard. Ihen, come here again if you want another slaps on the cheek. Miss Sana, who's enduring to cry, musters her courage and hugs Hiro. And then, Loria, Rusus, Fifi, Miss Wiyarai, and Nono said their farewells one by one. Lastly it was Lady Ringround's turn. Rin, you were a stinking shitty noble when we first met. Oi, Hiro, what are you saying? But now you're someone irreplaceable who understands me most. Reconcile with your little sister, okay? Hayato, Hayato. Lady Ringround hugs him tightly while sobbing. Looks like she can't put it into words well. Arisa, are you fine without saying farewell? Yes, I've said my farewell yesterday. Arisa replied so when I checked on her. And then, light falls from the sky. It seems there's a time limit for God Parian connecting worlds. I have to go now. Hiro's body floats and then it's begun to disappear. Someone called Hayato, and then the hero's followers start to call his name one after another. We keep looking up at the sky where the hero who kept waving until the end has disappeared to. Satu, are you drinking? Yes, I'm drinking. However, it seems Lady Ringround has already drunk a bit too much. After seeing the hero off, I was invited to the meeting to remember him with his followers, but for some reason, I got to accompany Lady Ringround drunken rambles after the meeting was over. The drunken Lady Ringround has been complaining with her arm around my neck since a while ago. I think it's problematic for a lady of a duchy house to drink liquor straight from the bottle. Honestly, even though a daring woman who would even jump off a cliff approached him, that blockhead didn't even give me a kiss. Hayato-sama is a gentleman with superior ethics after all. It seems Lady Ringround met an honorable defeat at her approach yesterday. Good grief, a man should become a beast sometimes. That's right, yielding oneself to passion is needed once in a while. After replying positively, Lady Ringround became quiet. Looks like she drank herself to sleep. I asked the girls who were peeking at the door like a totem pole to put her in a bed. Famu, this is unexpected. About the letters. I assent to Arisa, who sits beside me, and drink the fruit water that Lulu brought. The letters with markers are on the marker column in the menu. Their current location is N-World Line, Planet Earth, Japan. By the way, the N part is a number with astronomical value. Hiro Hayato's name remains below the letter. It appears unique skill works across worlds. 15 SS. The Melancholy of Dungeon Core. The new master is a strange human. He tried to get out of the dungeon even though he's a dungeon master. Dungeon master cannot leave the labyrinth. After displaying that message, I activated the emergency master summoning function to pull master back to master's room. It's nothing. I'm returning soon, so you can go back to the inn ahead. The new master is talking with no one, there's some strange person among humans. How do I get out of the labyrinth? Master asked the question to me, the dungeon core. Why is he trying to go outside when this place is the safest? Incomprehensible. Dungeon master is forbidden from leaving the labyrinth. When I replied so, master folds his arms and becomes lost in thought. Rather than thinking so hard about such an obvious thing, I wish master comes up with 1 or 2 traps to deal with the labyrinth's invaders instead. What should I do to hand over the position of dungeon master? Hand over? I cannot understand master's train of thought. Can't humans think logically? However, I have to answer master's questions. Because I am a thing that obeys master. That's impossible. Only death will vacate the position of dungeon master. Master frowns to hear my answer. I heard him muttering very inflexible, in a low voice. Handing over the position of dungeon master, which is said to holds the almighty power equaling gods, even if it's restricted inside the dungeon, is what surely is beyond expectations. Master disappeared from the master's room. No. He disappeared from the dungeon. Where? Why? How? I couldn't feel any reaction of magic power. I'm confident that I absolutely wouldn't overlook the usage of teleportation of space magic, which requires vast amount of magic power. Master. 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 Master won't reply even after I called him with voice, called him with message boards inside the labyrinth, and called him with thought wave. It's not like he's been annihilated, leaving a vacant post behind, yet my master has disappeared. I'll let the monsters outside the labyrinth to search. No. I must prioritize master's orders. Letting the monsters go outside is impossible. What should I do? I have to search for master. Where's master? What should I do? Master, master, master. It seems I've hanged because my thought was going around in circles. I might have self-destruct if I didn't reset the safety circuit of dungeon core. It has been 1000 hours since master's disappearance. Since he's added monsters and traps on the subsystem, explorers can't get to here. According to the log, the unit led by a long-eared woman had invaded the lower layer nearby many times, but they were caught in the traps installed by master and forced to retreat. I was protected by master. I feel a certain bond in my heart from that fact. That's right. If master won't come back, I'll go look for him myself. With my right as dungeon master, I create a homunculus for exploration and transcript my thought onto it. My body is heavy. You're just not familiar with muscles. It should feel lighter soon. The path is open inside the dungeon, so the homunculus's current state is transmitted to me. Go. Core 2. OK, original. I send the probe homunculus Core 2 to the entrance of the labyrinth. With the search power of Core 2, it should find the lost kid master who's wandering around aimlessly outside the labyrinth immediately. In order to perform maintenance on my thought circuit, I entered into suspend mode. I decided to dream about my reunion with master inside the thing called sleep by people. Master, please come back soon. 15 to 18. Intermission. Satu's here. I've never been able to match a quick-witted person. There really are people who embody the saying, to understand everything from only one part. Master. Why you won't secretly go home, will you? Yeah, of course. Arisa tightly grasped my hand and asked. I replied her immediately. Even if I were to go back to my hometown, I'd bring everyone along to sightsee the earth when that happened. I'm sure that they'll be delighted to see Tokyo's skyscrapers and the subculture overflowing Akihabara. Why you will, won't you? Moreover, even though I know the coordinates thanks to Hayato and the letters, it's not like I can visit there with the advanced teleport magic immediately. I tried to calculate it and it seemed, using normal magic, moving a few grams of object was the limit even after using the magic power contained in a divine gift holy sword. Apparently, the distance between worlds is way too far. Looks like it's difficult if it's not with Yuriko of Rumoko Kingdom's power that connects worlds and God Parion's hero summoning, unique skills that is, God's power. I have a feeling that my unit arrangement can do it, but unfortunately that's not possible since there is no base point in Hayato's world. If I knew that this would happen, I would have asked him to carry a folding doghouse and build it there. I've got some tricks up my sleeves if the problem is just the amount of magic power needed, so I'll be seriously going to research it once things have calmed down with the matters regarding Weasel Empire and Saga Empire. I have a promise to visit the hero summoning magic circle in Saga Empire after all. Viscount Sato. Please come see me anytime you're in Saga Empire. I will fulfill the promise then. Yes, I'll be asking your help once I get back from Shiga Kingdom. We're saying goodbyes to the hero's followers in front of the subdimensional ship Jules Verne. Come to think of it, the other hero's followers besides Princess Mariest have also stopped calling me with my house name, Pendragon. Did I do something to touch their heartstrings during the celebration the day before yesterday and the remembrance meeting of the hero yesterday? Sato-sama, please visit me if you have another good liquor, okay? Yes, if I come across one that'll suit Loria-sama's taste, definitely. I made such a promise with Miss Loria. Fifi and I will go on a journey to improve our skills once we get back to Saga Empire. Have a match with us when we visit Shiga Kingdom K. Have a match with me too. I never thought that there would be someone else besides Hayato and Rusus that could move like that against the Demon Lord. Rusus and Fifi grinned and told me that. I'll ask Tama and Poka to be their sparring partners when that time comes. Sato, if you like to tour places, you should go to the Irken Sanctuary in Saga Empire. It's possible for Irken to mate with humans, so they surely will welcome the strong Sato. Lady Wiyari appeared in front of me next. I do have some interests in Irken, but since it looks like I'll be treated like a breeding horse, I'm hesitating. See you, Sato. I'll be visiting Shiga Kingdom as a secret agent. No, please visit us normally. We'll welcome you. Sana the scout made that disturbing remark. Satudano, we wish to express our gratitude for your cooperation. A letter from His Majesty Saga Empire's Emperor should arrive at Shiga Kingdom at a later time. The content is probably in regard to medal conferment and honorary nobility and noblement. Putting aside the ennoblement, the medal should be matching with us, so I'll be happy if you receive it. And lastly, Secretary Nono did a business-like report. For some reason, her cheeks were flushed at the matching part, so Arissa's and Mia's, the impregnable fortress combo, eyebrows were raised. It was a complete misunderstanding. I'd love to plea for my innocence. After seeing off the silver ship disappeared into the dimensional rift, our sailing ship left the Weasel Empire. And then 5 days later, I visited Dejima Island. As Kuro this time. I am Kuro, Hiro Nanashi's follower. My gratitude for this chance to meet Your Excellency Crown Prince. This place is the audience hall of the Administrator Building in Dejima Island. The slender Weaselkin Crown Prince is sitting on the throne in front of me. Level 50 Hui. Your level is low for a hero's attendant. Please excuse me. My role is merely for transportation and negotiation. I lightly brushed off the Crown Prince's provocation. Originally, I had no plan to meet the Crown Prince, as Kuro even thought I was going to make a courtesy visit as Sato. Then why am doing this? That is because I'm asking the Weaselkin merchant to plan a meeting between me and the Weasel Emperor through the Crown Prince, so I've to meet him once at least. Science. The Crown Prince muttered. Humph, your complexion doesn't change even a bit, hey. Do you know that anyone leaving the Empire's mainland through Reedy City will have to undergo memory deletion? Memory deletion? Is it mind magic? Nah, it's a unique skill by the Purple Hair Fellows. Purple Hair reincarnated people like Arissa Hay. And there's no meaning in meeting the Emperor if your memory gets deleted, right? I'll help you smuggle through the place to prevent the memory deletion if you help me. This dealing isn't particularly needed since I can get out instantly with unit arrangement, but I'm interested in the Crown Prince's objective for doing this. Let me hear your request. Dejima Island is going to secede from the Empire. I want Shiga Kingdom to back us. Independence, however. There is no meaning in having the backing of the far-away Shiga Kingdom, right? If the Empire attacked, it'd be destroyed before reinforcements from Shiga Kingdom came. That worry is needless. The Empire will be destroyed sooner or later. In order to not get destroyed ourselves by proxy when that happens, we're gaining independence. The parishes on the outer edges of the Empire should be moving behind the scenes too, but there is no problem in leaving them alone because those guys are all pious believers. It appears that the Crown Prince is aware that the Weasel Empire is in precarious situation where it could garner the gods' wrath. Looks like he wants Shiga Kingdom's backing for providing supply and a place for refugees to flee when Dejima Island becomes uninhabitable. You don't think that they will avoid destruction? The Emperor's will is firm. From the beginning, he's been boasting that the gods' intervention is included in his plan. The Crown Prince replied my question as if spitting out. Does the Emperor have the mean to oppose the gods? I asked him the same question, but he just laughed it out without answering back. The Crown Prince looks displeased, but then his expression seems like he remembers something and he opens his mouth. That reminds me, the bald tactician muttered arrogantly, it is something that anyone knows, therefore no one arrives at the answer. I don't want to show off a reckless remark of a guy who acted as if he was a sage, but I'll tell you that one thing at least. I see, thank you for your kindness. For some reason he laughs scornfully even though I thanked him honestly. Show that gratitude with X instead. The matter about backing Hui. I do not mind, but your fall might come sooner than Weasel Empire's ruin, you know. I have no intention to intervene in a war between Weasel Empire and Dejima Island's independence. If something were to fall, that's only going to be this head. This is something that needs to be done to preserve Weaselkin blood and cultures. Very well, I will talk to Shiga King about it. After I said that, the Crown Prince who was bending his body forwards lets himself sunk into the throne satisfyingly. Well then Hiro Nanashi, I will be waiting for good news. You're mistaken, I am. Humph, such a poor acting. If you're going to pretend to be a subordinate, don't give an immediate answer to a matter that exceeds your authority. Oops, I didn't put too much thought on that part. Now then, about the matter just now, I brought Hikaru with me to meet the king, but unexpectedly, he easily agreed to it even before Hikaru could support me. Of course it's not unconditional. We asked them to stop the production and research of forbidden medicines like the reborn seed used in the terror activities at Shiga Kingdom, and several other demands in order to silence the lineage nobles who don't like demi-humans. At first we used pigeon carriers to fly about both countries, but since it was troublesome, I brought the Crown Prince to Shiga capital to negotiate directly. Then let us enter the Yamato Treaty here. Thus, 1 month after my meeting with the Crown Prince, Dejima Island gained independence, and the treaty for Shiga Kingdom to be the backer was enacted. During that period, a thank you letter and mountains of treasures from Saga Empire addressed to Viscount Pendragon who participated in the Demon Lord subjugation arrived, and the people in the royal castle were in uproar, but since Sato himself was currently cruising in my airship, I didn't get involved in the uproar. I pray that it'll be reduced into a lull before Sato arrives in Shiga Kingdom in half a month time. Hikaru is attending every meeting while also serving as Shiga King's guard, so I can go far away at peace. The destination is Sato-kun, is that Saga Empire's old capital? Yes, that's right. I'm visiting Saga Empire with Earl Muno. The ones traveling with me this time are Earl Muno, Lady Karina, Lady Sorana, and Lady Sorana's fiancé who has just been elevated to peerage recently, Honorary Chevalier Hauto, and also Tama and Poka whom are Earl Muno's favorites. The next Earl Muno, Orion-kun was also eager to go, but Consul Nina stopped him saying that it wouldn't be good for both the Earl and the next Earl to leave the country at once, so he tearfully gave it up. I'll buy him some souvenirs in the old capital. In addition, I also invited Lady Ringround and Sira whom I accidentally met, but she curtly declined. Looks like it'll be a while before they can reconcile. Further, the hero summoning magic circle is not located in the current capital, but this old capital that's governed by a duke. Besides our airship, there are 3 large airships anchored in the airport of the old capital. The number of populace is larger than Shiga Kingdom's duchy capitals but less than the royal capitals. The temperature is low all year round, so there's a lot of people wearing warm clothing. Many are black-haired, and I see Japanese-like flat faces here and there. It's slightly chilly, isn't it? Sorina, you should put this on. Thank you, Hauto. Lady Karina is enviously looking that exchange between Lady Sorina and Hauto. Lady Karina's clothes are equipped with all-weather air conditioner, so she has no need of a jacket in this degree of coldness. Cold. This much is nothing, Nanotasu. Tamakun and Pokakun are really strong against cold. Earl Muno praised Tama and Poka while trembling in cold. Earl-sama, please wear this coat. Ah, Sato-kun, thank you. I saw Lady Karina biting her finger in frustration in the corner of my view. What are you doing getting jealous of your own father? Sato, have I kept you waiting? Not at all, we've just arrived just now. We got on a luxurious carriage after Princess Mariasts, who came to meet us, heading toward the Heroes' Hill at the old capital's outskirts. The other heroes' followers are in great demands to attend parties with the nobles in the imperial capital. There's a building made of white stones on top of the hill with unusually good views. It looks like a Greek historic temple with only pillars, ceiling and no wall. Oh. So this is the sacred place where heroes-sama are summoned for generations. Why yes, that's right. Princess Mariast was taken aback by Earl Muno's high tension. Both Lady Karina and Lady Sorina are also looking around the sacred place with glimmering eyes, though not as bad as Earl Muno. The day will end if I wait for the 3 to calm down, so after a while I urge them to advance and enter building. Your Highness Mariast, are they Earl Muno and Viscount Pendragon? Yes, they are. He contributed in the fight with Demon Lord so much I wouldn't be able to speak at all. Don't be rude with him, all right? If that's what Hiro-sama has promised, then it cannot be helped. An elderly Parian temple head spoke with Princess Mariast in business-like manners. Both of them don't seem to get along well. Then, over here please. Following after the temple head who released the barrier, we entered the temple. Ooh, this is amazing. It looks like a common temple at a glance, but when I activate Magic Seer, complex engraved magic circles are laminated not only on the floors but also on the ceilings and pillars. Each magic circles interact with one another, they're quite artistic and educative. I've noticed after reading the magic circles that it seems the underground of Heroes Hill is a gigantic magic device that accumulates magic power. The reason why the atmospheric temperature of the old capital is low must be because the magic power flowing in the Earth's vein is absorbed by this magic device instead of the city core. Are you satisfied now? I only noticed that I had been looking at the temple for quite a long time after the temple head call out. Yes, thank you very much. I had shamefully lost myself due to the mystical atmosphere. I evaded the temple head's eyes that were full of suspicious with the help of deception skill. I've completely traced the magic circles here, including the magic device hidden underground, so I can reproduce them as much as I like. It would likely end up connecting with God Parian if I used it as is, so it needs several modifications it seems. Temple head. Meiko-sama is. We have guests right now. Maiko rushed in when we're about to leave the temple and made an obvious verbal slip. After searching the obviously Japanese name, I see a new hero called Meiko Kaname is currently strolling the old capital. She's carelessly not hiding her unique skills, her information is wide open to see. She has 4 unique skills: strongest katana, nothing cannot be cut, unrivaled mobility, cannot be hit, infinite arsenal, inexhaustible swords, and foresight. I think she's just been summoned, yet her level is already 60, higher than Hiro Hayato's initial level at 50. Sato, let's go. Your Highness Princess. I know. Princess Mariest replied the temple head, who was going to tell her to keep it a secret as if it was a matter of course, and then she escorted us out of the temple. The thing about Hiro Mako is probably a secret. I'm very sorry, but I have to go back to the imperial capital now. No, we're sorry for troubling you in such a busy time. I thanked Princess Mariest, who really looked like she was sorry about it, and then we parted ways with her at the old capital's airport. Then, let's go tour the castle town. I strolled the old capital with the Earl Muno family, and went around the ramen shop and Japanese sweets cafes that the heroes in the past visited. Next, we purchased Hiro's temple models and hero figurines as souvenirs. Mao! Why are all of them Japanese sweets and preserved sweets that are too sickeningly sweet? There's no cute cakes or parfaits anywhere. When I turn around at the voice, there's a 14-year-old girl with an impertinent look on her face. There's a handsome bespectacled priest as her guard. His disposition looks weak somehow. I'm sorry, Mako-sama. It seems that there is this cake called Lulu's cake in Shiga Kingdom, however. Lulu? That sounds like a cold medicine. Well, fine, go buy it. I'm saying that you go buy it. Don't make me say it twice. She's quite unreasonable. She's a girl from roughly the same hometown as me, but this time I shouldn't get involved and ignore her. The girls should be able to live in this country splendidly. Hey! The black hair over there. Yet, somehow the girl is in front of me. Looks like she used flickering movement. Me? Yes, you. You're a local person, right? Guide me to sweets shops. I'm starving for fresh cream. The girl is taking a threatening attitude, saying to guide her quickly. Mimeko-sama, you must not. Shut it. On the other hand, the attendant priest seemed to have inferred that we were nobles of a foreign country and desperately tried to change the girl's mind. Frisch Kriam. Poke wants to eat sweets notisu. Come to think of it, the cake we ate earlier was really delicious. Lady Sorana mixed in with Tama and Poke. Not only the three, Earl Muno also said, it's about time for having tea, isn't it? The good-natured Earl Muno seemed to sympathize with the girl who sought fresh cream. Is there one? Yes, there is. Let's go to that cafe over there. Mako-sama, you mustn't be tricked. That cafe does serve blue tea, but it has exactly the same kind of sweets as the ones we saw before. The girl glared at me as if saying that she wouldn't forgive me if I was lying. The shop doesn't have one, but we have cakes in this bag. We can just pay the shop for bringing it inside. Really? Then let's go. With the girl's quick decision, we enter the cafe with the calm atmosphere. The bespectacled priest appeared to be a regular here. He immediately asked for a private room. That looks really good. The girl said that arrogantly in front of the cut Lulu cake. However, contrary to her tone, her eyes are sparkling brightly. Wah! What's this? It's way too tasty. Delish. Lulu's cake is delicious, alright notisu. While watching over the children joyfully eating the cake, I slowly drink the blue tea. Not only Lady Sorana and Lady Karina, Earl Muno is also fond of sweets. They've been savoring the cake absent-mindedly. That was delicious. Was that Lulu cake? Of course. Master made it notisu. Tama and Poke boastfully replied the girl, who praised the cake she had eaten. You're a hero's follower from now on. Follow me as a chief. I'm sorry, but... A silver-haired man wearing important-looking priest clothes rushed in before I could answer. Lawrence. Get Mako-sama back to the temple. Didn't I tell you not to let her out since that Sir Pendragon was coming today? Warren-sama. Well now? Why do they want to prevent me from meeting the new hero? Seeing me, Priest Warren's face becomes pale. Nice to meet you, my name is Viscount Sato Pendragon. Sir Pendragon. Why is the Demon Lord Slayer with Mako-sama? What an awful alias. Perhaps Demon Lord Slayer is a praise in this world? Demon Lord Slayer? That Shiga hero who defeated the demon lord together with the previous hero. Me, a hero? Perhaps, you're mistaking me with Hiro Nanashi-sama of Shiga Kingdom. I replied Mako's question with another question to dodge it. Mako-sama, this serpent dragon is... The silver-haired priest is whispering into Hiro's Mako ear. The content of his talk was generally not wrong, but by no means could I agree with it. Thus, I try to talk to her in order to reach a mutual understanding before the misunderstanding goes deeper. Mako-sama. Don't come close. You sexual fiend. The frightened Hiro Mako jumped to the corner of the room. Still, sexual fiend is cruel. I could see the bespectacled priest desperately apologizing in the corner of my view, but such a thing can't heal my wounded heart. It's a misunderstanding. You're served by more than 10 women, and sleep together with women from primary school age to adults every day, right? That's the truth, however. I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it. She closed both her ears and shook her head. Sir Pendragon, since Mako-sama doesn't feel too well, please excuse us. Please wait, head Mako-sama. The silver-haired priest held Hiro Mako's shoulder and rushed out. The bespectacled priest called him head Miko, but the silver-haired priest's gender is undoubtedly male. It's questionably strange, but let's ignore it since I'm not particularly interested. 6 Viscount-sama. The chief of this shop asked to sample the cake with a desperate expression on his face. You don't want the recipe instead? The chef shook his head with a quiet expression. That will be too shameless of me. I am also walking the path of a cook. Once I eat it, I will arrive at that taste someday. This person said some amazing things. Alright then I'll put out several kinds of sweets that will likely suit her taste. Since it sounded a bit fun, I put out several cakes and castella on the table. Even Tama and Poka's eyes are glittering. I'm going to treat you two to Saga Empire's meat full course after this, so right now, bear with it, okay? After encouraging the chef, we went on a meat dishes tour. Of course, it goes without saying that I reproduced the meat dishes we ate in the tour for the girls who were staying behind. Now then, now that I've recharged my batteries, it's about time to depart to Weasel Empire's capital as Kuro. 15-19. Weasel Empire, at the imperial capital. Satu's here. It's said that news of bad deed travel quickly, but the true bad deed is concealed deeply and progressed quietly. Masked Kuro-sama, the city has come into view. As Liza is reporting in, I lean my body at the window to check. I'm heading to Reedy City in Weasel Empire as Kuro, accompanied by Liza, Xena-san and a female executive cadet of Ikagoya firm. Liza and Xena-san are wearing Ikagoya firm's uniforms, and equipped with mirror geese to cope with the Emperor's geese. Further, the reason why the cadet is with us is to take on a certain dangerous task. Originally, I should have been the one who would be doing that, but since the executives of Ikagoya firm and the girls in the solitary island palace were against it, this girl who volunteered first undertook the job instead. Even though I've prepared more than enough safety measures, I can't say for certain that it'll be safe, so I'm thinking of fulfilling one of the girls' wishes once this job is over. Quite a big city. Humph, you Shiga Kingdom lot might not believe it, but that's not our imperial capital. Every city of our empire is as big and populous as the capital of Shiga Kingdom. The one who quickly picked up my muttering and boasted was the owner of this airship, Lady Leile, the Temple Knight of Weasel Empire. In accordance to the Crown Prince's scheme, it seems that she didn't know that the Demon Lord had been defeated until recently and kept loitering around the labyrinth after her treatment, until today. Due to that, her level has increased by 1, and her escort knights have also leveled up, although there are slightly fewer of them now. She's currently acting as my guard and carrying a letter from the Crown Prince to the Emperor. Are we descending? We're changing our ride in that reedy city. When I sensed the floating feeling and muttered, Lady Leile kindly told me the reason. She's probably bored with the air travel too. You're slow. Sorry, we needed to prepare for a bit. After finishing the preparation, we got out of the waiting room in Reedy City, and made Lady Leile, who got tired of waiting, angry. The immigration check room is over here. It's emptier than I expected. Our country has been closed. Normally there are only several people, 10 at most. We followed Lady Leile and met a purple-haired girl surrounded by many guards. There's a transparent magic wall between her and us. I think it can easily defend against normal mid-level magic. The girl is a reincarnated person, her name is Louise. It's an unusual name for a Japanese, but it's not like a reincarnated person must always be Japanese, or maybe her parents simply loved light novels. Her skills are hidden, I can't see it. Her level is 34, she's a cat earkin. The twitching ears are cute. Please sit down on that chair. The girl who said that with downcast eyes looked at me with upturned eyes and opened them wide. Alex, that actor? But, his hair is white, I guess not. The muttering girl is staring at and appraising me. I don't know the name Alex, but he must be a foreign actor whose face is similar to Kuro. I don't mind if it's your job, but appraising people out of curiosity is not a good manner, you know. When I said that while playing innocent of my own doing, the girl cowered as if she was scolded and muttered, "I'm sorry." It looks like this girl is a honest type. Leaving that aside, finish the immigration check thing. Why yes. The girl's guards are frowning in displeasure at my arrogant attitude, but I'm not going to bother myself with background characters. If you don't have any objection to my words, please say I swear. After saying that, the girl is wrapped in purple phosphorus. She probably used a unique skill. Your memories in Weasel Empire, starting from the moment you enter this room, will be lost once you leave Weasel Empire. After the girl said that in a tone like she was used to it, she fell silent. She's probably waiting for us to say, "I swear. I swear." When the executive cadet said that clearly, a coronet made of purple light appeared on her head for an instant and then disappeared. That was probably the mark of the unique skills activation. Now then, let's inspect it. I moved the executive cadet away from the room to a Kaguya firm with unit arrangement. As she disappeared. The girl was surprised to see the executive cadet disappeared, and reacting to that, her guards and Lady Leile touched their swords' handles. Do not panic. I wave one of my hands, and while maintaining that posture, I cut off the remote possession mode from the Kuro doll which had changed place with me in the waiting room earlier and returned my consciousness to my real body at a Kaguya firm. The scene changes from the immigration check room I saw as Kuro doll earlier to the Kaguya room which I'm seeing as myself. How is your memories? I check the executive cadet whose consciousness has gone back from the executive cadet doll to her real body. The information on the log shows that it's interrupted on the arrival at Reedy City. I can remember the time when I entered the immigration room. I see, in remote possession mode, the effect is only valid for the doll. Thank you for your cooperation. I'll be getting back to my mission. For your achievement this time you'll get paid vacations and special bonus, so you should take some rest today. Why yes. Kuro-sama. When I rewarded her, the executive cadet saluted upright. She seems to be quite nervous, so I lightly wave my hand to prompt her to leave and I get back to the remote possession mode of the Kuro doll in Weasel Empire. And then, after a slight time lag, my view returned back to the immigration room in Reedy City. I show the magic tool furnished with green and red gems in my hand. The green one is shining. Looks like my subordinate who has gone back to our country is fine. Wah! Are you doubting me? After I said that, Miss Louise stood up and got outraged as if it was unthinkable. You think I will unconditionally believe someone I just met? That's true, but... Miss Louise faltered to hear me. Her guards unanimously reproached me, but dealing with them will be troublesome, so I ignore them. Kurodano, please hand over that magic tool. If you have any other communication magic tools, please leave them here. This is an antenna-only tool for receiving signal, though you won't believe that. I swear that I don't have any other communication magic tool with me. A man who seems to be Miss Louise's aide enters the room and takes the magic tool away from me. He checks whether I'm lying with his colleagues on the other side of the wall and then goes back to his room. By the way, is the vow still in effect? If it is, do we take one now? Why yes. Please do. After Miss Louise nodded, we said, I swear, and finished the ritual. Needless to say, since Liza and Xena-san are equipped with substitute dolls too, there's no problem. What is it? Is there another ritual? Miss Louise called me hesitatingly when I was about to go out of the room as urged by Lady Leile. Your name, Kuro. The girl seems to like this foreign actor's face. Kuro? Are you Japanese? I was named by the master of the Black Dragon Mountains. My lord, Nanashi-sama also asked the same question when he heard the name. Is that so? The girl, who muttered weakly as I told her the history behind the name, seemed disappointed for some reason. I wonder what did she expect? Are you living happily here? Why yes. Not only that, there's zero overtime, half of the month or even holidays, and the people around me care for me kindly. The girl, who was speechless by my question, answered honestly. Looking at her condition, looks like it's just as she's said. Then I don't have to go out of my way to take care of her. I see. If you're ever troubled with works, go visit Ikagoya firm in Dejima Island. Nevertheless, I think I'm allowed to say that much. We're taking an airplane heading to the Imperial Capital's airport from here. Is it not an airship's? Xena-san asked back Lady Leile. Xena-san and Liza are wearing the translation rings, so they can perfectly understand the people of the Weasel Empire mutually. That's right. Airplanes are faster. Lady Leile boasted with a childlike expression. A small 20-seater propeller plane is waiting at the airport we're guided to. Its shape is similar to the airplane I know. Inside the plane, each seat is wide, so each side of the plane only holds 8 seats. The seat looks luxurious. This seems to be an airplane for VIPs. Liza and Xena-san screamed weakly when the airplane took off. I thought the two were afraid of flying in the sky, but it seemed they had their own reasons. It is similar to when I got on the back of the dragon. The sudden floating sensation is unpleasant, isn't it? I see. In Liza's case, she probably didn't feel the floating sensation since she jumped when we took off. I was anxious. I thought the airplane might fall. It's very like Xena-san to worry about that. She was probably anxious since we could see the airplane's wings rocking from the windows. Even if the airplane falls, it should only end with a scratch with Xena-san's equipment, so it's a needless anxiety. Is that line a railroad? That seems to be the case. That's the Smoke Cars Road, en Charles, that connects cities which our Weasel Empire is proud of. Lady Leile boastfully corrected Liza's question. I think the part where she doesn't question why we know about railroads makes her fail cute. And then, Liza found that as we got close to the Imperial Capital. I wonder what is that? It's big for a barrier pillar. Is it some kind of tower? It's reflecting light like it's made from metal, isn't it? The thing that Liza found and made Xena-san puzzled is. That's the White Tower of Brains. It's been isolated away from the Imperial Capital since it's making some loud rumbling noises. Lady Leile said that with a displeased expression. Rocket? It's too big to be a ballistic missile, or are they going to launch a man-made satellite? It might really be a rocket tower though. The airplane lowered its altitude during our conversation, and landed at an airport in the suburb of the Imperial Capital. Unfortunately, I couldn't see the Imperial Capital due to the cloudy sky, but we're going to it anyway. Liza and Xena-san crushing their seats' handrails during the descent were impressive. I probably should use defensive magic when we're sitting on 2 or 3-seater. This is the capital city of our empire. The moment the smoke car we rode on came out of a tunnel to a high place that overlooked the Imperial Capital, Lady Leile boasted again. This is Imperial Capital. There's a lot of very big buildings. Liza and Xena-san were surprised. There, I saw a majestic-looking dome-shaped structure in the center of the crowded skyscrapers. What do you think? Our empire is great, isn't it? Is that dome the emperor's castle? That's right. Lady Leile answered my question. The shape looks strange. Phew, fun, that shape was chosen not out of whim or sophism, you know. Lady Leile are looking down at us with an air of superiority. She's probably waiting for me to ask her. I inadvertently want to tease her after she's showing this much dumb cute behaviors. It's a precaution against attacks from the sky, right? Or perhaps, it's also a solar generator. It seems both of my statements were correct. Lady Leile fell silent while looking dissatisfied. I might have been a bit childish. The smoke car we rode on passed through the huge imperial capital gate and arrived at an imposing station. Now then, as for the information of the Weasel Empire's capital from the all-map exploration dash. The population is more than 300,000 people. The most numerous ones were not the Weaselkin, but the Ratkin and the Rabbitkin. The Weaselkin is only a third of the population. There are also humans, but ratio is not so high. Special mention for the fact that there's no slave. Since the citizens are separated by class, from first to third class, there's a possibility that the third-class citizens are treated like slaves though. The average levels of the Empire's citizens are 3, just like Shiga Kingdom's citizens, but the soldiers' average is high at 10 and the knights at nearly 30. Just as the rumor suggests, Temple Knights, where Lady Leile belongs to, have 107 people that are higher than level 50. 10 of them are more than level 60, the Knight Leader and number 2 have reached level 70. If every one of them were deployed in the war against Makiwa Kingdom, it would probably have been over before we could intervene. On the other hand, the court magicians' levels are not that high, the average is 40 besides 2 level 50. Since half of the Temple Knights have magic skills, the court magician's duty might be something other than battle. Unfortunately, the Emperor and the tactician Tuya were not caught on the map. They're probably lurking at a different map somewhere. Hey? Doesn't that face look familiar? It looks like Alex, but isn't he a bit shorter? I could hear a conversation between a purple-haired and a black-haired woman who were eating parfait in a parlor inside the station building. They seem to belong to the Weasel Empire's research institution, Brains. The purple-haired girl is a reincarnated person, and the black-haired girl has an obviously Japanese face. I searched again since I forgot to check it. There are more than 10 reincarnated people at various ages inside the imperial capital, and there's a lot of people with Japanese names yet without unique skill, like the black-haired girl in front of me who belong to Brains. It appears the Japanese summoning experiment performed by Princess Mania's home country, Rumoko Kingdom, is continued by the Weasel Empire. It looks like my job in Weasel Empire has increased by 1. It helps that the women in the parlor look happy. Extra. Guhi, I'm not Arisa-chan if I miss a good opportunity like this. Walking on tiptoe, I go from solitary island palace to a Kaguya firm. Elterina. Tifa, please. Let go of that hand. When I got to a Kaguya firm, a yuri-yuri conversation was happening in front of Master. Tifaliza, the transcendental Western-style beauty, is tightly grasping the manager Elterina's hand that's reaching toward Master's cheek, holding her back. Come to think of it, currently, Tifaliza is the only one that remains a slave of Master. It feels like she has a special treatment somehow, vexing. I just want to touch those soft cheeks a little bit. Yep, I can sympathize with Elki. Poking those cheeks feels really good. Master displeasedly brushing my hand is very cute, my delusion goes wild just by that reaction alone. Doing such a thing when the other party is unconscious is cowardly. Tifaliza is too serious. But, you can't deceive Arisa-chan's eyes. That's the face of her persuading herself while admonishing Elki. Alright then, Arisa the evangelist will show her true ability here. I've heard it. You too. Arisa-san. Another problem child. Oh, you Tifaliza, you're so cold to me. And she was really obedient when I taught her to do double-entry bookkeeping in 3 days. Tifaliza's right, poking Master's cheeks is the best when he's conscious. Tifaliza looks confused to hear me somehow. When he's unconscious, it's this. After saying that, I put my head on the lap of Master who's sitting on the sofa. Bless. I'd like for those slender fingers to gently brush my hair if possible, but I'll bear with it. I want to caress his lap, but I restrain myself since the two's coiling stares are heavy. Arisa-san, me too. After having thoroughly enjoyed myself enough, I change place with Elterina who entreated. Tifaliza is only looking with wistful expression, she doesn't stop or ask for it. She sure is a child with disadvantageous nature. Let Arisa-chan pitch in and help you here. Time to change. Al already. That's right, look at the line, the line. Saying that, I push aside the reluctant Elterina from Master's lap. You're next. I am. Tifaliza, whose whole face is red, looks down while fidgeting. What is this cute creature? What are you saying now, after overlooking me and Elterina, you're already an accomplice, you know. Hearing me, Tifaliza looks shocked. Eat poison till the plate, so they say, right? I whisper so in Tifaliza's ear. My face must totally look like a villain right now. Come on, this law P is so foot you know. Succumbing to the temptation, Tifaliza lies down on Master's lap. How is it? It feels nice. Right. I got me feels nice. Tifaliza's silver hair is gently brushed as I laugh he. He. There, Master who's opened his eyes is kindly looking at Tifaliza. You Kurosama, this is. I understand, it's all right. Master tenderly spoke to Tifaliza who was in fluster on his lap. The culprit is Arisa, right? Not good, I'm exposed. Adieu, Master. I told so in my heart and tried to teleport away, but my magic was neutralized. I also tried to escape by running, but the gate to the solitary island palace had been closed. You understand, right, Arisa? It's my first time. Be gentle, okay? Master ignored me trying to soften the mood, and flicked my forehead to hard lump as the penalty. It was super painful, but since I got to satisfy myself with lap pillow after a long time, this day was a good day. 15 to 20. The Empire's subjects. Satu's here. Why do we become unconditionally friendly with people from the same country when we met them abroad? Is it because you feel a sense of security when you converse using the same language? It's a really lively city. Yes, I can't get tired of seeing the attires of the people walking on the street. Just as Xena-san and Liza-san have said, there's a lot of people walking on the Weasel Empire's capital street wearing showy clothes. Of course, the working class people are wearing plain clothes, but their health doesn't seem bad. We've arrived, you'll be staying in this mansion while waiting for the audience with His Majesty. Lady Leile guided us to the Weasel Empire's guest house. According to the map, it's close to the dormitory where the reincarnated and transported people are living. This is just right. When our carriage entered the entrance, the gatekeepers who noticed us shouted at our arrival. Apparently, Lady Leile didn't tell them in advance. A Weaselkin wearing officer clothing came out behind the servants who had lined up in a hurry. Leile-sama, are the people over there the emissaries of Shiga Kingdom? Why is an official of domestic bureau like you here? Lady Leile is openly taking a hostile attitude at the mild-mannered Weaselkin. According to AR reading, he also has a position in the Internal Inspection Department besides the Domestic Bureau. That explains why his level is high at 39 with scout-type skills despite being an official. I will be attending them from here on. I've been entrusted with the message from Leader Dono to Leile-sama, come to the Temple Knights ASAP. From Leader. Lady Leile's face turns pale hearing that. Don't tell me, did she come to Dejima Island on an airship without an order from above? It cannot be helped. I will entrust the matter here to you. Kuro-sama, please tell me about Sir Pendragon as you promised later. Don't forget it, okay? Lady Leile ran off while leaving those words behind. I should have told her enough about Satu's history in our journey already. Did she have more to ask? Zina-san looks like she wants to say something, but asking that here would be bad, so I'll leave it for later. Nice to meet you, Emissary Dono. My name is Dalg of the Weasel Empire's Domestic Bureau. I'm Kuro, an emissary of Shiga Kingdom. I want to hear the schedule for our audience with the Emperor. I asked the official while consciously acting as Kuro. The audience will be held in 3 days. Until then, please relax in this guest house and freely spend your time strolling the capital. We will provide you with a bodyguard who knows the capital well, so please ask him if you need a guide. Famu, bodyguard ha. Looking at the search result on the map, the capable people who are as skilled as the official before us are concealing themselves, so I think the bodyguards are merely decoys. Thank you for your kindness. After saying that, we entered the provided room. It seems the bodyguard will come later to greet us. I set up a barrier for counter-espionage once it's just us. Alright, now the people outside won't be able to hear us. I turned toward Zina-san after saying that. Didn't you want to talk about something earlier? Zina-san's face became bright red after I asked her that. Hey? It wasn't because she felt something suspicious with Lady Leile? I'll get some tea. Liza, who perceived the mood, stood up and went to a teapot in the corner of the room. That teapot appears to be a kind of magic tool. I was jealous. Jealous? I thought maybe Leile-san loves Satu-san. That shouldn't be the case. Since Leile-san is a martial artist, there is no mistake that she was gathering intelligence for a rematch. That's right, isn't it? Thanks to the effort of the deception skill which I hadn't used for a long time, I successfully dispelled Zina-san's doubt. Even though I said rematch, thinking again, I've never even fought once with Lady Leile. That girl must be a battle maniac who would want to fight with anyone strong. There is no chance of me meeting her again as Satu though, so it doesn't matter. Kuro-sama, I am Zakuga Noroin, I will be acting as your bodyguard. Noroin, that means. Yes, I wish to express my gratitude for saving my esteemed cousin Dono. The male Weaselkin who appeared as the bodyguard seemed to be the cousin of the Weaselkin merchant who facilitated this meeting with the Emperor. According to the AR reading, the Weaselkin merchant's uncle who's in the Senate appears to be his father. As a token of our appreciation, my father wishes to invite you to a banquet. Come to think of it, one of the special scientific vehicle captains said that his relative was a member of the Senate. I have to talk to them about the matter of prisoner exchange, but the mysterious Dragon Knight Outis has no diplomatic channel. Let's push the matter to the Crown Prince on Dejima Island. That able man must be able to handle it well. The High mercenaries who were hunting civilians have found employment first, perpetually at a Shiga Kingdom's coal pit. I've no doubt that they will work hard for the sake of people from now on compulsorily though. Kuro-sama. Sorry. I was late to reply since I thought of unnecessary things. Then I will take your offer. Thus it's decided that I will visit the head family of Noroin in the first-class estate, bringing Liza and Zina-san who have dressed up. By the way, Liza is wearing red chic dress and Zina-san is wearing cute azure dress. Both look like normal dress outwardly, but their defensive power is equal to the early days' golden armor. Oh wow, it's dazzling. What vulgar lighting befitting of weasels. Zina-san is excited to see the luxurious mansion. In contrast to her, Liza who hates weasels frowns. The bodyguard who came with us had run inside to inform his father, the host of this party. It's Alex. When I turned at the impudent voice, the 2 women I saw in the station were standing behind a reception desk-like table. They're wearing bold clothes with open chest valleys unlike the other receptionists, so they're probably guests. The black-haired girl is pointing at me, while the purple-haired girl is stiffened with a pale face. Wait a minute, I can't see his. I can see him though. The purple-haired girl muttered in panicked voice and caught the arm of the black-haired girl who was going to rush out of the booth. Master! Let me handle this. I hold Liza back who's going to come forward with my hand. I could hear Xena-san starting defensive magic chant in low voice. The thing that prevents her magic power from leaking out during the invocation is my handmaid. And not that. I'm saying that his status is invisible. Wasn't Mikoka said that there's nothing your appraisal can't see cause it's through God? That's why I'm surprised. Call the guards. Me. Quickly. Mao, you'll have to treat me giga serving of the station's parfait next time K. Urged by the purple-haired girl, the black-haired girl reluctantly moved. The difference between the temperamental purple-haired girl and the my-pace black-haired girl is extreme. When I made a step forward, the purple-haired girl's body got wrapped in purple light. I don't know the details since she has hide skill on, but it's probably an activation of some kind of unique skill. It's probably a kind of unique skill that will protect her together with the black-haired girl. Do not be frightened. I walk toward the purple-haired girl while taking off the thief god harness on my arm. This thief god harness is like my mana camouflage as it can even prevent the divine gift status check reincarnated people have. I'll let you see it, Tomiko. Don't call me Tomiko. I said the girl's name as shown by the AR reading to ease her tension, yet she denied it out loud. Looks like she has a complex about her name. I should have called her Kunelia like the black-haired girl did earlier. Stop at once. My automatic counterattack will retaliate any attack by twofold back at the opponent. Tomiko, who looked nervous, explained her own ability like some mob character in a manga. It's probably a diversion to prevent me from going at them. You shouldn't talk about your own unique skill to your opponent. I release lesser spark from my finger. It's Tama and Poke's favorite crackle magic. Kia. The lesser spark increased by twofold came back to me from the screaming Tomiko, but it vanished before me. Looks like I was protected by the wind magic Xena-san invoked. On the other hand, it seems Tomiko who bounced the attack got some damage. Her beautiful hair looks bad due to the spark. Since I'd be forced to deal with you like this then. After saying that, I tell her, I've made it so you can appraise me now, just look. Tomiko appraises me while being cautious like a cat. Ah, I can see her. It's not Alex, Kuro? Reincarnated person. No, there's no unique skill. Speaking her thought out loud to herself in Japanese seems to be her habit. Are you a new transported person called by the Emperor like Asuka? I have no relation with the Emperor. I come from outside the Empire. I replied back the question in Japanese. Tomiko's attitude immediately softened. Outside? Like Nizu-san? I am sorry but I don't know anyone called Nizu. I see, that's right, isn't it? He was a reincarnated person, a ratkin from the north. The Ratkin demon lord's face flashed in my mind, but it must be unrelated. Some armed male guards rushed in. They're brawny lion-kin and tiger-kin men. Kunelia-sama, is the white hair over there the suspicious person? And no. It was a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. The lion-kin who seems to be the captain conversed with Tomiko. Mikoki. I called the guards. Asuka. Seeing the black-haired girl behind the men, the purple hair muttered awkwardly. Then, our bodyguard came back. What is happening here? Why, young master? There was a slight misinformation. This person is. Anything wrong with this gentleman? He's the guest of honor today called by father, do you know? Tomiko and the guard's face became pale after hearing the bodyguard. Apparently, offending a member of Senate in this country is quite a dangerous thing to do. It was nothing. Forget about that, let's go now if you're done with the things there. Nothing good would come leaving things in this situation, so I urged the bodyguard to guide us to the host. So you're the emissary of Shiga Kingdom. Since you're an emissary, is it correct to assume that you're an earl or a duke? Neither. I am an ordinary citizen. Wonder if that shouldn't have been the case for an emissary? While thinking that, I'm with a member of the Weasel Senate in a uselessly gaudy room. Since it's only Kuro who's allowed to meet him, Liza and Xena-san are standing by in the waiting room. Ordinary citizen? Yet you wish to meet His Majesty the Emperor. I am a follower of Hiro Nanashi-sama. Shiga King and the Crown Prince have given me their recognitions, have you not heard it? His Highness Crown Prince. This man calls the Crown Prince with Highness instead of Majesty. He's probably in the Emperor's faction. I tried to probe various things out of the Senate member, but he shrewdly dodged all of it. During this chance, I also tried to ask about the Emperor and the tactician Tuya. His Majesty is a great person. He has turned this once small country that had no choice but getting oppressed left and right by major powers into an empire in a single generation. An impossible task for ordinary men. I wanted to ask about his personality, not achievements, but I couldn't get anything useful from him who adored the Emperor. On the other hand, as for the tactician Tuya, I do not fancy that bald tactician, but he is a capable man. His involvement in realizing the Emperor's rich country's strong army plan is big. I thought he was planning a rebellion when he established brains and started to meddle with science, but that bald tactician's loyalty is genuine. Wonder what he did to make this man think it's genuine? An unexpected answer came out when I asked about it. He was the one who held back the rebellion of the foolish reincarnated person, Kazura's rebellion, who was accompanied by the Demon Lord. He sacrificed his own body to protect His Majesty. After that, that guy has only an arm and an eye. The name sounds familiar. The Weasel Demon Lord's name should be Kazura. I didn't call him by name even once, so I might be mistaken. I should check it. It'd be annoying if there were still other Demon Lord out there. Are you talking about the Rat Demon Lord and the Weasel Demon Lord at Dejima Island? Weasel Demon Lord? The only Demon Lord that appeared should only be the Rat Demon Lord from the north. The reincarnated Weaselkin certainly did many barbaric experiments and research befitting to be called Demon Lord. However, it seems the Weasel Demon Lord had been evil ever since he was an ordinary person. Then, Hiro Hayato has already dealt with them both at Dejima Island. Is that so? Reincarnated person Kazura's death is deserved, but his ability will be missed. The science products from Hippan were highly prized among the Empire's high-class society, and he was also the driving force behind the Empire's scientific progress. Despite all that, his behaviors were so bad they forced him into Dejima Island's labyrinth. Recalling my conversations with the Weasel Demon Lord, I understood what happened somehow. Father, please excuse my rudeness while you're in the middle of a talk. I wanted to talk a bit more, but since the banquet was about to start we went to the hall. Amazing! Xena-san was surprised when she saw the large hall for the banquet. Very long tables are lined up in the banquet hall, and great variety of dishes, so many they look like they'll spill out, are placed on top of the tables. At first I thought they were trying to show off the Weasel Empire's prosperity, but judging from the guests' reaction, such festivities seem to be an everyday happening. Many of the dishes make use of oil and butter, reflecting the chandelier's light off them. They truly look heavy on the stomach. There are grapes and fruits placed on tall bowls between the dishes, they're probably the palate cleanser. Lots of flower decoration too, but no one even bats an eyelid at them. We're guided to the seats near the host while exposing ourselves to the inquisitive gazes of the guests. Somehow, everyone is looking at us. Gazes from Weasel worth less than garbage. Liza replied the anxious Xena-san by looking down at other people, which was unusual for her. Both of them are talking in Shiga language, so no one around us should be able to catch it. And the party began after the host's greeting. It's delicious, isn't it? Yes, the dishes have no sin. Let us get tasting. Oily meat dishes seem to be nothing for the young Xena-san and Liza. I only took a mouthful of each for future references and enjoyed the rare liquor offered by a rabbitkin waiter. Chasing after Xena-san's line of sight, I saw a Weaselkin vomiting over the decorative plants. It seemed he was used to vomiting. He came back to his seat and resumed to eat as if it was natural after he wiped his mouth with a cloth given by a servant. Apparently, it's common here to eat for the sake of eating and then continue to eat the dishes after vomiting the content of one's stomach. How do I say this? It's like the period of the ancient Roman Empire at its peak. How very like the gutless Weaselkin. Throwing away the life of other creatures they received just like that. Liza shakes her head as if saying there's no cure for them. Come to think of it, Liza and Xena-san's stomachs aren't bulging even though they've been eating an amazing amount of food for a while. I'm glad that I've learned the art of eating in the solitary island palace. Yes, you can eat to your heart's content if you compress the food in your stomach. Art of eating? Come to think of it, I did feel that everyone had been eating a lot lately. I thought that their metabolism were just raised due to the increased STR and VIT from the level up for sure. However, I feel that Tama and Poki are still often downed with bulged stomach even with this art of eating thing. Don't tell me, they ate until their stomachs became round on top of compressing the content inside? Ooh! Is she going to challenge the whole roast dragon? That Shiga Kingdom's lizardkin is a monster. Nay. She probably simply doesn't know that once one challenged the whole roast dragon, one has to finish it alone. Voices of surprise reached my ears. Looks like Liza had begun eating the whole roast lizard on the center table. It seems the strange unwritten law is the reason why no one put their hand on it. This is tasty. Liza continues enjoying the whole roast without minding the noises around her. Liza's meal scenery is really elegant thanks to the open manner lecture held in the solitary island palace. Damn it! It'd be a disgrace to the empire if we only look while doing nothing. Show them that Weasel Empire never gives up. The Weaselkins swooped down on the whole roast on other tables with some strange sense of rivalry. They said some cool lines, but it's ultimately a mere gluttony. And surely they're no match against Liza eating meat. She ate it all. First time I saw it happened. Shocked eyes and voices are directed at Liza. However, Liza who's wiping her mouth with a handkerchief doesn't seem to notice it. Phew, I'm full. Xena-san, you're really a light eater. Here you go. Thank you, Kuro-sama. While wryly smiling at Liza's words, I offered a fruit water to Xena-san. Eating the same dishes over and over again is getting tiring. Let's have some chicken next. After muttering that, Liza asked a waiter for the whole roast bird. Several Mr. and Mrs. who were eating greedily fainted after they saw that. Lots of dishes are available after all. Xena-san and I are looking over Liza-san eating happily with warm eyes. The courtyard is opened after the banquet for people to amuse themselves with dances and games. Liza is surrounded by the food fighters, being praised somehow or other. Judging from what can be heard, it seems a lot of Liza fans were born after they saw her eating the whole roast earlier. I asked Xena-san to be the stopper to prevent Liza from losing her temper from dealing with the Weaselkins. As for me, I see, so Nizu-san was exterminated. He was a kind person when he wasn't a demon lord. I am gathering intelligence while drinking together with the reincarnated person Tomiko and the transported person, the black-haired girl. According to them, the rat demon lord was bound by the emperor's geese and got imprisoned in the experimental institution. It seems the rat demon lord regained his sanity after they extracted the miasma out of him. He was called Nizu and they befriended him. Scumzura got what he deserved though. He demanded our body for the latest issue of the journal and pushed down Nika-chan into the warehouse. The Weasel Demon Lord was also a villain here too. I got enough information about the two Demon Lords, so I changed the topic to the Emperor and the tactician Tuya. Sorry. I can't talk about the Emperor. Same with me. Could I hear the reason? Sorry, that's not possible too. Judging from their attitudes, the information is probably banned by the Weasel Emperor's geese skill. What about Tactician Tuya? That one's fine. I know he's level 55, but skills and other things are hidden like me so I don't know. We don't know his race or age either, right? Various numbers and terms I don't know floated if I tried to appraise him. Maybe he used an artifact from brains, they said. He's bald but handsome, you see. If only he doesn't talk like an old man. I don't think they're lying, but I don't understand the point of hiding his age and race. He's probably hiding the fact that he's long-lived, but I don't think that's an important enough information to hide. The ground shook while I was lost in thought. Guess it's about magnitude too. It's quite long, isn't it? Sure, there's a lot of them lately. It's strange, you know, quakes should be few around here. The two former Japanese are fine with the quake, but the people in the hall seem to be frightened by it. Both the guests and the waiters are hiding under the tables. There's also rumors about monsters appearing in the slum and the underpasses. Maybe it's some kind of omen. As I thought, banishing people related to temples is. Don't say stupid things. The temple people volunteered to go to the parishes in order to build God's gardens. Hearing rumors about monsters, I tried searching the map thinking it might be something similar with the matter that happened in Shiga capital, but there's no monster besides the food monsters like the one back then. Some of the food monsters probably escaped and caused some uproars. The edible monsters might be a secret to everyone but the people involved. Hey, why don't we slip out here and go to Mikoka's mansion? My home. I mean, mine's a dormitory, the wall's thin, you see. The black-haired girl wrapped her arms around mine and said that suddenly. It's not just my imagination, I can feel her amorous glance. Thanks to Kuro's foreign actor's handsome face, looks like she wants a one-night stand. I don't intend to have one with her, but this is quite a fresh experience. Mikoka's house is a mansion, you know. There's about 10 maids and sheep. That's common around here. Look at the top people of brains, they're living in huge mansions with servants numbering more than one digit, right? Ahaha, harem section chief and Seraglio deputy director are like that in it. Those are some amazing nicknames. They're probably surrounded by many women. Sorry, but I have something to discuss with the Senate member after this. Then come visit brains. Famu, not a bad invitation. I'll be coming if you're alright tomorrow. It's a promise. I exchanged pinky promise with the forceful black-haired girl, and added the visit to the brains in my schedule. 15 to 21. Brains? Satu's here. It's said that a genius and an idiot are two sides of the same coin, but since I've never met a genius in real life, I'm not sure about the authenticity of that saying. I think it's impossible to find a single genius among innumerable idiots though. It's a cuboid building without appeals, isn't it? So this is the base of brains. Liza and Xena-san muttered while looking up at Brains's base. It looks like a research institute or a business building. Two temple knights are standing guard on the entrance while looking bored. They're glaring at us, or rather at the bodyguard. The domestic bureau the bodyguard belongs to seems to not get along well with the temple knights. Ah! You came. Mikoki, Alex is here. The black-haired girl whom I've gotten familiar with during the several days here is waving her arms while looking impatient at the automatic glass door opening. 3 purple-haired reincarnated people are behind the black-haired girl. One of them is Tomiko, who invited me here, while the other 2 seem to be the director and the vice-director here according to AR reading. So he's the actor-san emissary of Shiga Kingdom. Director, I've heard that the courtesy with nobles in Shiga Kingdom is strict. You should not be too frank. That's annoying. The angelic smile of the director who's wearing a white robe darkens. Even if he's beautiful, the director is a man, so I don't feel anything even if his good looks get cloudy. According to the information shown on the AR reading, he's level 41 and, surprisingly, doesn't hide his skills. His unique skills are all-purpose drafting, and precision work. He also has various other production skills. The vice-director is hiding her skills, so I'm not really sure, but judging from the Daisho katana on her waist, it's probably something related to them. I'm Kuro of Shiga Kingdom. I am merely an emissary without peerage, thus you don't need to use stiff polite speech with me. I introduced myself when we got close enough to have a conversation. Hey? You heard us? I'm Kenji Orion, the director here. That might sound like a fake name, but it's the real one in this life, you see. The director seems to be more easygoing than I thought. His name is Kenji on the AR reading. Yet he adds Orion on his name. He must cherish his family after his reincarnation. After briefly exchanging greetings, we walk in the hall with him guiding us. We separated from Zakuga the bodyguard, so he's not here now. This place is bright. Are you using light drops? No, those are LEDs, you know. The director answered my question lightly. L-E-D. Xena-san's pronunciation was somewhat cute. Now that Kazura-san's no more, we've got to work hard and reproduce them, or else we can't replace them. We sure lost a valuable man. The vice director replied to Miko's remark without a hint of regret. It'll be quick and easy if we just find a reincarnated person with a unique skill that can synthesize rare metal, but the merchants under the imperial command of His Majesty the Emperor couldn't find one even after scouring the whole world. It might be impossible. I see, so that's the reason why there's a lot of reincarnated people in the Weasel Empire. Psyche-san or I can make them as long as we have the material though. Looking up on the map, this Psyche-san is someone with single-digit level and has no skill, so he's probably a technician who worked in a company that dealt in lead production in his former world. Right, I have to confirm one thing. Since you have LED lights, that means you also have a power generator. We do. But since we got the gasoline from Kazura-san, now we're using electric turtles and electric frogs to charge electricity on batteries. Using monsters as a substitute of power generator. Hey! Just when I was about to be convinced, I realized that he was joking. That's a lie, isn't it? You can just use common coals to run a steam turbine, right? Mao, you noticed too fast. And I've made a dummy generator room for visitors and all. The director puffs his cheeks. The vice director and the black-haired girl are looking at him with enraptured expressions. Tomiko is the only one who's looking at the three with cool eyes. Several glass cases are put on a side of the wide corridor, exhibiting various things like a microwave oven and telephone instruments. There's a lot of unusual things. Those aren't made by the weasels, they seem to be articles from Japan. Liza answered the surprised Xena-san in Shiga language. Liza-san knows more about Japanese culture than Xena-san due to my flip phone and Arisa telling her about various things with illusion magic. The things over there are summoned by Kazura-san. We still can't reproduce most of them, you see. The director said that in a slight vexation. Even if he can draw a blueprint of an LSI with that unique skill, he probably doesn't have the facility to actually make one. After walking on the corridor for a while, one of the sides has changed to one fitted with glass, showing the place with electric turtles and electric frogs generator like he said earlier. Here's the room to explain our research to our patrons. If we show our thermal power generator recklessly, there might be someone who'd want to remodel the steam locomotives, you see. I thought he despises the weasels, but it seems he's also relatively cautious against them. Once we can operate a large-scale thermal power plant inside a building, the Weasel Empire will become a bright place like modern Japan. Installing telephone and electric lines are difficult though, so we'll need to make a power plant in each city. YC. How wonderful, Director! The whole empire will benefit from science. The vice director gives an applause with a serious look on her face. Do you know about the taboo of the gods? Of course. He calmly answered when I asked him in a low voice. He's smiling and looking straight ahead, but only his eyes aren't laughing. Can you see the black building over there? The director points at a neighboring big building that can be seen from a small window. When I nodded, he said, we have nuclear weapons over there, you see. Searching the map, every kind of modern weapons, even a nuclear submarine surprisingly, are inside the building. There's even SLBMs with nuclear marks inside a warship. They're probably summoned by the Weasel Demon Lord's unique skill. I'm intrigued just how they're maintaining them, but it must be mostly with fixture magic. Are you going to threaten the gods with nuclear weapons? We can probably launch an attack that has enough power to create another Sunday. The gods' fragments that couldn't even be scratched by the holy swords flashed on my mind. It's futile. Physical attacks don't work on gods. It's as if you've fought them. The director looks at me with squinted eyes. Tomiko and the black-haired girl have disappeared before I knew it. Apparently the vice director who noticed our conversation sent the two away by asking them to do some errands. According to my master, even the holy sword that could cut demon lords couldn't even interfere with God. Hiro Nanashi of Shiga Kingdom sure treads a tough life. The director said that with a voice slightly mixed with pity. I also just want to have an easy-going sightseeing tour if I could. Well, putting that aside, Tuya-san's probably going to do something about the gods. Are you close with tactician Tuya? Ahaha, don't even joke about it. The director replied while laughing, but he spoke of it with chilly eyes. That person isn't someone who will fight head-to-head fair and square anyway. In order to defeat the gods, he's probably even willing to bump with your master and that thing whose name I hate to say you know. The director looks up at the sky from a small window while saying that. What does he mean by that thing? It's probably not the new hero of Saga Empire, and judging from thing whose name he hates to say and an existence that can oppose the gods I see, that I can see a faint white moon in the noon sky. The director is looking up at. What's that? It's a mock-up of particle accelerator. When I asked him about a ring-shaped object in the courtyard, the director answered as such. That, you see. I'm using that to find out the true nature of magic essence. The true nature of magic essence? You see. I cannot allow myself to not know the unknown. Once I understand magic essence, I'll investigate the reason why there are unscientific things like skills and level, and lastly. The director pulled my ears and whispered, I want to find out the true identity of gods with a serious look. Keep it a secret from everyone, okay? I haven't told anyone about it. After the director said that jokingly, the darkish anger burst out of the vice director who has been abstaining herself calmly behind us. I clapped Liza's shoulder, who reacted to the anger and retaliated by coercing the vice director to stop her. Still. Researching about true nature of magic essence and all, this director is a true scientist. His way of thinking is fundamentally different from me, an engineer. But, you see, there's a lot of obstacles in this world, it's hard to carry experiments. He said that while looking at the particle accelerator mock-up. That particle accelerator is about 10 km long, but there's too many monsters on the ground, they'll quickly break it. Isn't the smoke car's rail longer? Ahaha, you're so funny, Kuro-san. I can quickly repair it if it's just locomotive rails, but that's not possible with the particle accelerator. The director turns at me with a smile of disdain. We can immediately start the next phase once we can successfully launch the experimental rocket to the geosynchronous orbit though. Fortunately, some of my colleagues have the infinite inventory, so they can carry the parts needed to the space and we don't need to launch often. This kind of things is what's nice in a fantasy world, isn't it? I'm interested in his research and it's possible to immediately start the experiment with my cooperation, but since it will obviously violate the gods' taboo, I restrain myself and speak nothing. Why are you restraining yourself? Just do it if you want to. I felt like I heard such devilish whispers, but I don't intend to deviate from the rule created by the creator of this world, however imperfect. At least for my sake and the sake of my close friends. There's monsters in space too. The elves refer to them as mysterious creatures, but a lot of them are of the same class as the great monstrous fish Tofgzira. Why you serious? Damnit, God is death. Hearing the director's begrudging wail, I almost told him that 2 of them had already died, but since that's probably not the response he wants to hear, I leave it to the vice director to console the director. Tomiko and the others came back then. Director, what's wrong? Looks like he's a bit shocked. Tomiko and the others acted as our guide in place of the director, who went back to his room due to feeling unwell. The director seemed to be the only one peculiar, the other staff members were all common people such as old factory workers and exhausted middle-aged male engineers. Do we want to go back to our former world? My question seemed to be unexpected. The people who were having a welcoming party in the dining room fell silent. Don't even joke about it. Right. I was asked the same question when I first came here. No way I'm going back to that world. Here, the meals are delicious, I can live in luxury, I have a house, a private car and above all, a job. I haven't got a bride yet, but the thought of leaving a world where beautiful diligent maids, elves whom I haven't seen yet, and girls with cat ears exist doesn't even cross my mind. Apparently, the Weasel Empire asks the people they summoned about their will at the time of the summoning. Most of the people here seem to be happy about their treatment, they don't seem to want to go back. Isn't it better to ask that question to the people who fell into the slum? According to a middle-aged engineer, young people who didn't have the required technical skills and ideas, and refused to even do chores, are prowling around in the slum by relying on distributed food. It seems many of the Japanese people who left this place couldn't adapt to the city life and picked that course. Those guys are only wallowing in self-pity, you'd be better off not getting involved with them, you know. They told me that, but I decided to check it with my own eyes. God's punishment is upon us. People. Pray to God, and beg for mercy. That sermon reached my ears once we got to the slum. When I turned my eyes at the source, an old Weaselkin priest that looks like a dead tree is shouting out loud with fiery eyes full of madness. It looks as if he's going to spout fire from his mouth. That holy mark is of God Zakuan. If Master allows, I can take care of him. Liza is glaring at the old priest without hiding her animosity. The memory when she was tormented by the fat Zakuan priest in Siriuhu City might have resurfaced. No, there's no need for that. I point at a direction where several government officials are running. Holy Master Badrazog, it's the Emperor's pawns. We're changing places. O pious youths, follow after me. The elderly priest took about 10 young people into a back alley. The transported people I'm looking for are among the youths who escaped with him. Looks like they're not waiting for distributed food in the slum, but devoting themselves to their faith. Quite an intense act. Of course there were several transported people who didn't participate in the act, but I couldn't even connect a conversation with them since they were too lethargic, let alone asking their will. I stumbled at the first step. If I were someone who's overflowing with the spirit of a volunteer, I probably would frequent here until they open their heart, but unfortunately, since I'm just a hypocritical ordinary person, I don't intend to take care of them more than this. Of course, it'll be a different story if they come to me on their own. And then, Lady Leile visited our mansion when we returned there. Kuro. A summon from His Majesty the Emperor. We're going to the Imperial Castle. Lady Leile caught my arm and pulled it. As always, she doesn't have consideration to an international guest. I think it's because she's been living in an isolated nation. Right now. That's right. You can't make His Majesty wait. Your clothes fine, just come with me now. Looks like the Emperor is unexpectedly hasty. Now then, let's have an audience with the Emperor. 15 to 22. Audience. Satu's here. There are people who want to settle everything by force anywhere. There's not many of them in modern Japan, however it might be unavoidable for that ratio to increase in another world. This hallway is gorgeous, isn't it? It's just a bad taste of the riches. Xena-san let out a sigh of admiration while we were walking on the luxurious hallway of the Imperial Castle. The hallway is full of carefully placed decorations made of gold, silver, and ivory. It's truly showy. Liza thinks that it's a bad taste since the culture in Shiga Kingdom is different, but I think these ornaments are quite tasteful if they're set up accordingly. The ones here are just us three, Lady Leile and a maid who's guiding us. Zakuga the bodyguard got into a quarrel with Lady Leile's comrades, the temple knights, and was dismissed when we arrived at the castle. He was treated quite badly, but since he didn't particularly ask for support, I left him alone. I was talking with Xena-san while walking between the ornamental pillars and statues when the maid suddenly made a sudden turn. "Oi, where are you going? The audience hall is straight ahead, isn't it?" "I'm very sorry. The passage ahead is currently under renovation, therefore we cannot use it." The maid seemed to be scared of the threatening attitude of Lady Leile. She averted her eyes when she said that. "Oh?" I glanced at the map since I was bored and saw that there was no renovation going on the hallway ahead. I couldn't see anything like renovation even after spinning the 3D map, so I checked the hallway with space magic clairvoyance. As the result, I confirmed that the maid was lying, so I told that fact to Xena-san and Liza with tactic talk magic. "Renovation, hey? Must be because the idiots, Gilsum and Dajlim, fought inside the castle. Good grief, those idiots are just..." Lady Leile seemed to believe the maid's lie. Maybe the maid averted her eyes to prevent Lady Leile's dragon eyes from seeing through it. I found a suspicious person behind a pillar as I was walking while being on guard. "Yo, long ears." A giant Weaselkin carrying a 3-meter-long thin sword appeared. He's the number 2 of the Temple Knights at level 70. If we're only looking at level, he's about as strong as the current Liza. Gwilbadano. "I'm sorry, but I'm acting under the imperial command of His Majesty. Leave it for later if you want about. My business isn't with ye." He sneered and told Lady Leile off. "This great me's business is with the hero's follower over there. Are you going to point your sword at His Majesty's guest?" "What? Ya afraid of me, hero's follower? What a big coward ya are! Cheap provocations." Gwilbadano. "Kurodano is a guest of His Majesty. So what? Ya think I can miss this chance to fight someone strong?" Lady Leile's restraint was brushed off by Gwilba's fighting race's reasoning. "The people here can probably manage even if this kind of problem arise since the country is isolated. I can see how he ends up with his personality if he grows up in such an environment. Ain't it better if your master be called Sissy rather than Hiro? Is that a provocation?" Liza on the back would snap if I let this go on, so I looked down at him with cold eyes. Han. A follower who doesn't fight back at insults for his master's just garbage. The tip of a magic spear wrapped in red light appeared before the eyes of Gwilba, who seemed bored. What? Just when? Gwilba stepped backward using flickering movement in a panic. I wonder if the shiny hair on his forehead from cold sweat? "Excuse me, master. This small fish will be dealt with quickly, please wait a minute." Liza apologized for her indiscretion while keeping her line of sight at Gwilba. I should have kicked Gwilba and made him faint when I sensed that she was about to snap. "Okay. I allow you to engage. You can seriously injure him, but try not to kill him. Understood." Lady Leile seems to find my permission unexpected. She tries to stop us in a hurry. "Wait, Kurodano. Gwilbadano's personality and conducts are the lowest, but there's no one but Captain who could match him in a fight among Temple Knights. Long ears. Don't say it like the great me's weaker than Captain." Irritated by the two's quarrel, Liza shot a very small magic edge cannon between them. "Just come at me. I will teach you your place." "Fine by me, you lizard." Gwilba's unsheathed sword is clad in blue light. Holy weapon. Xena-san was surprised. She has her own holy dagger inside her bag, yet she still gets honestly surprised. It's very like Xena-san. Xena-san's honest cutesy really is her nice point. This is the holy sword granted by the Emperor to Great Me, Minofashi Zhao. An imitation magic spear made from low-class monsters can't hope to rival it. Close that dirty mouth. You're polluting magic spear doma which master has created. The red pattern on the magic spear receives Liza's quiet anger, pulsing profusely. Here's a greeting, slashing steel flash. For now, Die. Guilba used physical reinforcement on his body in an instant and swung down his long sword while using the flickering movement. The sharp slash that looked as if it could cut air molecules sliced Liza's figure. The afterwave of the attack broke the paving stone behind her. Cloud of dust and roaring sound came flowing here from the depth of the hallway. The expression of Guilba, who was grinning, sure of his victory, froze. You refit to be a street performer. I am possible, you evaded the great me's slashing steel flash. Liza's magic spear, clad in magic edge, is thrust before the neck of the groaning Guilba. His adamantite neck guard fell down in half. Looks like Guilba couldn't see Liza's flickering movement and ground shrink. Merely leaving a decoy afterimage, every one of my companions can do that. She pulled the magic spear while saying that and readied her stance. Take your stance. I will teach you how the strong fight. Liza declared without feeling triumphant. Thank you for waiting. Good work. Shall we go then? The Emperor is probably tired of waiting too. Leaving Guilba, who has been sunk into the wall behind, we urge the maid to press forward. His pride seems to have been crushed by Liza, but it's not like he's injured enough to die. There should be no problem leaving that weasel alone. Why yes. The maid, who had an expression like her soul had came out, seemed to remember her duty. She straightened herself and replied, and then guided us while looking frightened. With that Guilba Dano, to be so one-sided. He had probably never fought an opponent who is of the same strength or stronger than him. There were too many opening and wasteful moves. Liza said that calmly at Lady Leile, who muttered in disbelief. Well, on top of training with opponents of different types, Poki and Tama every day, Liza also sparred with me, Hikaru and even Black Dragon sometimes, so there's no surprise that she's become strong. Being able to instantly fully recover by going back to the solitary island palace and drinking advanced magic potion and elixir no matter how injured she got might have a big effect too. Please wait in front of this door. When we arrived before a door made of unknown alloy, the maid ran up to the Imperial Knights who stood guard in front of it at a quick pace. These knights seem to be of a different affiliation than Lady Leile's Temple Knights. I operate the menu to obtain information about the Emperor. He's around level 40, not too high. His skills are mostly composed of governmental and negotiation type ones. The only thing we need to be wary of is the geese skill, which we knew already. No, there's still more. I found a special ability column on the Emperor's status. He has 2 unique skills, Lucky Star and Reflect Unlucky Dot. Looks like the Weasel Emperor is a reincarnated person. I'm intrigued why he doesn't hide his info. Maybe there's no point in hiding it since his geese skill is famous. Just in case, I put several layers of mind magic on Liza and Xena-san. They already have the automatic defensive items made by analyzing Rika, but I feel that this magic is stronger as a countermeasure against the Emperor's geese. We will be holding your weapons custody here. Understood. I hand over the magic gun on my waist to the Imperial Knights. Xena-san and Liza are going to wait in the waiting room next to the audience hall so they get to keep their weapons. Shiga Kingdom emissary Kurodano, step forward before the presence of His Majesty the Emperor. I step into the audience hall that's deeper than Shiga Kingdom's. There is a huge throne in the room's depth, as if showing the Emperor's authority. The Weasel Emperor with purple fur who's sitting in that throne is also huge. Mainly horizontally, that is. I've seen a lot of fat people before, but he's a far more heavyweight even compared the real sumo wrestlers I saw in the National Sumo Dome, let alone Mr. Overweight. He's at least 3 times the width of a normal man. In other words, Shiga Kingdom is going to be the patron of that guy. Affirmative. Everything is just as what's written in that letter. After reading the Declaration of Independence, the Emperor very lightly sighed in a way that couldn't be noticed by the people around him. And he muttered in a very small voice my attentive ears skill couldn't pick up, so he really picked that course, I caught from the movement of his lips. Apparently the Emperor had predicted that the Crown Prince would declare independence. What? Shiga Kingdom intends to cut off Dejima Island. Those bastards, now that it's come to this, we should sortie our unrivaled airship force and raid their capital. Even without utilizing the science, our victory is cemented if we deploy half of the Temple Knights, even if the Dragon Knights that appeared in Makiwa Kingdom were to intervene. The Weasel ministers who was in the audience hall got roused when they heard about Dejima Island's independence. Apparently, unlike the Weasels people outside the country, I feel that the ones inside the empire is short-tempered, or rather they're quick to blow their tops. It's interesting how they went past Dejima Island and straight to Shiga Kingdom. Perhaps the ministers of Weasel Empire have some complex about Shiga Kingdom. Call General Putpo. With the Emperor's command, a chamberlain quickly left the audience hall. So we can't avoid the war after all, hey? General Putpo. Are we going to leave the conquest to an incompetent person who only got his peerage from his house? It might be possible to suppress Dejima Island if they're alone in this. Quite a harsh evaluation. After a while, someone wearing odd disorganized ceremonial clothes who seems to be General Putpo appears. He's a plump Weaselkin who looks like a small fry. Your Majesty, I have come at your call. Dejima Island has declared independence. Your third army is fit for the subjugation. Crown Prince Dano rebelled. Putpo will burn down all of Dejima Island and make it a hell where no one alive. No need of unnecessary killing. Arrest only the Crown Prince by all means, or if it's not possible, kill him. I've certainly accepted your Majesty's command. General Putpo accepted the Weasel Emperor's command with exaggerated gestures that reeked of axe. Please wait, your Majesty. A Lionkin and a Tigerkin wearing Temple Knight's ceremonial dress entered the audience hall while speaking in unison. Lord Gilsum and Lord Dashlim, hey! Those rowdy bunch! They probably come here to protest and ask for their participations. The ministers spoke ill behind the back of the two who were wrapped in violent aura. Your Majesty's authority would be stained if you left it to an incompetent general. We will take care of it all with just our platoons if you would leave it to us. Lionkin Gilsum and Tigerkin Dashlim appealed at the Emperor while showing off their muscles. It must be a popular style in Weasel Empire. Dear me, communication between cultures is difficult, isn't it? The Weasel Emperor once again muttered in a small voice that couldn't be heard by the people around. My attentive ears skill picked up, these fools. I've put my trust on General Putpo. I am sure that he will do the job as I wish it to be. Hearing the Emperor, the two made sullen faces. General Putpo had a satisfied smile on his whole face. However, as I wish it to be, hey! I caught a glimpse of the Emperor not wanting to win the war. Moreover, you Temple Knights have more fitting battles waiting. Work hard to seek strength until that time. The Weasel Emperor followed up at the two who looked discontent. We've prepared a new area in the artificial labyrinth at the suburb. Capture the labyrinth and improve yourself. The Emperor instructed, and then a chamberlain presented a tray with egg-sized jewels on it at the two. It seems those are an item called teleport stone. I'd like to learn the way to make them if they're as the name imply. Acknowledged. I'm itching for a fight. The two gleefully took the teleport stone, bowed at the Emperor and left the audience hall. Now then, it's about time to talk with the Emperor and get down to the business. I have to talk about the science and the taboo. 15 to 23. The Forbidden Science. Satu's here. There's a saying, understand everything from only one part, but I think one needs to study 1,000 times, review 10,000 times in order to embody that. If you don't have a foundation on anything, you'll notice that you won't make it once you enter the society. Emperor, I have a slightly complicated thing to talk about. Could we talk in private if possible? Very well, come several steps forward. The Emperor said some flag-raising thing, but since my trap detection and crisis perception skills aren't reacting, it should be fine. After walking several steps ahead as instructed, the ground around the throne began to descend. Looks like the throne and its surrounding is an elevator. Don't you think you're too careless? There is nothing to fear. My good luck knows no adversary. I see, it looks like the Weasel Emperor is absolutely confident in his unique skill. This elevator seems to continue outside the map. It probably connects to the city core. The descent speed is slow, so I decide to talk about the taboo while we're descending. Do you know that science, particularly communication technology and railroads, violate the gods' taboo? Of course. The Weasel Emperor nodded at me. Then the Weasel Emperor raised his hand to stop me from pressing on. We started precisely because we've done the preparation. Preparation? Are you talking about your experiment with a small country? Or maybe it's about the nuclear weapons in brains? The Weasel Emperor bursts into laughter after hearing me. Do you know about Kokyo? The Weasel Emperor suddenly asked that question once he was done laughing. He ignores my bewilderment and continues on. Spreading around the world, permeating their own culture on every part of the world to preserve it. What about it? I still don't understand what he means. That is precisely the role model. My kins have spread throughout the world, thus our culture and blood would not come to an end even if Weasel Empire were ruined by the gods. The weasel merchants whom I saw not only in Shiga Kingdom but the whole world flashed in my mind. Regardless of which country they were, they did business with their own culture. Yuri already sure of your destruction. A wise ruler has to prepare many hands. Several images floated across my mind. Like the parishes and Dejima Island. That's right. The parishes of where only the pious believers and priests are gathered have none of the science, and Dejima Island which is estranged from our empire most likely won't be subjected to the god's wrath. Yet he's sending a subjugation army on Dejima Island. No, that's why he assigned an incompetent General He. But that means he won't save even 10% of the empire. Are you going to sacrifice the majority of your subjects? What kind of statesmen abandon their people? Those are simply insurances in case we lose to the gods. The Weasel Emperor laughed down at my critic. Do you think you can win? The Emperor had a vicious smile that looks like it's cursed when he heard my question. It appears he really intends to win against gods. Chances are high that you won't win against gods even if you use nuclear weapon, you know? Or maybe you're going to use it to threaten the gods. An anecdote from an ancient King Hui. Have you read the slates in the Room of Truth? Oh, some enigmatic words came out. Room of Truth. It's a storage housing the records of the sage who continues to carve the truth since an age older than the ancient times. I see. I don't know who this sage is, but that Room of Truth looks to be the Weasel Emperor's source of information. Everything, from the gods' taboo to how the civilizations that violated the taboo were destroyed, are recorded in it. And yet, you're still going to fight the gods. That's right. Time is nigh for the people to be liberated from the control of God's blessing. Liberation. Hey. Somehow, the word liberation is littered in bad images ever since I came to another world. It's probably due to the strong impact of the Demon Lord's believer groups, Wings of Liberty and Light of Liberty. I'd like to ask for a shameless request. Could you let me read the slates in that Room of Truth? The things about God's taboo that I know mostly come from Corpse in Selbera Labyrinth's lower layer and the story I heard in my fight with Doghead Demon Lord. Demigod Mode A-san said that she didn't know about when I asked her. Oh? You wish to know the source of our empire's power? Hearing my request, the Weasel Emperor grinned gleefully. Looks like he's going to ask for something extravagant in exchange. I ask you 5 things as the compensations. The Weasel Emperor spread his thick short fingers and said that. That reminds me, the elevator has stopped descending in the middle of the way. 2 of them are a sacred stone, Philosopher's Stone the size of a person's head, and a darkness crystal big enough to free a huge rocket from the shackles of gravity. The Weasel Emperor said that while folding his fingers. Once our fight with the gods begin, you and Hiro Nanashi and his followers. Famu, he's probably going to ask for my assistance. Are to stay neutral. Neutral? You don't wish for us to take your side. That's right. People who carry God's fragments in them cannot go against gods. What the heck is that? First time I heard of it. There were cases of it happening in the past. A hero of God Parian cannot brush off the request of God Parian. I shouldn't swallow the Weasel Emperor's words whole, but if the God's fragment is something similar to backdoor, it should be easy to hack it. For example, if they can arbitrarily manipulate the information shown on my menu, like say, adding possession, demon lord state on someone, I will be cautious against that someone. However, the girl in painting that I saw in my fight with the dog head passes by my mind. That seemingly indifferent girl doesn't seem to be the type who will go to the trouble of manipulating someone from outside. Of course, I don't know if that girl is really God Parian since the one who said that was the dog head. I promise you our neutrality. If the fight with gods really starts, it seems I will need to withdraw to the solitary island palace with Arisa and Hikaru. What's the remaining two? Once we begin our fight against the gods, that will probably become the source of persecution. I don't care if it's only within your reach. Please protect my fellow countrymen. Understood. He's quite the countryman. I can just order all Ikagoya firms' branch offices in the whole country to shelter them. And lastly, the Weasel Emperor's last demand was slightly troubling. How about it? Understood. I promise you that I won't do destructive acts on anything I see beyond this. I don't know what's in the area ahead of us since it's of another map, but the tactician is probably there. They might be hiding the third demon lord after the rat and weasel demon lords, but the only demon lord that's dangerous enough to equal the dog head and the golden wild bear king should only be the goblin demon lord. I'd be surprised if they had sealed God Zakuon, who is in the middle of revival, but since it's not like I have a particular attachment to the god, I think I can easily ignore it if that's the case. Just in case, it's not a site for human experimentation and torture, is it? I asked just to be sure since I'm not a Superman who can carefreely hold a conversation while witnessing the weak going through such thing. Even if I won't do anything destructive, I could rescue them after all. I have not such an irrational hobby. Good then. Once I nodded at the Emperor, the elevator started to descend once again. For some reason, the Weasel Emperor doesn't use his geese skill on me. It's strange when he can make things easier just by using his geese. Maybe he's restraining himself from easily relying on his skill. We continue descending while I'm thinking that. The wall on one side of the elevator became transparent at the same time my radar notified me that I had entered a new area. A huge underground cave came into my view. It's probably about as big as the large cave under Shiga capital. There's a glass cylinder that extends to the ceiling in the center of the large cave with bare bedrock. The cylinder is filled with green liquid. A giant creature with purple-white ash skin that looks like a formalin-soaked specimen is floating inside. Looks like it's not a dead specimen, it's just sleeping. A giant's embryo? No, that's not it. It's a troll. Its body is abnormally big, it has ox-like dark purple horns. The tusks protruding on its menacing face looks sharp enough to penetrate even the black dragon's scales. A troll demon lord. If I'm not mistaken, his name was mentioned during my fight with the Doghead demon lord. Doghead said that he snatched a useful unique skill from the troll demon lord or something. That's right. That demon lord is the one called the Sage, the record keeper of the Room of Truth. The Weasel Emperor jerked his chin, urging me to see the demon lord's status. Our readings show demon lord as his main title and the Sage and Recorder of Truth as his hidden titles. His level is 109, his skills are full of magic skills. And his unique skills are Dragon Vein Connection and Infinite Record. He probably records the information he gets from Dragon Vein Connection on something using Infinite Record. Look, the next slate arises. I shifted my sight per the Weasel Emperor's word and saw a light purple slate growing on the glass cylinder where the demon lord was sleeping. That transparent cylinder seems to be made of something different than glass. Once the slate finishes growing, it freely falls down. I imagined that it would break on the hard ground, but its velocity decreased in the middle of the way, ending the fall with only a hard sound. Masked men in white robes gathered there, they collected the slate, put it on a workbench-like thing and then started doing something. That's your source of information. As you can see. The Emperor affirmed. The source of the Weasel Emperor's information really seems to be that troll demon lord. No wonder he made me promise not to do anything destructive no matter what I see beyond this. Maybe the troll demon lord just tricking you by manipulating the information. When I asked that, he scornfully laughed, humph. Do you think someone who's been entrusted with a country didn't do that much evidence gathering? Guess he's right, the ones at stake are not just his life after all. We've confirmed that the information from at least 700 years ago are recorded with no mistake. The Weasel Emperor said confidently that with a triumphant look. The elevator finally stops, a bridge made from an artificial material that looks like it's made from force magic, is hanging between the elevator and the floor. Let me take over from here. A man wearing deep purple overcoat appeared from the opposite side of the bridge. The old man no mask he's wearing on his face peeks through his hood. Indescribable discomfort and disgust arose in me the moment I saw that figure. However, that discomfort and disgust immediately abated. Intrigued by the unnaturalness of it, I checked the log and see. Anathema mask's effect resisted. Displayed. It seems to be a mask to make him disliked. Of course, that's not all. With normal appraisal, the only information that can be seen are that his name is Tuya, titles are Tactician, the Hated, and the Isolated, and his level is 55. The degree of concealment is even higher than the hide skill reincarnated people have. The performance is quite high, though not as good as my thief god harness. Tactician Tuya Hui. Right on the mark. Kuro the emissary of Shiga Kingdom. I could hear a boy-like voice overlapped by an old man voice. The mask seems to camouflage his voice too. And then, his true information is displayed besides the fake information on the AR reading as a double exposure, as if it knows that I've seen through the camouflaged voice. His skills are unknown concealed by hide skill, but everything else are bare. Surprisingly, his name sounds familiar to me. And your true identity is? Tactician Tuya stopped his words to put on airs. Hiro Nanashi of Shiga Kingdom. I can imagine the face of an elf with a triumphant look behind the no mask. He's probably smirking with half-open eyes. You've done your homework, Tactician Tuya. Yes, his race is elf. And his name is? Or perhaps, I should call you Trezewiya the elf sage. 15 to 24. Trezewiya. Satu's here. The scene of the detective main protagonist splendidly untying the case in a mystery series, fully loading the catharsis, is really wonderful. It's just that, the feeling of bitterness from having all of your wrong reasoning shot down is the only real flaw, isn't it? Oh? Well done figuring that out. Correct. I thought he would play dumb, but he easily admitted it instead. Tactician Tuya, Sage Trezewiya lowers his hood and takes off the mask. I could see flame-like swaying light in his purple eyes. On the other hand, there's no eyebrow on his cleanly shaved head and the pointed end of his ears are smoothed over too. That reminds me, I remember reading, "My life will run out soon," in a document I found in Trezewiya maze. Wonder why he's fine? Asking, "Didn't you die?" would be too rude, I can't do that. However, Tuya the elf has died. I'll have you understand that the one here is Tuya the tactician of Weasel Empire. What do you mean? Does he want to erase his sage persona? I was saved by his majesty when I was foolishly turning into a demon lord. Thus my life as an elf ended at that time. Sage Trezewiya tactician Tuya smirked as if mocking himself. Although I can't know for sure, he probably used too much of his unique skills in order to create the maze. Nevertheless, I'm surprised that the Weasel Emperor would go to such a distant place even if it was years ago. At that time, he might have been a willful crown prince, or perhaps a prince whose succession right was low in the order. Did you build the empire as a repayment of the favor? Favor? Tactician Tuya looked puzzled. Is it not? I helped build the ideal empire because the Weaselkin offered me the dungeon seed they found in a ruin as a compensation. Dungeon seed? I recalled the labyrinth in Siriuhu City when I heard that unfamiliar term. I wonder if that labyrinth was also created using that dungeon seed thing? Let us end the reminiscence there. The emperor who were left behind, corrected the subject on track. Sorry, Teru. I said something unnecessary. Add emperor there. The subordinates can hear us here. I'll be careful, Emperor Teru. He's speaking familiarly with the emperor using his name even though he was calling him His Majesty earlier. I still can't quite grasp the relationship between Tactician Tuya and the emperor. Right, I've to confirm several things before we get to the main subject. I want to confirm some things first. Why did you do acts of terrorism in Shiga Kingdom? At first I didn't ask about it since I thought it was only natural for the Emperor of the Weasel Empire to cause disturbances behind the back if they regarded Shiga Kingdom as their enemy, but if it was an instruction from Sage Trezewiya who should have had a favorable relationship with Shiga Kingdom, I'd like to know his intention. Acts of terrorism. Rather than feigning ignorance, it feels more like he doesn't understand what I'm talking about. You guys were the one who gave the reborn seeds to the spies of Holy State Parian, right? You're not completely wrong, but it's not correct either. Tactician Tuya corrected me in a roundabout way. Us giving the reborn seeds to the spies of Holy State Parian is the truth, however we did that in order to escalate the revolt on the western part of the continent to attract the gods' attention there. We also never expected that the spies of Holy State Parian would ignore the war and do acts of terrorism in Shiga Kingdom. I stare at Tactician Tuya's eyes. There's neither wavering nor impurity there. I see looks like he's not lying. The ones behind the illicit manufacturing of the fiend drug in Selbera Labyrinth's underground were the demons after all. Tuya, tell him about the gods' taboo. I do not mind, but wouldn't it better for him to check the document himself? It would be impossible to read 20,000 years worth of record, wouldn't it? It's not like he's connected to a search engine. I can search just fine if I put them in my storage, but I'd better not tell them about it. I'll read the document later. Please tell me the summary. The things that are treated as gods taboo are reincarnated person and transported person teaching the way to make integrated circuit, LSI, means of permanent mass transportation, easy means of communication between cities, mass production through factory modernization, and lastly printing. I see, Mukuro's railroad was the second and the communication tower fell under the third. Sailing boats and airships probably barely miss the second criteria. Space magic and communications through city cores are probably in the clear since they don't meet the condition of easily for the third one. But, the fourth one is a close call. I was going to start doing that with Ikagoya firm. However, the first one, integrated circuit, should be pretty similar to the golem creation process using philosopher's stones and magic cores. No, I'm the only one who know how to do that besides the elf. That means, revealing that technology to outside world is dangerous. I feel that it should be safe since it's a magical technology, but there's no need to tread on thin ice. Wait, there's something amiss. Treated as taboo. When I repeated Tactician Tuya's word, the emperor grinned an evil smile. That's right. The gods never distinctively said this is a taboo. They simply gave divine punishment to a country and then they gave a notification through the Oracle Miko that the country had violated the taboo. That's quite awful. It's like executing someone and then later said that, that's a crime so you get to be punished. The time difference between the time a taboo was violated until the divine punishment is quite wide on each case, you'll see if you read the document later. There are cases where it happened the next day at the earliest and 10 years at the longest. That means Weasel Empire hasn't triggered the divine punishment for longer than the one in that record. Do you know what are the differences? Taking the tactician to his place, the emperor asked me. Is it the existence of people who have oracle skill or perhaps holy magic skills? I answered while remembering the time I met Lady Leile. Adding up the isolation of the parishes, this answer must be right. Correct. The emperor floated a carnivorous smile on his face when he heard my answer. We obtained the conclusive evidence by testing it in a small country. Oi! Hereditary skills, gifts, the like of God Urion's eyes of condemnation do not appear to trigger the divine punishment. People with low-level holy magic also won't reach the gods. From the story I heard from the captain of tank unit I captured in Makiwa Kingdom, that country wasn't destroyed even after violating the taboo, but judging from the emperor's way of talking. What happened to that small country? I couldn't help but asked even though I already knew the result. Of course, it was destroyed. Hypocritical anger is rising in me from hearing the way he calmly said it like a researcher who merely reported the result of the experiment. The destruction of a country with no acquaintance of mine should have nothing to do with me, yet I can't help but empathize. Suppress your anger. The one who destroyed it was not us. The emperor told me that the king of that country was the one who happily introduced the technology brought by his spies in the country. He only let the spies to be caught on purpose. True, humans cannot think as logically as we's can. That applies to the hero too, nay, precisely because he's a hero, he dislikes seeing the weak being unilaterally exploited. Famu, either way. I'm going to annihilate any country who bears their fang on my country without leaving anyone alive, you know. Even in spite of that. I take a deep breath to calm my mind while listening to Tactician Tuya reprimanding the emperor. Thanks to the maxed out MND stat, calmness comes back to me as if a switch was turned. I should feel thankful for this convenient body, but it makes me feel weird at myself somehow. If I must take their life anyway, giving meaning to their death is. Forget about it. I don't want to break my promise. I interrupted the emperor and unilaterally told him. I've promised that I won't do destructive acts in exchange for the information after all. Finding someone who can think logically is harder than searching for a star fragment in a desert. The emperor lamented something, so I turn at Tactician Tuya. I still have something I need to ask him. I've heard from the crown prince. The way to oppose the gods is something that anyone knows, therefore no one arrives at the answer. That guy is talkative, contrary to my expectation. Tactician Tuya sighed at my question. You've seen the rocket in development at Brains, haven't you? I affirmed. The answer is space. Hey? That's surprisingly normal. The known range of the gods of this world is from the ground to the low orbit at most. If we just build facilities that inherit the scientific technology on the back of the moon, those guys can't do anything about it. I don't think it's that simple, but it fits with the things the emperor asked me. Mew? For an instant, really only an instant, the emperor's expression twitched. I'm not saying that what these two talked about are all lies, but it seems there's more to it. I probably won't get an answer asking them here anyway, so I'll keep it in the corner of my mind for now. Tuya, the Philosopher's Stone and the dark crystal that you want are finally available in sight. Excellent. Now we don't need to search for the undersea city in the Southern Sea whose existence itself is doubtful. The Emperor and Tactician Tuya had that conversation while I was pondering. Apparently, the thing they were looking for in Naneri, the undersea city, was not the floating engine in the central part of the city, but the darkness crystal which should be used in the core of the floating engine. So, when are they going to be available? That's up to him. The Emperor jerked his chin at me. I'll give them to you now. What? I took out a Philosopher's Stone and a darkness crystal from my storage and handed them over to Tuya. As expected of Hiro. Infinite inventory has no limit, so you can carry your item at all time. Tactician Tuya muttered enviously. According to Arissa, it seems there are some reincarnated people who have infinite inventory, but I've yet to meet one. The Emperor nods satisfyingly and then he calls the masked people with a bell in his hand. Kuro. I will fulfill my promise. You can read the slates in the storage of the record of the sage all you want, however you are not allowed to take them away. After saying that, the Emperor called a masked person with graceful body line. I can't see her look, but according to AR reading, she seems to be a 120 centimeters tall female spriggan. Looking for tens of 100 million slates without a guide will be painful. Follow this librarian. Use her as you like. Thank you. After thanking the Emperor, I follow the librarian to the slate storage. Tactician Tuya has already returned to the surface. The Emperor is riding the elevator back to the audience hall. When the librarian touched the door of the slate storage, it lit up and I could hear the sound of a key opening. This place is the infinite bookshelves. I can see that it's a kind of spatial expansion. This is amazing. I saw bookshelves that extended everywhere without limit the moment I entered the slate storage. Lead me to the oldest slates. Yes, please over here. Please do not be separated from me. People who do not wear this mask won't be able to leave once they get lost here. The librarian told me threateningly. I can easily get out here whenever with unit arrangement, but coming back here would be troublesome, so I'll make sure not to get separated. We've just walked for a few steps, but I already can't see the door behind, and the bookshelves around us have changed to ones that look quite old. The fantasy sensation is quite nice. These are the oldest slates from approximately 20,000 years ago. Alright. Now then. Each slate only has around 128 words, but reading all of the hundreds million slates normally would take too much time. Guess I'll have to use my trump card here. I'll be reading them using a special kind of method. Make sure not to get surprised. Special? Please do not damage the slates. Of course, I promise you that there won't even be a chip on them. I interrupted the librarian, extended magic hands to pick around 100 slates and put them into my storage. Dash the slate. The slates reappeared faster than the librarian could finish her surprise. Of course, at their original locations. The contents of the slates stowed in the storage are saved as picture data. I originally wanted to use the advanced magic copy storage used to preserve old books. Pasting them into paper would take time, but it can be done in an instant if it's into image files. Let's steadily go at it. Why yes. I urge the librarian and copy the slates one after another. I wanted to quicken the pace, but copying 1,000 of them at the same time was my limit, so I used the parallel thinking skill to read the saved contents while continuing copying more. According to the records on the slates, floating castles like the Shadow Castle in the Eastern Rumoko Kingdom that were in active service 20,000 years ago were the oldest. The record began when the Troll Demon Lord was defeated by the Dog-Head Ancient King and sealed in this burial mound. These are all just Troll Demon Lord's grumbles. For 100 years after he had been sealed, many of the records were of the Troll Demon Lord bad-mouthing Dog-Head. The next most numerous ones were complaints about the gods and an ancient magic empire. If the Troll Demon Lord is to be believed, it seems the ancient magic empire at that time got the support of the god blessing and cruelly and tyrannically oppressed the vassal kingdoms on the ground. Doghead and Troll Demon Lord raised a revolt against the gods for the sake of liberating the kingdoms on the ground from the ancient magic empire's rule. However, Doghead gradually went on rampages and started destroying the kingdoms on the ground which should have been the ones he was intending to save, so the Troll Demon Lord became hostile at the Doghead, but he was defeated and got sealed away. There's also a record about the Doghead and his manservant getting defeated by the gods and god apostles soon after. Though it seems Doghead had been reviving himself every hundreds to 1,000 year using Selbera's labyrinth as the seed bed. Most of the demon lords stopped reviving once they revived themselves a few times, but the Doghead was especially obstinate and continued to revive himself. Every time that happened, ancient dragons and heavenly dragons who were easily provoked had a revenge match against the Doghead and got themselves beaten, and then the gods entreated the dragon god to defeat the Doghead. Looking at the records, it seems there was only a few which got sealed, like the Troll Demon Lord. Surprisingly enough, the most dangerous one, the demon god, was sealed by the gods. It seems the demon god is sealed in the moon, though the source of the information is Oracle Myko, so I don't know if I should really believe it. Looks like the demon god was sealed when it was exhausted from its fight against the dragon god. If this is all true, then while being sealed the demon god might be it's not like I have a proof that the demon god knows about that. Let's stop putting guesses on top of guesses. I see that the Weasel Emperor spoke the truth, at least from the records I've read so far. However, I couldn't really find any proof about how reincarnated and transported people aren't able to defy the gods. Indeed, there were records of some baffling behaviors, like a hero who didn't act like a hero at all, ending up losing his blessing and got killed by a demon lord, or a hero who suddenly assassinated a demon lord the moment he reconciled with that demon lord. There were also cases where a demon lord who was reigning its kingdom in peace suddenly destroyed the kingdom with its own hand, and a reincarnated person who was allying himself with a hero killed the hero during the triumphal return from their demon lord subjugation, but I think those aren't enough to insist that they were manipulated by the gods. There were several records of reincarnated people and heroes challenging the gods and the gods' apostles, but none was victorious. Some demon lords defeated the gods' apostles, but none was able to gain victory against the gods. Even that Doghead was only able to end it in a draw in several occasions. I think tactician Tuya and his cohorts found the way to win against the gods from these cases, but I couldn't understand how. The only way to overcome gods that I can think of is by having them fight against another god. The only successful example of threatening the gods was Corpse. Other than him, everyone who did was destroyed. This one is finally at 600 years ago. Hey! Just a bit more. I turned at the librarian, who had been quiet since a while ago. She was sinking on the floor while looking like her soul had escaped her mouth. I checked the clock on the menu in a glance. Yup, I got way too absorbed. It's just a little bit more, I want to read all of them before going back, but she's already at her limit. I'll go ask for another librarian. I carry the girl and teleport to the entrance with space magic. One question appeared in my mind while I was opening the door. If their aim is to build a base in space, then what are they keeping the nuclear weapon for? Judging from the documented slates, I don't think physical attacks work on gods. Right at that time, the ringtone from the Space Magic World phone rang in my mind. From Arisa. Master, is it alright to call you now? Yeah, no problem. Is there any trouble? Arisa hesitated at my question. Looking at everyone's condition on the marker column, it doesn't seem to be a life-threatening trouble. No, well, rather than trouble, it's quite an indecisive attitude for Arisa. Wait, Nana. I said you can't, this isn't tactic talk, so your voice won't reach. Looks like something is happening with Nana. While still being connected to Arisa's call, I connect a call to Nana with telephone. Master. Affair is wrong, so I tell. The only one who is allowed to call Master, is me. Calling familiarly is prohibited, so I tell. It became even more incomprehensible. It seems Nana is talking with someone over there. I'd better go back to the solitary island palace for now. Family crisis over world crisis. I open the menu and glide my finger to the unit arrangement. Gee, you serious? Dangerous words came from Arisa. I can't delay any more. I return to the solitary island palace with unit arrangement. There is. Master, found. A little girl with snow-like white long straight hair jumped at me. Who are you? I couldn't issue that question at the girl who looked like a kitten who had found her mother. I glanced at Arisa for help. 15 to 25. Dungeons function. Satu's here. I wonder since when was it, stories about dungeon management became as common as the stories about adventurers clearing dungeons. Personally speaking, I think it started from the 4th volume of the classic dungeon exploration RPG masterpiece. Master. Master, Master. The white-haired little girl repeated the same word while hugging me. I asked Arisa for help, but she's only scratching her cheek, not looking like she'll take any action. Master is my master, so I declare. Mew, too close. Nana hugs me from behind. Mia tries to separate the white-haired little girl away from me. Due to the physical correction from her level, Mia easily pulled the little girl away. Master! Let me go, Master! The little girl who got separated panicked and struggled to desperately come back to me while crying. Seeing that, Nana muttered young organism and stopped moving. Bullying is uncool. You shouldn't make a little girl cry Nanodesu. Mwu. Mia loosened her grips from Tama's and Poka's cover fire. Using that chance, the white-haired little girl jumped out and clung back to my waist. As Lulu enters bringing some tea, I sit down on the sofa and put the little girl on my lap. Tama is looking enviously, but it doesn't seem like she'll push her aside. Now then, so what's with this girl? According to AR reading, her name is Core 2, her race is homunculus. Since her affiliation is the Dejima Island's phantasmal labyrinth, she's probably the external probe unit of the dungeon core. Picked up. When Poka was traveling to better herself in combat with Tama, she was in nude and chased by bad people Notisu. Tama and Poka puffed their chests with eyes full expectation, so I patted and praised them. You two did great. Poka's explanation was a bit too short, but she probably meant that they found Core 2 running away from bad people when they were training. Still. How did you girls know that she was my acquaintance? Looking for Master. She said Master, so it's Master Nanodesu. I see, that's really like Tama and Poki. Master, let's go home. It's dangerous outside the dungeon, you know. Core 2 turned her head upward while clinging to my chest. Nana twitched whenever Core 2 called me Master, but it seemed she was controlling herself, recalling the time when Core 2 was crying. There's not many place safer than here, you see. The only place safer than here is probably only Yuika's base with her barrier. Not true. Core 2 shook her head. I'm not sure if she doesn't believe me, or if she can't accept it. Well, the labyrinth will be conquered sooner or later after all. Not true. Core 2 reflexively objected Arisa's carefree words. If I'm with Master, it's going to be absolutely invincible. Well, if Master is there, even a straw house would be invincible. Of course. If you're with Master, everywhere is wonderfully peerless Nanodesu. At Core 2's rebuttal, Arisa assented with a stunned expression. Tama and Poki also agreed. Core 2 inclined her head in confusion at their reactions and looked up at me. Would you like some snacks? Snacks. After confirming that we had calmed down, Lulu came in with snacks. Choco biscuit. You put biscuit on the soft chocolate and eat it, notice Wio. Tama and Poki explained the snacks today to the Core 2. Chocolate. Young organism, you do it like this so I teach. Nana demonstrated it to the Core 2 who didn't understand. Tasty. Master, it's tasty. Thank you, don't mind me, you can eat more. Core 2's eyes sparkled on her first bite. She turned back and offered the chocolate biscuit to me. I bit it once and prompted her to eat the rest. Master, an. When Arisa mimicked Core 2 and offered her chocolate biscuit to me, the other girls also mimicked her and offered theirs. I'm not too fond of sweet things, but it tastes curiously tasty today, maybe because I was investigating things for a whole day and all night. Kia. When I pretended to eat Lulu's finger along with her chocolate biscuit, she got surprised with reddened face. The effect of staying up all night might have just seeped in. So, did your talk with the Emperor go well? Arisa asked while licking the chocolate on her fingers. Hey, the other girls will imitate you. While whacking Arisa's head, I get Arisa, Hikaru, and the others to go to the other room to talk about my talk with the Emperor. I asked the other girls to take care of Core 2. Master, please don't leave me. When I put her down from my lap, Core 2 separated her hands from the chocolate biscuit and clung to me. I'm just going to finish my business for a bit. Once I'm done, let's go to the phantasmal labyrinth. Until then, wait here and enjoy the snacks, okay? I'll wait. Core 2 nodded with an anxious look. I waved my before going out of the room to ease her anxiety even a bit. He's evil. Sira, who heard my story, gave her impression about the Weasel Emperor with an indignant expression. The ones here are Hikaru, Princess Tina, Sira, Arisa, and me. It seems Lady Karina is training in the desert training site with virtual golems. I've informed Xena-san and Liza, who got left behind in the Weasel Empire, that I'll come back once I'm done here. Really? I think it's normal for a king to make his nation prosperous, though. But for ancestor King Sama to say such thing. The princess put her hands on her mouth, shocked at Hikaru's statement. The eastern end of the continent where the weasels live is a poor land. I don't think they would have survived if they hadn't done that, you know. Well, they do say that poverty dulls the wit, so I also agree on that part. Wait, of course I do think violating the taboo is a problem, okay. While listening to Hikaru and Arisa's conversation, I calmed down Sira, who seems like she can't vent out her anger. There's no need to use mind magic. I just pat Sira's shoulder, who's sitting beside me. Sira, who noticed her loss of composure, takes a deep breath and leans her head on my shoulder, calming down. And, what are you going to do, Master? I want to collect a bit more information from the Room of Truth, after that I'll pull back. If the Emperor understands that violating the taboo might mean fighting the gods, then I don't need to be noisy from outside. I don't intend to intervene on their domestic affairs. I'm going to send some kind of surveillance, though, as I'd hate it if they launch the nuclear weapon here. You won't prevent it. Yet, even if I announce the thing about taboo to the people there, I'd only be treated like an insane madman. In fact, I saw such activities in the imperial capital. Moreover, the people of brains and the important people of the empire are participating in it despite knowing the danger of the taboo. Does that mean forsaking the citizens? Sato-san won't ever do such a thing. If the god's divine punishment is about to ruin the people there, he will surely cause a miracle. The one who reacted to the princess was Sira, who clung to my arm. Arisa and Hikaru are flapping their mouths, having the position of defending me stolen from them. As a matter of fact, there's an underground shelter under the Weasel Empire's imperial capital similar to the one in Shiga Kingdom's royal and duchy capital, so they probably won't all die out even if the god's divine punishment happen. If it looks dangerous, I'm thinking of evacuating the citizens to the subspace with another world magic. Doing that should count as life-saving, not intervention, so there's no problem. It'll be forestalled though. Isn't it fine? In this world there's a lot of people who don't understand what's important until the damage happens. Building Shiga Kingdom was also tough. For Charlotte-kun and the others. Arisa and Hikaru approved at my self-ridicule. Even if I act preemptively, they'll most likely resent me saying, "You've gone and done unnecessary things," instead of being thankful as the result after all. So this is the Dungeon Master room. First time I'm in one. Arisa and Hikaru are looking around the room curiously. What is this? It's glittering notisu. Pretty. Triple A. You can't touch that. The other girls are also loitering around here and there. Poki and Nana seem to be the type who, for now let's push, when they found a button, Core 2 stop them whenever they're about to push something. Master, please don't let outsiders inside. They're all my relatives. There is no problem if they're your relatives. My random excuse was accepted. Looks like dungeon cores are unexpectedly flexible. Hey? The main core calls Master by Ga Shujinsama. As a result of the analysis of the information from Core 2, that way of calling seemed to be of the majority, so it's been changed. Dungeon Core cordially replied Arisa's question. While still being expressionless, Nana nodded, looking somehow satisfied. Master, please confirm the present situation of the labyrinth. A graph showing the total sum of the dungeon point appeared in front of me. Oh wow, you really use dungeon point, DP, to manage a labyrinth. So torture room and prison exist. Arisa and Hikaru peeked from my sides and muttered. Master, is this arrangement weird? Would you like to return it to the state before the previous master's customization? The dungeon core seemed to have a doubt seeing their reactions, it timidly asked me. Apparently, the current setting was set by the Weasel Demon Lord. Can you show me that temporarily? Yes. 3 gauges are displayed, the amount of magic power, the amount of miasma and the amount of souls. These are the general numerics needed for the dungeon, and the dungeon point is a notation for them. Show both of them side by side. Yes, Master. After saying that, Dungeon Core changed the display. Quite a convenient interface. The part where I don't have to rewrite the code myself is wonderful. Oh, my master updated the interface. Soft feel of something voluminous stuck on my back. It appears she's Core 2 who has become adult-sized. Mwu, guilty. K, lowly girl became a Kyonyu. Arisa was only surprised, but Mia quickly pulled away the adult Core 2. I'd prefer if she was a bit slower. Hey look, Satu. This is amazing. It really is. Hikaru and the princess beckoned me while staring at a 3-dimensional display. I looked at them out of interest and saw endless stream of chant orb names in a column. Numerical values were displayed on the right. Don't tell me. As I stared up at the 3D display, Core 2 nodded. It's the list of item for the treasure chests with the needed dungeon point. Come to think of it, my chant orb was found in a labyrinth. That means I could have gotten the chant orb if I just controlled Siriuhu City Dungeon Core Hui. It's just a postscript now though. This is nice. I can't make too many of them since it needs a lot of DP, but this looks usable to power up the girls and the executives of Ikagoya firm. Master, is it to your liking? Yeah, I'll frequently come here a bit more. Looking at the gauges earlier, I can supply the magic power and the miasma as much as needed, but I can't do anything about the soul gauge. There's no way I'm sacrificing the adventurers who enter the dungeon just to power up my companions. At most, I can only change a boss room into a training room for the girls and bring monsters from outside there. There's no skill that we urgently need right now anyway, I'll just take this slowly. Now then, it's about time we get back. Master, are you going somewhere? Master, the place for Dungeon Master is here. When I said that, Core 2 became teary-eyed. The Dungeon Core also asked me with tearful voice just like Core 2. This looks as if I've done something bad. Then, you can just make a permanent gate to the solitary island palace here, right? Yup, then Core 2-chan can go back and forth and she won't get lonely, will she? Hearing Arisa and Hikaru, Core 2 looked up at the Dungeon Core. I understand. I will adopt that compromise. We've reached an agreement somehow, so I make a gate that connects to the solitary island palace. Core 2 came with us as if it was natural. I'd need to prepare a bedroom for this child. I don't mind her sleeping together with me if she were in her little girl figure, but I can't do that with her current Kyonyuha body. A brownie appeared from inside the mansion in a hurry. Sato-sama, you have a call from Ikagoya firm. Hey? I should have already told them that I was going to Weasel Empire. Did something happen in Ikagoya firm to expressly call me? I entered the gate to Ikagoya firm alone after telling the girls that I was going to the royal capital for a bit. 15 to 26. God's breath. Satu's here. It comes assailing like a collapsing sand hill, like pulling a block of yenga, like an avalanche of the end. You can't always prevent it even if you know it's coming beforehand, just like disaster, isn't it? Kuro-sama, you're back from Weasel Empire. Just when I got to Ikagoya firm, the smile of Tefaliza, the bearer of an intelligent beautiful look, quickly found me. I got your call just when I got back. Did something happen? I don't think it's a pressing matter since it was not an urgent call, but Tefaliza only ever contacts me for the periodical report, so it must be relatively important. Yes, from Makiwa Kingdom. The name of the country which we, disguised as Dragon Knights, protected appeared. Did some problem arise regarding the refugee support and restoration? Pippin contacted us. Pippin is a former phantom thief and currently a slave who works as an intelligence operative of Ikagoya firm. If I'm not mistaken, Pippin is. Yes, he's accompanying Kei-sama and Chiruru-run as a backup. Tefaliza supplemented faster than I could recall. The former fake apostle and a reincarnated person, Kei was traveling to trace back the damages she had done with her unique skill due to her narrow-mindedness. So something happened with either Kei or Chiruru-run. Yes. Tefaliza affirmed my question. I looked at the two's names on the marker column while I was waiting for her answer. It's all right, neither of them are injured. According to Pippin, Kei-sama is able to use holy magic. That's good to hear. I noticed the underlying problem as I indifferently congratulated. Is that true? Yes, Pippin saw it himself. Tefaliza gave an immediate answer. I'll be going to Makiwa Kingdom for a bit. While hearing Tefaliza saying her farewell, please take care, and the noisy footsteps of the manager, I left Ikagoya firm behind. I moved to the base point closest to Makiwa Kingdom where Kei and the others are with unit arrangement, and hesitated as to whether I should change my appearance. Sato should be more appropriate if I want to congratulate her, but appearing out of nowhere like Kuro, visiting Dassel City which is on the back region of the kingdom I've never visited before will be a problem. Well, whatever. Such a trivial thing won't be a problem soon. I change into Sato appearance with quick dress skill and get out of the mountain hut base. Would be nice if the storm doesn't come. I muttered while looking up at the cloudy sky as if hinting the future. I can see Dassel City below. It seems Kei and the others are in Zakuon Temple near the castle. While using magic essence camouflage, I teleport to the back of Zakuon Temple which doesn't have a sign of life. Glory to God Zakuon! Come! It's a celebration today. Festival. Everybody dance today. There's a large crowd in front of the temple, the people are deliriously praising the god. The believers will come back now. Omu, we can finally repair this temple. I heard familiar voices from among the crowd. K. Sato-san. Hearing my voice, Kei wearing Zakuon priest clothing turned at me in surprise. Is he your acquaintance Kei? Yes, temple head Sama. He's Pep Pen-air, Sato-san, a noble. Apparently she doesn't remember my house name. Nice to meet you, temple head Sama. I'm Sato Pendragon. This may be trifling, but please accept my offering for the temple. I hand over a small bag with 20 gold coins inside. Well, how devout of you. Temple head grinned widely at the glitter of the gold coins peeking from the bag's opening. The gleeful-looking temple head led me and Kei to the temple's drawing room and served their treasured makiwa tea. The tea was insipid and only had the color for it, but I overcame it safely with the help of poker face skill. Temple head. We have a visitor. Oh okay, wait for a bit. It seems there's a lot of visitors today, there's already been many of them coming during the little time we were talking. According to the temple head, Kei had been making use of the compounding skill she learned from her foster parent to help the restoration of Dassel City and gain believers. Temple head Sama, they Judging from the priest's expression, looks like they can't turn down the visitors this time. I will take my leave soon. Is that right? I'm very sorry for not being a good host. Could I talk a bit more with Kei? Yes, of course you can. We left the drawing room, seen off by the grateful temple head. Oh my, looks like we ended up chasing the preceding visitors away. Oh no, we were just about to leave ourselves. The one in the corridor, led by the priest earlier, is the current acting Marquis Dassels, Miss Shelmina Dassels. Looks like she's overworking herself, she's hiding the dark circles under her eyes with makeup. Your Excellency Marquis. That's incorrect. I'm only acting as a substitute until Uncle comes back. Miss Shelmina denied the surprised temple head with a sour look on her face. Shiga Kingdom should have told Makiwa Kingdom the passing of her uncle, Dwad Dassels the pyromaniac noble, but it seems they haven't announced it to the public yet. They're probably going to do it once Dassels' marquisdom has been restored to a degree. Would you be the acting marquis? I'm Satug Pendragon from Shiga Kingdom. I'm stopping by as the people here have been taking care my acquaintance. Shiga Kingdoms. Miss Shelmina was surprised to hear my introduction, and then she introduced herself as she would to a noble of a foreign country. She took my hand and began to talk about how grateful she was for the large airships Shiga Kingdom sent to help transporting the refugees. As one would expect from the country founded by Hiro King Yamato-sama, even Shiga King is a noble person. We helped them using Ikagoya firm name, but it appears she thinks it was Shiga King who unofficially sent the help. We ended up talking while standing, so Kei and I were led back to the drawing room. Is the thing I heard from Priest Dono earlier true? Yes, of course. After she talked to me enough, Miss Shelmina asked the temple head for a confirmation. It's true. Bless. What are you? Kei happily stood up and chanted a holy magic spell. Miss Shelmina's face stiffened at Kei's sudden action. The blessing light rains down over the head of Miss Shelmina, the territory landlord's candidate. This is bad. I jump over the table with a speed rivaling short-range teleportation and push Miss Shelmina down. The people who didn't understand the situation voiced their surprise. Holy magic, Zakuon belief skill acquired. So the revival is true. Excuse me. Please forgive my discourtesy since it was an emergency. I am saved. Thank you for your wise decision. The only person who understood my action in this place, Miss Shelmina said that with a pale face. Get away. You insolent rabble. Stop it. Viscount is my lifesaver. Miss Shelmina rebuked her enraged escort knight. You don't like God's blessing. I lightly whack the head of Kei, who looks puzzled. There are things that you shouldn't do even if they're out of goodwill. A landlord needs to control a city core. However, that has several conditions, and people who have received blessing from God are against those conditions. Of course, there's a trick that can be used to remove God's blessing by way of a ritual magic, however it seems that needs a huge amount of cost and time to perform. Kei, you shouldn't bless someone without their consent. There are people who have pledged their faith to another god. The temple head admonished Kei in an easy-to-understand manner in my place. Putting aside the mean, I certainly saw the actuation of a holy magic. That holy symbol is certainly. Miss Shelmina tidied her clothes, coughed once and said that. Looks like she's not going to pursue Kei's rash action. The same as the one in the temple. So God Zakuon has really been revived. Miss Shelmina clearly stated the words I hesitated to say out loud. That's right, Kei already had holy magic skill from the beginning. However, Kei couldn't use that holy magic even if she chanted the right spell. Because the source of her holy magic, God Zakuon, had died. And now, Kei is able to use holy magic. In other words, God Zakuon, the source of the holy magic, has been revived. Nevertheless, it's fast. Once, demigod mode A-san told me. When they had just arrived at this world, God Zakuon and God Garlean challenged the dragon god and got killed, however they were revived in 1000 years. But, if that's the truth, then God Zakuon, who was killed 30 years ago, revived too fast. Then, we will double the amount of the current offering. In exchange, please send priests to the free medical building. Double the amount now. The temple head frowned to hear Miss Shelmina. Could you get it back to the same amount as 30 years ago at least? Unfortunately, right now the restoration takes top priority. Miss Shelmina shook her head at the temple head's entreatment. Their financial is probably in a bad shape since the king seems to hardly assist. I'll send some fund through Ikagoya firm at an appropriate time. Is Viscount Pendragon staying in the temple? I'm not, now that I've met Kei. I'm thinking of departing Dassel City by today's end. I only came here to say congratulations to Kei after all, and I had confirmed the revival of God Zakuon. There's no need to stay here for long. NN? Red luminous points are reflected on the radar. But I was thinking of holding a party to welcome Viscount Pendragon. Miss Shalmina spoke regrettably. Yet she's not going to forcefully detain me. Welcoming a noble of a foreign country is probably going to hit their finance hard. I open the map and confirm the identities of the red points while talking with Miss Shalmina. They're nothing to be afraid about. They're level 20 small fries. The points that need special mentions are only their fiend drug overdose states and that they're people that belong to the crime guild Cannibal Snake. If I'm not mistaken, Cannibal Snake are the bunch who led the refugees and did some terrorism at the neighboring Sulga kingdom. Viscount Sama. Right, black overcoat, behind a child. I heard Pippin's voice from beyond the crowd. Looks like he's warning me about the owner of the red point reflected on the radar. TCH. Oyaa. A man in black overcoat who's using a kid as a shield assaults Miss Shalmina with a dagger. The guard who was going to cover Miss Shalmina was rammed by another man from the flank. It seems they slipped into the temple's crowd. Shrew. Did you call? With Kay's shout, a beauty jumped down the roof and landed on the black overcoat man's back. She's Shiruru Run, a former phantom chivalrous thief, now a member of a Kaguya firm whom I, as Kuro, tasked to guard Kay. A different man with brown overcoat behind the smashed man came assaulting while his body was transforming. The brown overcoat man blocks Shiruru Run's dagger with his transformed claws. Monster. Oyaa, it's a monster. The members of Cannibal Snake who were hiding themselves in the crowd stirred a panic with loud voices. This is bad. I pull Miss Shalmina's hand to keep her away from danger and kick the small man who stealthily attacked with a dagger. I invoke the calm field from magic column while I'm at it and stop the surroundings from panicking. After that, I stun the Cannibal Snake members with the highly stealthy stun hand. It's a faulty magic that's easy to block if there's no level difference, but that's not the case if I use it. Viscount Pendragon. I am glad that you saved me, but could you please let your hands go now? Miss Shalmina appealed with a red face in my arm. Oops, I forgot that I was still embracing her. Shalmina-sama. There's no mistake, this tattoo is of the Cannibal Snake. I thought Uncle had annihilated them all, so there are some remains. The guard who inspected the man defeated by Shiruru Run said that. Viscount Pendragon, and the woman over there, thank you for your assistance. I will be sure to reward you later. No need for thanks. I only helped Kay. Shiruru Run curtly brushed off Miss Shalmina. Offended by her attitude, the guard is glaring at Shiruru Run. Kay, who sensed the worsening atmosphere, points at the sky while looking like she realized something. Look! Sunbeam. Kay is pointing at beautiful light streaming between the thick cloud. It's like the sky is also celebrating God's revival. Kay spoke with an unnaturally bright tone to break the ice. Lured by Kay's smile, everyone smiles. Mysterious toll of a bell can be heard out of nowhere. What a beautiful sound! I can feel the superior skill of the bell craftsman from the tone of the deep calm toll. I wonder if I should put a bell in the solitary island palace too? I ask Miss Shalmina while thinking that. Is this from the castle's bell? It's not, I've never heard such a beautiful sound either. Yet, Miss Shalmina returned a negative. Well now? If she who has lived her whole life in Dassel City doesn't know, then where does this sound of bell come from? My question is quickly answered. In the worst possible way. An intimidating voice descended from the sky. It's like hearing several kinds of language at the same time. Sounds of rustling sound and soil reached my ears. Everybody besides me have fallen prostrates with their foreheads on the ground. Even the landlord candidate, Miss Shalmina, is not an exception. The voice descended from the sky once again. Looks like it has begun. 15 to 27. Divine punishment. Satu's here. The term divine punishment reminds me of the Bible, but the sayings, God's wrath, or hit by retribution and various allegories exist in Japan. I've never suffered from divine punishment and God's wrath firsthand though. Intimidating voices descended from the sky 3 times. Oracle skill was added to my skill column. Apparently, those are divine messages from the gods. Several words, nay, a word that had several meanings reached my mind directly. Apparently, gods hold a conversation not through voices but by notifying a lot of people directly. After a moment of silence, the main subject begins. Not just one, several gods seem to announce it together. How do I say this? It feels like a hysteric person who can't explain well because they're overcome by their emotion. Or maybe it's like listening to a badly tuned crossed radio. Voices of agony leaked from the people. It seems the intense chains of images are tormenting them. Yet, none stands up, every one of them is enduring the pain. It probably means that their awe toward the gods are just that strong. I'm a bit intrigued as to why I am fine. The toll of the bell stopped before long, and the torrential images that came along with the gods' divine messages ended. Some words I don't quite understand were mixed in, but I think there's no mistake that it's generally, divine punishment will befall Weasel Empire that has violated the taboo. However, the way it was told intrigues me. The unknown little girl I met in my fight with the doghead before was able to converse normally. Perhaps, the ones earlier were not gods, but something that pretended to be gods? Many people have fainted, while the stout-hearted ones begin to stand up unsteadily. I'm a bit hesitant to leave behind Miss Shelmina and the others, but please let me off with just sprinkling healing magic here. I move to where Liza and Xena-san are staying in Weasel Empire using unit arrangement. Master. Sato-san, this is terrible. Oh good, you two are safe. Liza and Xena-san, who noticed me, came rushing. They seem to be fine thanks to their high levels, but all the maids in the building have fainted. For now, I'll secure their safety first before grasping the information in Weasel Empire. I go back to the solitary island palace with the two. Sato. Liza. Welcome back, Nanotasu. The youth troop welcomed us immediately once we got back to the solitary island palace. Hey? Master. Arisa's carefree look seems odd to me. Did the god's divine message not reach here? Oh? What's that? Arisa, who looked dumbfounded, dropped the rice cracker in her mouth midway. Apparently it didn't. To think it can even prevent the god's interference, asking Yuika to set up the barrier was the right choice. Don't tell me, the divine punishment for Weasel Empire was carried out. Please do something about the rice cracker crumbs around your mouth before putting on your serious face. I affirm it. Wipe Arisa's mouth and take everyone to the living room. And then, an urgent call from Ikagoya firm came. I used tactic call to connect manager and Tifaliza. I already know about the god's divine messages. If there's any problem in our branch offices and the areas around Shiga Kingdom, report to me through the urgent call at your discretion. Understood, Kuro-sama. Then we will begin to gather intelligence and the analysis. Manager asked me to hold when I was going to cut off the call. Kuro-sama, I have a request. I'd like to grant the right for the branch managers of Ikagoya branch offices to provide the accumulated goods. Will it be all right? Of course. I give you the full privilege of the whole Ikagoya firm. I'm counting on you, Elterina. Why yes. Kuro-sama. I will do my utmost to meet your expectations. Manager replied powerfully at my slightly irresponsible lines of leaving it all to her. Entrusting Ikagoya firm to her and Tifaliza should be fine. I remember one thing and reconnect to Tifaliza. Tifaliza, I forgot something. Record the branch offices which reported the divine messages. Acknowledged. Wonder what? Am I imagining things, or Tifaliza seemed a bit sullen, or rather, astounded. Well, it's probably not a big deal, I'll go see her directly when I find some time. I cut the call and sit on one of the chair in the living room. All regular members of the solitary island palace are already here. Along with the irregular members, Demon Lord Shizuka and the brownie maids. Some things that seem to be God's divine messages came in Makiwa Kingdom earlier. God's divine messages? It's not an oracle received by Maiko. Sira asked as I began to talk. Yet, voices came descending from the cloud. Of course, I checked the cloud and above it but found no one there. At least according to the map. Why is it Makiwa Kingdom? Didn't Satusama go to Weasel Empire? I got a report saying that Kei the former fake apostle was able to use God Zakuan's holy magic, so I went there to check on her. I answered the princess's question. Wasn't God Zakuan killed by Dragon God Sama 30 years ago? Isn't the revival too fast no matter how look at it? The reason why it's so fast is unclear. I saw Kei using God Zakuan's holy magic with my own eyes. The revival is probably true. I look at everyone while replying Hikaru. Is there no more question? And, what were the divine messages about? It was not in a common spoken language, I guess it was like images accompanied by words. Arisa urged me to go ahead so I got back to the real issue. I told the words I heard back then as accurately as possible to everyone. Mainly for Sira. Is there any difference to when Sira-san received an oracle? Besides the parts about several overlapping voices and for someone aside from Oracle Maiko being able to hear it, it's mostly the same. Sira answered after pondering a bit. I got oracle skill when those divine messages fell from the sky, but I don't plan to put skill points and activate it. However, it looks useful when I need to negotiate with gods in the future. If I just grasp the god world, the subspace where they live during our conversation, it also seems possible for me to go there and talk directly. So the divine punishment will fall on Weasel Empire, right? That's probably correct. There are other problems besides that. I can't help but think that the execution, depravity, and retribution parts in the divine messages refer to the surrounding countries that have left the Weasel Empire alone. The faith, insight, and peace after those come off as, peace will come if you pray to the gods begging for forgiveness. If that's true, then it's possible there are also calamities that require prayers to the gods. Is it my fault? Cyril looks at me as if relying on me. Judging from the timing, I don't think the reason is because of Sira's visit to the Weasel Empire's amusement park. If someone with the oracle skill can unconditionally reach the gods, then the little girl who was already living in the slum should be the trigger instead. Isn't it Weasel Empire's own fault? But still, for the common people to be judged together with the emperor. Sira shook her head at Arisa's follow-up. It's all right. I will help the people. Arisa and Hikaru stood up in shock to hear me. Wait. You're going to fight gods? That's impossible, Ichiro nii. No matter how strong you are, against God is no good. Do I look that belligerent? Also, Hikaru was too surprised she called my name in the solitary island palace by mistake. I'm not going to fight gods, okay? Sira openly looks relieved after I said that. Of course, that applies to Arisa and the others too. If the divine punishment looks like it'll mass slaughter the people, I'm going to evacuate them to the subspace using the forbidden spell. The magic power I've stocked in the holy swords look like it'll be all used up cause I'll probably need to use a humongous amount of MP, but I can just recharge it at the ether vein in the void sky. I've been only consuming magic power lately, the bill from neglecting to replenish the supply comes biting. I cut off my words and look at everyone. Now then, I've told them the situations and my plans. Now then, about what we're going to do here on Sira-san. Yes. Could Sira-san go to Tinyan Temple in the duchy capital and once again receive an oracle regarding this matter? I understand. I'll go ask head Maiko-sama apprentice Maiko Lily for the permission to use the sanctuary. I'm sending Xena-san and Lady Karina to guard Sira. This means Xena-san would be traveling again, but she accepted it heartily. Princess Shiztina, Hikaru, and Team Pendragon are to stand by in the solitary island palace. I think the call for dispatch will come suddenly, so please relax as much as possible. It was quite an unreasonable order, but everyone consented without complaining. I'm planning to give Hikaru, Arisa, and Demon Lord Shizuka a reason to stay in the palace even in this emergency. There's the information about how people with God's fragment are unable to go against gods after all. While thinking and pigeonholing myself, Demon Lord Shizuka asked me. Do I need to do something? Yeah, I'm sorry but please stay here in the solitary island palace for a while. Fragments. Yeah, that's right. I might ask you to help me like I did recently. I asked Demon Lord Shizuka. There's a lot of reincarnated people in Weasel Empire. It's possible that there are some among them who have overused their unique skills and on the verge of becoming a demon lord. In case that happens, her ability to remove unique skill from her familiar will be essential. Alright, then let's do a relaxing sea fishing contest. Aye sir. Poke will definitely catch parrotfish today notisu. Then I will catch some black-tailed gull. Everyone harmoniously left the room per Arissa's command. Arissa peeked her face on the door. Protect your life okay? This time, Hikaru peeked behind Arissa. Don't forget about Don TB Rash too okay? I don't think there's any need to use Japanese language there, still I answer them, of course and move away with unit arrangement. The destination is Weasel Empire. In order to confirm the execution of the divine punishment and to browse the slates. 15 to 28. Divine Punishment, 2, The Power of Science. Intimidating voices descended from the sky. It has begun at last. Omu, faster than predicted. The Emperor put his folded finger on his chin. The court ladies are helping him since his hands cannot reach his fat-covered body. And for some reason, he's wearing round glasses that reflect mysterious light on his nose. Tactician Tuya creased his eyebrows, thinking he had seen that pose somewhere. Apparently, it reminded him of something. Playtime is over you know. Tactician Tuya thinks. Perhaps the size of a reincarnated person's vessel depends on the profundity of their actions. Don't get your knickers in a knot. The Emperor waved his other hand that was on the handrail to end the talk and looked around the throne room. The god's influence doesn't seem to reach here, the ministers inside the room aren't prostrating themselves despite looking anxious. The god-proof barrier left behind by the ancient kingdom is quite excellent. This will be a solace for the people who sacrificed their lives exploring the ruin. Tactician Tuya nodded at the Emperor. Even though they couldn't find the underground sea city of the ancient magic kingdom, the artifact they found in the underground ruin of an ancient empire on the western desert demonstrated enough power. How about Kurono, Hiro Nanashi? Kana the Insightful tried looking for him, but he has disappeared leaving his followers behind. We've sent a platoon of temple knights to arrest them. Common sense in the empire would dictate that it's an excessive force just to arrest 2 people, but the Emperor nodded with a face that looked like it was obvious. Matching the oracle hey. As we thought, that person is really. Yeah, it's most likely true. Tactician Tuya affirmed the Emperor who was speaking with a sorrowful face. There's no one here who chides him for interrupting the Emperor. Most of the ministers are looking up at the dim rays in the sky. Crepuscular rays hey. With such a scenery. Say it more elegantly, like, it's Angel's Ladder or something. The Emperor criticized Tactician Tuya. That expression may be appropriate, but it's ill-omened. Tactician Tuya points at one of the dim rays and speaks. Look, the angel no, the god's apostle shows itself up. So that's apostle. It doesn't look like a person even if it doesn't have wings. The apostle who looks like a silver cone calmly descends inside the dim ray. It seems to be descending to the area near the science armory outside the imperial capital. Looks like it has the angel halo. There's a blinking golden light halo formed by unlimited symbols above the cone. Well then, shall we begin too? I give you the permission. Dispose of those who call themselves gods. By the Emperor's command, Tactician Tuya puts up his bishop's staff and instruct the generals and the ministers. Generals, go with the Special Science Vehicle Corps and Flying Corps to intercept the cone. Understood. The fully motivated Weaselkin generals are rushing out of the room while shaking the decorations on their chest. Gather the temple knights in the palace. Tactician Dano. Give us the permission to intercept too. I will not. Your opponent will personally show up. It can't be. Tactician Tuya puts up his hand to stop the captain from speaking anymore and nods. Chief of Security Bureau, I entrust you the right to command soldiers inside Imperial Capital. Quickly evacuate the refugees to the nearest underground shelters. Acknowledged. Leave the populace's safety to us. A male human with a villainous face salutes at Tactician Tuya and runs off to carry out his duty. Tactician Dano, would the underground be safe? Our opponents are gods and their henchmen. The leaders of the House of Lords came before Tactician Tuya. Flattery are showing on their servile faces. The matter they have in mind is themselves and their relatives' self-protection. We've prepared 3 large airships in the Imperial Capital's airport. Ride on them with your relatives and other influential nobles and evacuate to the Saga Empire. However, Tactician Tuya tells the leaders that preparation is everything. As expected of Tactician Dano. You've even foreseen that this will happen. Then Her Royal Highnesses will too. They're your relatives, hey. Then they can go together with you. We're racing against time. You'd do good to hurry. He nods at the leaders who are fully eager to desert their country and urges them to hurry escape as if driving them away. Just how many will arrive at Saga Empire? I don't care. Now the people who will obstruct our fight have disappeared. At the Knight Captain's words, Tactician Tuya shook his head, expelling the trifle out of his mind. Now then, just how many of our hands would be bitten off? After saying that, the lips under his mask warped fearlessly. So that's His Majesty's enemy. From the open hatch of a running tank, a vehicle captain scowled at the floating silver cone. It's shining something. Before the soldiers who were running on the side could finish speaking, a light resembling light magic's laser shot out and mowed down one of the fort-like armory in the distant. Humph, like that can break through the steel wall that's thicker than a common fortress city's. In the middle of the vehicle captain's talk, a roaring sound and flame arose, burning cloud of dust came up from the ground hit by the light earlier. Wow, the hell was that? The vehicle captain is looking at the scene with a dumbfounded face. The defensive wall of the thick armory that renders even the armor of the tank he's riding on meaningless was torn off in an instant. The tank he's riding on is as good as having no armor. It can't be helped for him to lose his fighting spirit. Don't falter. We're invoking the Magic Eater. The commanding officer who was riding on parallel beside him encouraged the cowering vehicle captain. Understanding what he meant, life returned on the vehicle captain's eyes. Here they come. The Magic Eater birds. Twin-engine aircrafts equipped with disc-like Magic Eater invokers appeared on the horizon. The strange noise of the Magic Eater activation echoed together with the propellers and the engine's sounds in the battlefield. Oh, that cone bastard is slanting. The apostle who was standing still in the air began to fall. All vehicles stop. Prepare for bombardment, retake your aim after the first volley, fire 3 volleys of armor-piercing shells in succession. After that, stand by and prepare the high-explosive shells. The captain's voice reached every vehicle from the radio. Normal shell loading, complete. Third special vehicle here, normal shell loading, complete. The radio personnel conveyed the reports he got from the loading personnels to the commanding officer. At the same time, the apostle fell to the ground in the view of the vehicle captain who was peeking outside. All vehicles, start the bombardment. Fiery. The main cannon of the special vehicles spouted fire, lead cannonballs hit the area around the apostle, raising cloud of dust. Correcting elevation 3 to below, 1 to the left, a bit back to the right. Aiming complete. Armor-piercing shells loading complete. Fiery. The armor-piercing shells shot by the special vehicles sunk into the apostle one after another. Who could have thought physical attacks would be this effective? The Emperor muttered while looking at the scene before his eyes. The plan to contain the apostle with Magic Eater and tear the apostle with the special vehicle's cannons seems to be working well. The light magicians and the space magicians from the Imperial Court magicians are showing the battlefield to the people in the throne room. The Imperial Court magicians who usually don't get along are cooperating to capture image from outside the Magic Eater's range. Lead and Iron have low interference against magic. Furthermore, we're using that in the Special Vehicles Corps' armor-piercing shells. Humph! Fantasy against fantasy. Hey! The bone of lesser dragons and the white warhead of the armor-piercing shells floated in the Emperor's mind. His Majesty! We got a call from Magyaba City. An apostle has appeared. Majiba City also called, they said appearance of a silver cone. 1/3 of the city has become white chloride. Similar reports from other cities came one after another. His Majesty! We've confirmed the apostle invasion on the opposite side of Imperial Capital. Their number is... What is it? Say it. 12. 12 apostles have appeared. Hearing the communication officer's words tinged with despair, the people in the throne room gather their line of sight at the Emperor and Tactician Tuya as if imploring them. Looks like the opponent is serious. However, we're yet to go all out either. Tactician talked to the king and then turned toward the anxious-looking people. Get out the remaining Magic Eater birds. I allow the deployment of Temple Knights. Don't forget the D-equipment. Acknowledged. Entrusted with the order by the tactician, the captain turns toward the Emperor. Our loyalty to His Majesty. For the Empire's victory and everlasting glory. The captain raised his spear and took a knightly bow to the Emperor, and then he left the room commanding the Temple Knights. How about the whistling arrow of awakening? We just got the materials. We can't possibly make it that fast. The tactician and the Emperor exchanged words in a room sparse of people. Ha ha ha! Don't lump me together with you, tactician! A man with loud footsteps showed up in the throne room that was ruled by silence. The man wearing a white robe unsuited in the palace is the Director of Brains. Director He? What are you here for? I have a report for His Majesty. He eluded the tactician's question and stepped forward before the Emperor. We've completed the preparation for the whistling arrow of awakening. Should we launch it as planned? Brains Director's frankness doesn't change even in front of the Emperor. Of course. Push forward while there's still no obstacle. Okay. Prompt decision. I'm really mesmerized by that side of yours. Brains Director winked with a jestful expression, took out a hand radio and ordered the launch of the whistling arrow of awakening. What kind of magic did you use in such a short notice? Tactician caught the shoulder of the director who was going to pass through him and asked for his trick. I don't use no magic. It's human wisdom. I thought this was going to happen, so I had it finished enough that we just needed to put the darkness crystal as the core and the philosopher's stone for the fuel. Working ahead of the schedule so that you don't fall into a death march is the basic of the basic. Is that so? The director shakes off the tactician's hands, and then tactician's words reach the ears of the director, who's stretching his white robe to his ears while walking. With this, His Majesty's plan takes a step forward. Han. The director stopped and asked the meaning of the tactician's words. However, the tactician fell silent, only the words of the feverish emperor reached his ears. Now, go. Break the seal of the moon's demon god and wake the sleeping god. This is bad. The steering golem of the moonfaring ship won't activate. What should we do? Should we stop the launching sequence? But, we can't possibly prepare a new golem now. It'll take at least 3 days at the latest, even if we put together the Brains' spare. The Brains members are having a violent discussion inside the control tower near the rocket's launch pad. Is this really the result of our all-night works every day? Damn with science almighty! Weren't you always lecturing us pompously? Bring out some good idea. What are we doing quarreling against ourselves? There must be something that can be done. An apostle, crumbling from the tank cannons, is approaching the launch pad. The apostle is probably aiming for the armory and the rocket launch pad from the start. If this keeps up, there's no doubt that the rocket will be destroyed before the tanks defeat the apostle. I'll go. An apprentice girl in the control tower declared that while swaying her purple ponytail. The only one who can ride the spaceship is only her with her small build. Becoming an astronaut has always been my dream in my previous life. You can't. The moon-faring ship's fuel is only enough for a one-way trip. Moreover, the core will explode on arrival. You can't, absolutely. I don't care. I also have good luck, though it's not as good as His Majesty Emperor. Sorry. The supervisor who opposed the girl who put up a bravado yielded to the unwavering eyes of the girl and gave her the permission. Maintenance Division. Put every food and water into the magic bag. Also stuff the oxygen cylinders there. And all of the remaining darkness crystal fragments. And don't you forget the gravity propeller prototype. The supervisor gave orders through the radio to increase the girl's chance of return even by 1%. What's that? Uh-oh. Someone is clinging to the rocket. Priest clothing? No way. One of the people in the control tower gave a warning, and the supervisor screamed after looking at it through the binoculars. Patriarch-sama, just another step. It's our duty as Godsekyuan believers to crush the scheme of the demon lord's adherents. I'll accomplish mine soon. A young man with long purple hair wearing priest clothing muttered in delirium. He was the only one who arrived here among his allies who invaded the rocket launch pad during the chaos. Kuhi, kahihai. Hand, my hand is trembling. I've to take the god's medicine. The man took a small bottle from his breast pocket, but he couldn't open it with his trembling hands. He finally used his teeth to open the cap. He drank the liquid inside the bottle, but he couldn't swallow it well because of his trembling hand. It was spilling out around his mouth. Kuhi, kahihai. Kuhi, kahihakuhai. The man stopped trembling, but some strange noises that didn't sound human were mixed among his voice. You over there! Stop! A soldier carrying a gun stopped him. The man turned around with eyes clad in purple light. Gun jjj gugyun. Monster! Before the soldier could even pull his gun's trigger, the blood from the remaining lower part of his body scattered in that place. It was caused by the blade that extended from the man's purplish shadow. Sun Patriarch Samamam. The back of the man who had begun to climb the rocket was burbling as if it was a different creature. Demon Lord! One of the men wearing priest clothing on top of a hill muttered when he saw a purple giant that appeared on the rocket's launch pad. The rocket broke easily, the launch pad and the falling control tower became submerged in fire. Priest Babenbi, that's wrong. He is a holy king devoted to the great god Zekyuan. A holy warrior who has come to purify this land smeared in taboo. Patriarch Sama. The patriarch who sent the fanatic man to his death said some made-up story. No one besides his mistress knows that he secretly despises reincarnated people with their purple hair. We have our own role to fulfill. Let us go. Yes, Patriarch Sama. The fanatics go down the stair toward a narrow underground ritual site behind the hill. Gentlemen, my gratitude for following me until today. Patriarch Sama. We will now hold the last ritual. For the glory of God Zekyuan. For the glory of God Zekyuan. The fanatics are chanting the most secret art that's only been handed down to the priest king of the god Zekyuan country destroyed in the past. An art to descend the great god into a body. Even if the art is successful, the life and souls, everything of the people who chanted them will be annihilated. It's a forbidden ritual magic. No one knows whether the secret art will be successful since the success rate up until now is exceedingly rare. However, if it's successful, another crisis would befall Weasel Empire. 15-29. Divine Punishment, 3, Satu's Identity. Satu's here. I remember reading a mystery novel where the protagonist was the culprit all along in the past, but I recalled throwing the book away due to the forced outcome. I really think the author should have foreshadowed it to the readers, so they could understand. Hey? There are traces of people searching the house. When I came to the doghouse, which only had its frame remaining using unit arrangement, the guest house we were staying at looked as if it was pillaged by burglars. Our dummy traveling bags are cut, the content inside have been scattered on the floor. The doghouse where I came out of is also broken in a corner of the room. It seems the people who searched here were quite violent. For some reason, there's a holy symbol of God Zakuan painted on a wall with a cross mark on top of it. I don't quite understand what it is about, but I see that they hate God Zakuan. For now, let's read the rest of the slates. I opened the map while muttering alone and realized that it was not the time to do that. There's a luminous point showing unknown on the map. My crisis perception isn't kicking in, so it's probably the God's Apostle. Apparently, the situation has changed since I got back to the solitary island palace. I checked just in case, but I don't see them in Makiwa Kingdom and the neighboring countries. Of course, the same with Shiga Kingdom where my acquaintances are. They're not in Saga Empire either. I should just leave the countries I'm not too involved in alone. For now, they seem to be on equal ground. I closed the map and checked the battlefield with the Space Magic's remote view, a magic to see afar. It seems there are some casualties among the military personnels, but I don't plan to be overprotective toward professional soldiers. Nevertheless, I never thought that the Apostle would look like a strange silver cone. How the Apostle look wasn't described in the slates you see. Moreover, there were lots of blurred words and inadequate depictions since it seems Troll Demon Lord wasn't an author in his previous life. Steel cutting slash. I saw a familiar knight in the remote view. It seems they've invoked the Magic Eater. They're not fighting with magic but with cannonballs and physical attacks. The Apostle that was hurt by the cannonballs and the Temple Knight's white swords restored itself like rewinding a video. The Weasel Empire's Magic Eaters probably don't have enough power to interfere with the magic power inside the Apostle's body. This will finish you off. Pentagram tearing slash. Stop, Leile. Techniques that use magic power are unusable. Lady Leile, who was going to use her finisher, was hit by the Apostle's feeler and got knocked down. She seemed sturdier than I imagined. She evaded the second feeler while unsteadily getting up. Lady Leile is an airhead like always. I sent a cheer for her in my mind. Oops, forget about that. I muttered alone and got right back on track. Then I opened my map and checked on the surrounding cities. Turned out other apostles had appeared there too. The imperial capital's populace have evacuated to the underground shelters, so they're probably going to be fine even if I leave them alone, but the opponent is a god's apostle. There's a possibility that they have the same attack power as the demon god's offshoots I encountered in Shiga Kingdom's capital. I take a holy sword that works as a magic power reserve out of my storage and use another world. Similar to what I did in the Dejima Island's labyrinth before, I copy the underground shelters and abduct the people into it. I'm sorry for doing it without asking their approvals, but please regard it as an emergency evacuation. I'll put them back once the turmoil is over. Wonder if the magic power is enough to evacuate all the cities in Weasel Empire. The magic crystal pillar I got during the incident with Demon Lord Shin floated in my mind. Looks like I can finish this without using the magic power in the magic crystal pillar I'm keeping as an insurance. Now then, let's go to the next city. There are more God's apostles now. When I had finished evacuating the Weasel Empire's populace and got back to the capital, the apostle had increased from 1 to 13. I was able to evacuate most people, but a smoke car used by the wealthy to flee in one of the cities had been turned into assault object, and most of the city's defense forces were already annihilated. There were a lot of people I couldn't save too. It's impossible to completely save them all, and in the first place, my heart isn't going to ache even if professional soldiers and the statesmen who abandoned the people they should have protected die. Several airplanes and large passenger planes were attacked by rocket trees and flying monsters. I also caught sight of monsters who should have been controlled by screws gaining freedom and rebelling at some cities' lines of defense. I couldn't exactly neglect that, so I helped them dealing with the monsters a bit. Oops, I probably shouldn't leave that one alone. A separated apostle is approaching a rocket launch pad where there are civilians. I close the map and exit the mansion to prevent that. There's a pillar of purple light beside the rocket. Okay, there's even a demon lord. This is way too chaotic. Weasel Empire's imperial capital. Using space magic forbidden spell, I retrieve the people in the rocket launch pad and the control room. W, where is this? W, who are you? Hiro Nanashi. I only explained that much to the confused people. H. Hiro. Why is a pawn of God Parian here? Oops, looks like Hiro's worth is at an all-time low in Weasel Empire. No, Hiro Hayato was welcomed in Dejima Island. There's a possibility that it's just a part of people in the imperial capital who keep that perception. Now then, I have no time to chat. Take shelter together with the capital's people. I open the gate to the subspace and throw them one by one inside using magic hand. I left only the purple-haired girl since she was in a critical state as her body was covered in purple light. I absorb the surplus magic power from her, maximize the spirit light and tear off the miasma that binds her. Contrary to what I thought, it was just an initial symptom, so I neutralized it easily. I don't have to remove her unique skill at this rate. I send the girl to the same place as the people earlier and close the gate. Now then, the critical situation continues, but since they're doing better than I thought, it doesn't seem like I need to intervene. For now I'll go read the slates to collect information and see the Emperor later. Here he is. The moment I showed up in the room where the Emperor was after I had finished gathering information, some unwelcoming words hit me. With a wave of his hand, Tactician Tuya made the temple knights and officials who were in the room to withdraw. Ignoring the sarcastic gaze of Tactician Tuya, I asked the Emperor. I have two things to ask of you before we get to the main subject. Say it. You will have your answer if it's something I can tell. Is it just my imagination or is his tone pricklier than yesterday? Have you read slates from recent times about 100 years ago? Of course. With your own eyes. I can read ancient language from the age of gods just fine. Famu, in that case he should know the same thing as me if he's directly read it. Then, about his identity too. I asked the Emperor while looking at Tactician Tuya. I do not know which identities you're referring to, but yes, I know about both of them. Then I guess it's fine. Is that all? Yeah, if you're not being deceived then it's fine. After all, there are demon lords in my faction too. Then we will be asking ours. After saying that, the Emperor urged Tactician Tuya with his eyes. If you've already read the recent slates, then you can already guess what I am going to ask, don't you? It's probably about me. The recent slates were chock full of me. For some reason the matter in subspace starting from the solitary island palace, the events in the Dragon Valley and Elven homes that are protected by barrier, and the things in Void Sky weren't recorded, but my activities as Nanashi were written profusely. However, there was nothing about the fact that Satu and Nanashi are the same person. I can easily imagine that he, with his intellect, should already realize that they're the same person. Even so, there's no need for me to reveal it myself. What are you trying to say? Playing dumb is futile. Viscount Satu Pendragon. I'm ignoring his questioning without relying on poker face skill. Or perhaps, I should say it like this. Tactician Tuya stops, takes off his mask and scowls at me as if he's instigating me. Guessing that he's going to call me Godslayer, I put up a defense in my mind. One who challenges Dragon God. Just as I thought. Hey. No matter how many times he was killed. Hey? The turn of events seems strange somehow. One who continues to challenge. The eternal challenger. Not understanding what Tactician Tuya's intention is, I match my line of sight with his to probe for information. One of the 7 gods that arrived from another world together with the world trees. Challenging dark purple light leaks from the depth of his eyes. Since that's a symptom of demon lordification, shouldn't you better calm down a bit? I missed his words because I was thinking that. What? Thanks to that, I replied like I were a deaf-type protagonist. He apparently thought I was making fun of his decisive lines. Color of anger were mixed in Tactician Tuya's eyes. I'll say it no matter how many times until you can no longer hide it. Tactician Tuya's eye teeth begins to lengthen like fangs. Sorry about it. That's why, calm down. One who surpasses all principles, an existence outside of this world. Tactician Tuya threw his arm inside the mantle, flipping it up and vigorously pointed his finger at me as if it was going to pierce my heart. Godzakuan. That's your true identity. 15 to 30. Divine Punishment, 4, Basis. Satu's here. There are people who know themselves worst, and people who know themselves best. But, aren't the most numerous ones the people who make use of either case depending on the situation? What's wrong? Don't tell me you never thought that your true identity would be found out. Tactician Tuya is pointing at me with a triumphant look on his face. I'm not a god, you won't believe me even if I tell you that, right? Of course. Tactician Tuya is full of confidence. Could you tell me what's your basis for thinking that I'm a god? After I said that, Tactician Tuya grins and begins to talk. There are too many mysteries surrounding you. Tactician Tuya calmly speaks as if he's a stage actor. However, I'd like to be spared from his slightly narcissistic strange pose. I somehow feel that his preferences will match with dog heads. The first entry about you in the slates is about your fight with the Black Greater Demon in Shiri City. That's certainly the case. Of course, I'm written as silver-masked hero in the slates. Someone with a single-digit level couldn't have possibly won against a greater demon. I forgot to change my level in the exchange column at that time. You must be possessing some kind of concealment-type artifact. Or so we thought, thus we had to investigate your identity. After saying that, Tactician Tuya peers into my eyes as if checking my reaction. However, even the most skilled people couldn't find any trace about you before you appeared in Shiri City. Yes, so perfect we couldn't help but thought it was as if you suddenly came together with the stars fall. No, I think I was transported at that time, so the suddenly appearing part is true. We played it safe and absolutely made sure to chase your whereabouts to prevent contact. And with each reports, we couldn't help but question the sanity of our informer. Tactician Tuya slowly shakes his head with his finger on his forehead. That gesture pisses me off somehow. Slaughtering senior greater demons one after another, and even easily beating the golden wild boar king whose strength was famous among successive generations, and the great monstrous fish Tofgzira. The one who defeated Tofgzira was Hiro Nanashi. There was no information about me being the same person as Hiro Nanashi in the slates. Let alone them, you even defeated the strongest ancient king Doghead Dano, who was called the evil god and the offshoots of demon god Sama. What's this? I sensed something odd just now. That sense of oddness disappeared before I could say it, but another question appeared instead. Isn't it said that no one besides Dragon God and Demon God have ever defeated Doghead? When I pointed that out, Tactician Tuya looked a bit disgruntled. Looks like he vaguely noticed that too. It's most likely because it happened right after ancient King Doghead Dano had just revived, so he was in a weakened state. The Doghead beating was written humorously in the slates, but the detail as to how I actually defeated him wasn't depicted, and mysteriously, the little girl who intruded in my fight with the Doghead wasn't written at all. And, even though you had the power to defeat Doghead Dano, as weakened as he was, you bafflingly hid all of your achievements and continued your journey as a common man. You could have gained any kind of glory and fame if you just made it public, yet you only repeated your pleasure jaunts and philanthropic works. 'Cause my main purpose is going on trips in another world. We racked our brains at your mysterious acts. However, everything came to light once we confirmed a certain phenomenon. Tactician Tuya's reasoning feels familiar to me somehow. A déjà vu of having your conjecture proven wrong. And? What is that phenomenon? I know that he's surely mistaken, but laughing at him would be too sad, so I urged him to continue. This is not because I pity him as a fellow sufferer of mistakes. Absolutely not. You can chantlessly teleport an impossible amount of things to an impossible distance away. However, that's fine and all. We thought that you were just hiding such a unique skill. Is he talking about unit arrangement? Since I can teleport considerably far away with space magic, wonder which one is it? However, it doesn't seem like you pay the compensation for it. Not magic power, not your soul, nothing. He shouldn't be able to know my magic power consumption. Maybe he's referring to me teleporting way outside the limit without replenishment? Such a thing is not possible for someone who's been given God's fragment, someone who is just given a portion of the authority. Someone that can freely command such an absurdity at will is an existence outside the principle. In other words, only a god. I see, so unit arrangement is that much of an absurd ability. Come to think of it, when I experimented to see the limit, I could repeat it ad infinitum. It stopped being funny, and I was also able to escape from the center of gravity many times. We also have other basis. And that is. Might as well listen to it all. 30 years. What? Did I miss him speaking again? Are you still playing dumb? It has only been 30 years since you were defeated and killed by Dragon God. Tactician Tuya shouted irritatedly. His fangs are about to reach a dangerous level, please calm down. He seems to refer to God Zakuan reviving even though it has only been 30 years since his dead. It's certainly strange. Please tell me the reason if you know why. Humph, you're not going to admit that you're God Zakuan until the end, hey? I mean, that's wrong. There's a true meaning in you not only piling up achievements as a fake hero but also hiding your philanthropic works. With a Zubi sound effect, Tactician Tuya points his finger at me while taking a pose like he's leaning his back. I almost impulsively shouted, "What did you say?" out loud, but I held back. I had a feeling that he'd snap and turn into Demon Lord if I teased him like that. I have a proper hero title, you know. I let him to cool down by pointing out his mistake a bit. Yes, a true meaning. Tactician Tuya completely ignored me and continued on. Can't be helped, I'll hear it till the end without doing unnecessary interruptions. What kind? I'll only be preaching to the choir, but very well I'll have you hear it. For now, I urged him to continue. The period of revival for a god that has died is fixed. The Weasel Emperor is calmly glaring at me to not miss any of my gestures. Unlike Tactician Tuya, it doesn't seem like he's entirely convinced that I'm God Zakuan. However, there's also a way to shorten that. Judging from the oracle I heard before going here, is it prayers? In order to shorten that, the most effective way is people's genuine prayers and devout piety. Awe and reverence can also shorten the revival period, but it is not as effective. Such a detailed explanation isn't written on the slates. Looks like Tactician Tuya has another source of information besides the slates. You should understand that playing dumb after this far is meaningless. Thin purple hair begins to grow on the bald head of Tactician Tuya. Apparently, he only shaved his head. In summary, what you want to say is I gathered prayers and piety from the people by acting as Satu and Nanashi in order to hasten God Zakuan's revival. That's right. Swoosh, Tactician Tuya's hair lengthened into a straight long hair to his waist. You are the mortal frame of God Zakuan. A split Mitama. I begin to think that my identity might really be God Zakuan after this much of a grand declaration. Of course that's a misdirected wrong deduction. If what he said is the truth, then that means a split Mitama of God Zakuan that's not even the main body defeated Doghead and the demon god's offshoots. It doesn't seem like I can get any more useful information, guess I'll stop keeping his nonsense company and leave here? Or perhaps you don't remember. Tactician Tuya spoke with a slightly different mood when I was waiting for the right timing to leave. He might have sensed that I didn't believe his deduction. His tone somehow changes into that of a persuasion. Have you ever thought that your memories are inconsistent? Did it get cut off? Mew. I can't deny that. My memories were interrupted between the time I fell asleep and awoke in younger body in the Dragon's Valley. The reason for my rejuvenation is unknown, who was the one who teleported me is also unknown. Don't you ever feel that your thought is being manipulated by someone? Mumu. Not never. Although I can't confidently say that it has, I can't really recall the time when Hikaru disappeared. Why did I think that her disappearance at the time was not a problem, and how I didn't think of Hikaru let alone worry about her until our reunion was also strange. Have you ever forgotten things that you intended to do before you realized? After being reunited with Hikaru, I forgot to pursue that doubt further in spite of having it in my mind. Looks like I've hit the nail on the head. Tactician's triumphant look is infuriating. However, the more I denied that impossibility, the more I doubt that maybe even that thought is an influence from an outside force. Tactician Tuya pursues further at my shaken heart. Admit it. Split Mitama of God Zakuan. Impossible. However, my heart is swaying, unable to intelligently deny like earlier. The thought of my own memories and thought being manipulated brings anxiety and stress that have never arisen before in my heart. Maybe. Just maybe. Is that really the case? There's no way that's true, isn't it? I heard a familiar voice in my ears. That obviously disgusted sounding voice had the power to blow away my worry in an instant. Calm down. My hero. Yuri. Two small hands hug my neck together with a fleeting light snowfall-like sensation. Those of the little girl who was in the painting. The little girl in the painting. A mysterious being who appeared in the painting inside Duke Oiagok's castle and when I was being misled by Doghead Demon Lord. Doghead Demon Lord called her God Parian, she's shown as unknown like the demon god's offshoots on my AR reading. Who are you? Me? I'm your princess. You're my hero. We're two birds who share a body and a pair of wings walking the eternity together. Her clear comfortable voice similar to Lulu almost robs me of my consciousness. I forgot how she evaded my question and ended up immersing myself in the sound of her words. Who are you talking to? Dash. Tactician Tuya looks around at the surroundings suspiciously. It seems the other people can't see her existence. Since Doghead Demon Lord could, she seems to be able to choose who can see her. Did you manipulate my? She puts her little finger on my mouth midway. I only do what you desire. I will be there as you wish. If you cannot remember it, that means it's something the current you don't need. It will be naturally released when you really need it. Normally those sounded unbelievable, but for some reason, I felt like believing her without a doubt. Are you convinced? Yeah. I nodded back at the girl. The smiling little girl's body is becoming transparent. Right, maybe she knows about it. Do you know the reason why God Zakuan revived faster? I asked her that while feeling slightly impatient. Reason? Maybe the kids who didn't want the civilization to advance united? Because divine punishment can't happen unless all the 7 gods who arrived riding on the world trees assembled. Hey? I felt something odd again. Look, my hero. A yellow light is spreading at the ground where the little girl pointed it. That was the place where a demon lord was fighting an apostle. A big battle-loving idiot has appeared. The yellow light becomes a huge person shape. I think it's at least 100 meter tall. The information of the person shape shown on my AR is the same as the little girl's unknown. The same as the apostle, but it's clearly different. Warnings from crisis perception is alarming enough to tighten my heart even though it's so far apart. Don't tell me. It is. You can tell the other big idiots over there too. The little girl who was looking at the yellow person shape turned at me. Tell them, that's the Zakuan you seek. That's, God Zakuan. What do you say? Tactician Tuya heard my muttering. What do you want me to do? Nothing. The little girl gently smiles. Her expression is like a mother, unsuited for her age. Do as you like, my hero. Do anything you like anytime you want. After saying that, the little girl disappeared in the air. Her parting words sounded like an invitation from a devil or a dark god, but I felt a deep affection for me in them. I think that she's probably the one who summoned me to the Dragon's Valley. Say it. Who was here? No, what was here? Tactician Tuya grasped my shoulder and forcibly turned me around. And just when I was soaking in the lingering sensation, what a cruel guy. An unknown little girl. Little girl? God Parian. Like I said, unknown. Tuya. Whether he's a split body of God Zakuan or not is trivial now. The Emperor pointed at the yellow person-shaped God Zakuan with his line of sight. My fragments given by God are aching. There's no mistake that's a god. Is it just my imagination or is the Weasel Emperor swelling? Our enemy. The yellow light that makes up God Zakuan is pulsing. Heavy sense along with awe arrived directly in my brain. The Imperial capital and the special tank corps outside turned into salt, swallowed by white tsunami and disappeared. The Imperial capital is turning white. That's the divine punishment. The Imperial capital is turning white starting from the edge of the city. Several purple pillars of light appeared in the slums. Looks like several reincarnated people had turned into demon lords. Even though I should have carried all the reincarnated people and brains when I kidnapped the capital's people earlier, just where were they hiding? It seems demon lords don't turn into salt. Of course. That only works on the being with predestined life, mortal. It has no effect on the followers of demon god, demon lords who are immortal beings. The Weasel Emperor looks at me. Hiro Nanashi, it appears God's power is mightier than we expected. It is very likely that the people won't be protected from the divine punishment by merely hiding underground. Please carry them out if you have a shred of sympathy for our people. I left the people in the Imperial Castle, but I've saved the populace already. Is that right? My gratitude, Hiro Nanashi. The Emperor looked relieved when I told him that. What are you two going to do? Perhaps because I saw that, I asked the Weasel Emperor and Tactician Tuya such a thing. It's good as long as the people are safe. However, I want to protect the underground burial mound. Protect it from the gods' hands. Okay. I'll blockade it with a strong barrier. It's not because I'm asked by martyr-like clear eyes. I'm going to protect it since it's an important facility for me too. We will defeat the god. The Emperor who's wrapped in purple light easily stands up from the throne. As the great demon lord of this generation, I will challenge and slaughter the god. The Emperor presses both his hands on the ground and transforms into a purple beast. If I become a beast who's lost his reasoning after destroying the god, I'd like you to kill me with that anomalous strength of yours. Looks like the Emperor's determination is firm. Understood. Thank you. Hiro Nanashi. The Emperor who has turned into a beast becomes huge and breaks through the tall ceiling of the throne room. We will defeat the god. I see. Without cheering or stopping him, I see the Emperor off. Are you not going? My turn will be for the last. The role of this body is to raise the final big firework called Imperial Castle. Tactician Tuya replied me with some antique words midway. He probably wants to draw a line for the rise of standard in their revolt against gods. Explosion is romance. And there is no bigger romance than an explosion that drags a god with it, don't you think? That reminds me, he's this kind of guy. You're right. Yeah, damn I am. While looking at the fight between demon lords and the yellow person shape in the distant, Tactician Tuya laughs like he's yawning. I felt insanity in his dark expression, sending chill down my spine. There should be no need for me to see it until the end. I should just come again once everything is over. The bureaucrats and the court ladies who had stayed in the castle seemed to have left the capital using an escape VTOL. The temple knights and soldiers are still fighting against the apostles even now. Farewell. Muttering a goodbye word that's unlike me, I go toward the seal of the burial mound. I, who have finished all of my roles, leave the whitening dying imperial capital behind.